All right, everybody, welcome to Scamware 101 live stream, our weekly Thursday live stream where we talk about scams and how to protect yourself and your loved ones. So we got some familiar faces here. Thank you guys. Always good to see you, Jay, JT, and John. A couple other viewers. I can't see your names in here. Just say hi in the chat. You might have to open the stream in an app to do that. I know sometimes you open it in Facebook, it doesn't open with you logged in. So feel free to mess around with it. We'll be here for next few hours. All right, we got 6 people up in here. That's what I'm talking about. Give me a like, click the heart. Let us know in the chat what's going on, what you want to hear, what you want to talk about. Today, we are going to go over scams, scam awareness, protecting yourself, red flags. Going to start off the stream with some headlines momentarily. But if anybody in the chat or watching the stream right now hasn't joined our email list yet, hey, Patricia, welcome. Definitely join our email list. It's around our website here. You can go to our website, scamware101.com, and you just click Join Mailing List. And it'll bring it up over on the right, and you can just fill in your name and email. Just be aware, it's going to send you an email to activate. So if that goes to your junk folder, click in there, and you can activate it in your junk folder. But lots of good stuff we send out in the email list, including reminders about these live streams. So we'll give you a reminder about these live streams each week. We'll send out notifications when we upload new videos, right? And we'll give you some more scamware tips and things like that. So all good stuff. I won't spam you too bad, I promise. So take a moment, join the mailing list if you haven't yet. There we go. Say hi in the chat. Click like. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't yet. All right. So enough of that shameless self-promotion here. Let's get started with the headlines. Got some good ones here for you this week. So let's start off with a alert from Webb County Sheriff's Office. They're warning about a phone scam. Let's see what type of phone call scam they're warning us about here. Scammers are calling people claiming there is a warrant for their arrest. They demand payment over the phone, saying a deputy will arrest them if they don't pay. Right. So this one seems to come up every week. There's definitely a popular one that's going around right now with these fake phone calls impersonating a sheriff's office or local police department, and they'll claim that there's a warrant out for your arrest or some kind of fines due that you have to pay, or else there'll be a warrant issued for your arrest. They'll try to take payments from you right over the phone, but in reality, there's scammers, and we're seeing more and more. We're noticing a pattern every week when we do these headlines. There's more and more sheriff's office and law enforcement agencies warning us about this scam because it's gaining a lot of traction. It's becoming popular. So watch out for this one. Warn your family and loved ones too. We'll talk about the grandparent scam shortly, but it's similar to this one. But yeah, Webb County Sheriff's Office warning people, watch out for phone calls impersonating a sheriff's office or law enforcement claiming there's a warrant out for your arrest. Let's see what else they mention here. Sheriff's Office says this is fake and reminds people that they never ask for payment over the phone. If you get a call from someone claiming to be from the sheriff's office, or if the number appears to be ours, be cautious. If you have doubts, tell the caller you will hang up and call them back at the office. That call will be routed to sheriff's office so we can clear up any misunderstandings. All right. So notice how he said there, if you get a call from someone claiming to be sheriff's office, or if the number appears to be ours, be cautious. So this is something you're going to hear me mention a lot on this live stream today over and over again, because it's important for people to realize that when these scammers call you, they can make any phone number show on the caller ID. Right, so they're doing this a lot for bank scams. They're calling up, and the bank's phone number will show on a caller ID. So you'll think it's a bank, and you'll think you could trust it, but it's not. It's a scammer. And the sheriff office here is warning us in this case for this scam specifically when they're calling, impersonating the sheriff office and law enforcement offices. The number may appear to be theirs because the scammers can make the sheriff's office or the local police department's number show on the caller ID. So this is a good one to start off with and remind everybody about. Just because the caller ID says it's someone doesn't mean that it actually is. So you got to do your due diligence, and just like the sheriff said, tell them you got to hang up and call the office directly. So that's it for this headline. But this one seems to come around every week. It's definitely picking up. Happened to my brother and says nephew was arrested. Yeah, there you go, Patricia. Yep. This one's happening a lot. Once the sheriff's office and police departments start warning people about it, it's pretty widespread by then at that point. Not to talk bad about the speed of the law enforcement people, but once they're warned to public, that means that's definitely widespread at that point. Let's take a look at this one. Toledo police warning of scam targeting dating app users. All right, so this headline's a little interesting. It actually didn't give us too much information, but let me read what it says and then we'll see if we can summarize what we think it means here. Police say scammers are posing as TPD detectives and falsely claiming that there are criminal charges against the user. So this is a little similar to the warrant one, except in this case, they're calling up and saying there's criminal charges. Um, what I find interesting about this is because they say it's happening on dating websites, right? So Toledo Police Department is warning of a scam targeting users on dating apps. Police say scammers are posing as detectives and falsely claiming that there are criminal charges against the user. TPD says the scammer then demands money to drop the charges. Toledo police say law enforcement agencies, including them, will never request money to dismiss criminal charges or cases. All right. So I think where the dating app works into all this is it sounds like the person on the other end is finding people on a dating app and they're just saying, "Hey, we found you on this website and we're contacting you to let you know that you have fees or warrant out for your arrest." Right. So I think that's how they're involving the dating sites. So they're actually taking a very common scam that usually travels over the phone or through email, right? And now they're just applying it to dating sites. They're just like, hey, it's another way to reach innocent people, you know. So watch out for this scam. Sounds similar to what we just discussed about the warrant scam, except in this case, they're saying that there's just fines and fees that got to get paid. So if they reach out over the phone, make sure you got to verify and confirm. Hang up and call the office. And if they reach out to you on a dating site, be aware and do the same thing. Call office directly. If they reach it, no, don't even look. If they reach out to you on a dating site, it's fake right off the bat. You don't even have to go and confirm it. Just know that's fake. Cops aren't messaging people on dating sites unless they're trying to get a date. Like everybody else. So anyway, that's that headline. Watch out on them dating sites. It's interesting seeing a scam warning though about a dating site that's not romance scam. That's kind of interesting. Usually they're a romance scam or a pig butchering scam. We'll talk about those later. But let's see what our next headline is here. By the way, give me some likes. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. Appreciate it. All right. State police issue pet scam warning. So I think this one's a pretty popular scam too. I haven't encountered it myself because I'm not pet shopping, but it seems to keep on coming up in headlines and the research I've been doing lately. So the state police have received numerous calls in recent weeks from people scammed out of hundreds of dollars after answering classified ads for pure breed puppies for sale. Investigators said victims reported after answering the advertisement, photos of the breed individuals are looking for are sent while a request for deposit is made. Once deposit is cleared, the victims provide an address which does not exist to pick up the puppy. Okay, so this just sounds like they're selling puppies online that don't really exist, right? So trying to this almost is similar to any other online shopping scam, right? If you're gonna purchase something online, if you're dealing with someone new that you've never dealt with before, even if it's for pets, maybe people think, "Oh, there's a sweet person selling the pet, and I don't have to look into it." But that's where they get you. So if you're puppy shopping and you actually find a listing on Craigslist, you're dealing with an individual like that, don't give them a deposit. Make them, if anything, meet in person. Make sure to pay them on the spot once you confirm that the pet actually exists. Authorities noted several common themes are found in this scam. Oh, good, common themes. Let's see what these are. Deposits are requested to be made by payment apps such as Zelle or Cash App. That's a red flag. I hate to say it because I do know people that use Zelle and Cash App for legit purposes. A lot of times, it's just you split a bill, a restaurant bill or something with a friend. Or you're sending them a couple bucks. You're lending someone, some money. You use Zelle or Cash App. But when you're doing business with someone and they want a Zelle or Cash App, it's definitely a red flag. If you've never dealt with that person before, you want to make sure you're dealing with someone who's legit, especially if it's a stranger on the internet. John, it's a good story right there. Yep. So John says that's why I took over and got his mother her dog because she was mentioning looking at dogs for sale and different. There you go. Yep. Let's see. Meanwhile, the American Kennel Club suggested families seeking a reputable breeder never discuss the sale over the phone. Right. So they're saying, go in person, do it. A reputable breeder will always communicate by email or video chat, if not in person, before selling a puppy. Fraudulent sellers are oftentimes outside the US and may be hiding their phone number by only communicating by text message. Police said another red flag results when a seller asked a buyer to wire the money or pay by gift cards. So that goes back towards that payments red flag, right? If anybody's asking for a payment in gift cards, I mean that's always a red flag. Nobody does that. They mentioned Venmo as well. That's just similar to Zelle in the Cash App. So they actually recommend paying by credit card or PayPal. I don't know why they consider PayPal to be a safe option. Credit card is typically safer than a lot of other forms of payment because then you can dispute the charge if you get ripped off. Usually, a credit card will side with you. I'm not sure why I recommend PayPal though. But Better Business Bureau asks anyone knowing of false ads regarding puppies to contact the FTC at 877 FTC help. All right, cool. So there's that one. Watch out if you're pet shopping. But again, those rules all go for if you're doing any kind of shopping from someone you never used before. So our next headline is here. By the way, if you're just joining us, give us a like. Let us know in the chat what you want to hear. Say hi. Always appreciate new subscribers. All right, this one. All right, so this headline, it's definitely one good to talk about. I do want to do a video about this in the future because, I mean, in the past 3 months, 3 or 4 months since I've started Scamaware 101, there's been some crazy things that happen where charity scams pop up, and right now a good example is all these fires going on over in LA, the wildfires over in California. Right. So this headline warns us about charity scams. Right. So as wildfires continue to blaze across Los Angeles County, authorities are sounding the alarm on another potential threat to the public: scams relating to the disaster. Multiple law enforcement officials have warned of bad actors scheming to take advantage of charitable people looking to chip in and give to those in need due to the fires. We have people with big hearts who want to help. They want to donate. They want to support the victims, California Attorney General Rob Bonta said in a press conference Saturday. We also see scammers who are taking advantage of the goodness and that generosity and scamming and defrauding those individuals. And look, it's sad. We see this every time, but every time these things happen, the scammers pop up, the fake charities pop up. You start getting ads for, donate to the wildfires. All right. Bonta urged public to beware of fraudulent organizations falsely claiming to be charities or nonprofits aiding fire victims. Scammers have at times targeted elderly individuals, immigrants, and non-English speakers, Bonta said. But look, they target everybody, so don't fool yourself. That's one of the things to definitely talk about is, and we'll mention it a little bit later, is that false sense of security, right? You can't ever think to yourself, oh, scammers aren't going to target me. They target everybody. You're just a name on a list. A lot of it's automated. They're not reviewing you and saying, oh, let's not target this person. You're on a list, you're going to get targeted. Doesn't matter what language you speak. All right, that. In order to avoid these scams, donors could first do some research on charities they're considering giving to before opening their wallets. And really, that's what you need to do. You got to do research and make sure that these charities are legit. Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald suggested verifying organizations with websites like Charity Navigator and the Better Business Bureau. If I remember a little later, I'll put a link to Charity Navigator up on my website. It's a good link to have. GoFundMe is verifying its fundraisers so donors can trust their contributions are going where they're truly needed. They're also suggesting a number of organizations where people can donate. Right, so it sounds like you trust GoFundMe, at least in this case. And they recommend, so if anybody is looking to donate to those charities, usually I'd be the one asking for donations if you want to sponsor Scamware 101. But in case of crises like these, I'm happy to recommend some other charities. So this guy says you could donate to charities. In this case, they're called World Central Kitchen, Pasadena Humane, Baby to Baby, and several others. Right. So those are some charities that seem to be getting a shout out from from who was this the chief of police. But GoFundMe seems to be a safe option. So if you are looking to donate to LA, go check out GoFundMe, see what kind of charities are uh, up on that site. But anyway, back to what we're talking about here. You actually got to watch out though for these scam charities, right? You just don't want to go donate to some random charity that pops up on Facebook without checking it out, seeing how long they've been around, what people are saying about them. Take time to thoroughly research a charity or organization that you're considering. Reputable groups will have clear information about their mission and proven track records. McDonald also recommended steering clear of cash donations whenever possible. Instead, opting in for secure, traceable payment methods to ensure that your contributions reach those in need. If you suspect a donation request is fraudulent, McDonald asked the public to contact police so they can investigate the matter. All right, we got a nice little warning. I like when they make these warnings. Bonta reiterated this warning on Sunday, emphasizing there will be harsh consequences. To anyone who would go out and take advantage of this tragedy for their greedy gain, who would further victimize people who have potentially lost everything, who are already victims, who would look at this devastation and see dollar signs, I have a message for you. You will be held accountable, Bonta said. My office will be engaged to hold you accountable. Yeah, so they're not taking any nonsense. So anyway, watch out for charity scams. If you are looking to donate to LA, now you know what to do. Go check out the GoFundMe ones and be smart. Otherwise, your donation goes to a scammer so they could continue scamming more people. Let's see what we got for next headline. Oh, we got John requesting some Slayer. I don't know about that. I think I'll have to get some rights to music first. But I'll give it 100% for that. There you go. In a heart. Hello to anybody that just joined us. Welcome to Scam Aware 101 live stream. We do this weekly. We always start off with some headlines, which we're doing right now. Checking out some scam headlines. Get a chance, if you haven't yet, visit our website, Scamware 101. Click on Join Mailing List. Join our email list. By the way, you guys like that? I updated our website, so when we're live now, it starts flashing live now up top. I don't know. And then it goes away automatically in a couple hours. But I like it. I thought it was fun. Ad, notice. Oh, this is good. Maybe we'll get a scam ad right here for us. Oh, it's gone. Let's see if I get that again. Which is funny because I'm trying to look at a news article here. A warning from a police department and a scam ad pops up. Love it. This is going to come back again. You can make it a learning experience live. No. Okay. Anyway, let's see what this headline says. Poston Police Department issues Bitcoin scam warning. Bitcoin scams? Nah, who would have thought? Poston Police Department is working with other law enforcement agencies as an investigation continues. All right, so they are saying the Poston Police Department is warning about a Bitcoin scam that's making the rounds in the Mission Valley. Making rounds everywhere. The scammer has been contacting people falsely claiming the potential victim or a family member of the potential victim has been arrested or is in serious legal trouble. Oh, so this is okay. It's not really. So what's interesting when you're reading these scams, a lot of times they'll fall into multiple categories, right? We just talked about arrest warrants and things like that, impersonating a police department, them telling you that there's fees due, right? And in this case, they're saying, so this is a grandparent scam again. So we'll have to talk. We're going to talk about that later. But a scammer has been contacting people falsely claiming the potential victim or family member has been arrested or is in serious legal trouble. Right. So we're definitely going to spend some time on this one later. But this is when the scammer calls up and they say that your son or daughter has been in an accident or they've been arrested. We're driving drunk or something like that. Right. And they'll request payment to bail them out or for legal services it targets, it's targeting a lot of older people, and it's pretty heinous act though. These people, they target grandparents, and it's pretty terrible what these scammers are doing. But anyway, so they're warning you about this scam. It's called the grandparent scam. It's when you get a call, they tell you someone's in jail and they need money to bail them out. They tell them, they'll say something like they took the person's phone, it's confiscated, so you can't reach out to them and talk to them. They'll say, the scammer will tell you that because they don't want you actually calling your kid and finding out it's all a lie. All right. So the Postal Police Department is warning you about the grandparent scam. Except they're calling it a Bitcoin scam because what happens is the scammer will pressure your grandparent or your whoever you're on the phone with to transfer money with Bitcoin, right? So grandparents in Bitcoin. So uh, but it's not as crazy as it sounds, right? Because there's Bitcoin ATMs, and that's what they direct these people to. They direct them to a Bitcoin ATM. They give them the barcode or whatever that they scan, and it's that easy. They insert cash into the Bitcoin ATM, and boom, the scammer gets Bitcoin for the cash. So it is actually pretty easy. If you know how to use a regular ATM, it's pretty much just as easy as a regular ATM, maybe even easier. So anyway, Polson police are warning about this grandparent scam. Someone calling you and then asking for you to pay bond or bail or legal fees using Bitcoin at Bitcoin ATM. So that's a red flag, right? They're asking for Bitcoin. That's always a red flag, right? And then when they say use a Bitcoin ATM machine, that's a red flag. If you ever hear someone telling you, they accept payment in Bitcoin and to go use a Bitcoin ATM, you need to stop and rethink what you're doing here because that's a giant red flag. 99% of the time, 99.9% of the time, I'm going to say that's a red flag. So definitely be aware of that. These scams are designed to exploit people's fears and trust. We urge everyone to stay cautious and report any suspicious calls to law enforcement immediately. By spreading awareness, we can help prevent our community members from falling victim to these criminals. Okay. Watch out for those grandparent scams. Watch out for anybody impersonating any kind of agency, right? That says they'll accept Bitcoin. Bitcoin, gift cards, red flags. Should be setting off alarms in your head. Let's see what our next headline is here. This one's interesting because they used a term that I've never heard before. It is the phantom hacker scam. Let me know in the chat. You ever heard of a phantom hacker scam? I think they might have just made this up. Has anybody else heard of this one at all? Let me know in the chat. They call it a phantom hacker scam. FBI warns about phantom hacker scam after Chicago woman loses $20,000. All right, so we'll have to see what this one's about. Nobody's heard of phantom scams, huh? Okay. Let's see what they're saying. ABC 7i team is investigating a scam that is costing consumers millions of dollars. Oh, Johnny, thank you for the super thanks. Hooking me up with the dollar. It's awesome. Very cool. Appreciate it. Thank you. You're actually my official first super thanks. So there we go. Nice. It's like when you write good luck on a dollar and you give it to somebody opening a business, right? Super thanks. Love it. Anyway, investigating a scam that is costing consumers millions of dollars. It's called a phantom hacker. The FBI said the scam is growing in popularity and the public needs to be vigilant. ABC7 heard from one woman who lost $20,000 in the scheme. She's a hairstylist with 2 children who was hoping to open her own business this year. That all changed when she received a phone call from a man who claimed to be with Bank of America. All right, I know where this one's going. We mentioned this one a little earlier, right? How someone could call you and show the bank's phone number. So let's see. Struggling to recount what happened to her, Milan Jackson is choosing to speak out, hoping to warn others about the victim's scheme. And look, it's extremely brave for victims to speak out because a lot of them are embarrassed. They're embarrassed that they fell for it, and they really shouldn't be. These scammers can be very convincing, and the victims don't get treated as good as they should be. I can't tell you how many times I heard people be like, "Oh, well, that's common sense," or "Someone fell for that, then they deserve it." And it's not true, man. These guys, they're always finding new ways to trick people, and it's what they do for a living, But so anyway, these people that speak out, it's very brave of the victims. I give them a lot of respect, and they're doing something good. They're warning others about what's happening. If these victims didn't speak out, we wouldn't know what red flags to look out for, and so kudos to Milan Jackson. Let's see what else she says. The Northside hairstylist said it all began a few months ago when her phone started ringing while she was working with a client. I answered the phone, and it was a man who tells me that this is Bank of America and that there was suspicious activity. Jackson said she looked on the back of her Bank of America card, right? So she thought to herself, let me confirm this is right? So Jackson says she looked at the back of her Bank of America card and verified the phone number on the card matched the number from the caller, right? So this is exactly what I mentioned earlier. The number on the caller ID, the scammer will make it match your bank's phone number. The scammer will make it match your local law enforcement, agency. Um, and people don't realize that they could do this. So they think that it's a way to verify. Okay, well, it matches the phone number, it must be the bank, but it's not. Um, and every week we find an example of this. Last week, I think you had a Wells Fargo example, and then the week before that, I don't know, I think it was Citizens. But the scammers are doing this. They're showing the phone numbers of the banks, and people are seeing it and thinking that they could trust who's on the phone. So that's the second time we mentioned it during this live stream, and we've only been on for half an hour. So I'm gonna mention it a lot more. That's when we gotta drill home. That's when you should let your loved ones know about. They need to know that just because the caller ID says the bank doesn't mean it is. Um, she said the man on the phone informed her that a hacker was trying to steal $20,000 from her account, and they needed to act fast to prevent it from happening. Very upset. I'm just trying to hurry up and make sure they can't get that money. Uh-oh, what just happened? Got a scam right now. Oh, this is the classic I am not a robot scam. This is fake. This website, whoever they're using for I'm glad this just happened, right? So I'm on a legit website trying to read you guys a news article. I'm so glad this happened right now. I'm just trying to read a news article. It's a legit website. It's not like some fake website or anything like that built by a scammer, right? But whatever ad service they're using, at least that's what it appears like. It appears like it's from the ad service, right? Whatever third party they're using just injected these ads onto their website, right? And it just redirected me to a hacked website here, right? That's located in India, right? co.in. You guys can't see the address, but the address is it's a co.in website address, right? Yeah, and it directed me to the scam website. It's got a fake "I'm not a robot" button. I'm not going to click it because I know that these fake robot buttons, you click them, and it does bad things. But yeah, this is a good example. I was just reading you guys a headline on a legit website, and because of their ad provider, boom, it took me to a to malicious website. It's trying to get into my stuff here. If I click this, what's going to happen is going to try to download a virus onto my computer. It's going to give me instructions on how to download a virus, or it's actually going to try to download a virus. But yeah. Anyway, let me hit back and see if it even lets me go back. It does. Let's see if we can continue with this phantom hacker thing going on here. But hey, I'm glad you guys all saw it because that's something you have to be aware of. Because someone else might have seen that and think, oh, they need me to verify to continue reading. And then they click it and they're done for. So I'm saying they have clever ways. But anyway, back to this poor woman that lost 20 grand. So this lady fell for the phone call claiming it was from Bank of America. She did her due diligence as far as she thought that she was verifying the phone number and caller ID matched. But as we stated, you can't trust that. And the narrative, and this is a common narrative, right? So this is how the scammers trick people into sending their money. They'll tell them that their identity has been stolen or their accounts have been hacked or they're doing an investigation and they suspect somebody has access to your account. They have this narrative, right? That your money isn't safe in your bank account. And that's how they convince them to transfer it. And sometimes they'll just have them transfer it to another bank account. Other times they'll have them withdraw the money in cash and then purchase gift cards or use a Bitcoin ATM, right? But it's a common scam narrative. That's how they trick people into transferring their money out of their own bank account. They scare them by making them think that your money's not safe there. The hacker got into your account. They're going to take your money. You need to transfer the money immediately. I'm from the bank. You see my number on the caller ID. You could trust me. Here's where to transfer the money to. Boom, and you just transfer money to scam without realizing it. Very upset. I'm just trying to hurry. All right. She was told to log into her account and wire 20,000 to a different account where money would be protected. She says my anxiety is going up, and he's like, "Okay, we only have this amount of time, right? I want to make sure we block this and prevent this from happening to you, right?" And that's what these scammers do. They try to get you to act urgently. You have to do this now. You can't go off the phone. We need you to do this immediately, right? They try to scare you and then get urgency out of you. Nearly seconds after completing the transfer, Jackson said she didn't feel right. I get this weird feeling, and so I go into Bank of America, and they confirm that this is a scam. I shut the phone off. I'm hysterically crying, Jackson said. People who do this to other people, you don't know what's in somebody's life. Right? Jackson says she's going through a separation, has children, 2 children, yada, yada. Can't believe this is my life. How did this happen? How am I going to get this money back? So the FBI calls it the phantom hacker. We got to look up this term and see exactly what they're referring to. And it's growing rapidly. Scammers impersonate bank representatives to convince victims that hackers have infiltrated their financial accounts. Okay. I was just calling that like a bank impersonation scam, but it sounds like they're calling it the phantom hacker scam. Phantom hacker sounds cool. We'll go with phantom hacker. Victims are urged to move their money fast to protect their assets. In reality, there was never a hacker, and the money that was wired is now fully controlled by a scammer. Oh, okay. So they call it the phantom hacker because the narrative, when they call you up, the narrative is there's a hacker in your account and you need to transfer your money. So they're calling that narrative the phantom hacker narrative. Got it. FBI Special Agent Rachel LaRocque. If you're watching, Rachel, sorry I got your last name wrong. I know the FBI is big fans of my live stream. Said a legitimate financial institution is not going to ask you to move your money elsewhere. She said consumers have to be skeptical because hackers are becoming more sophisticated. And you may even be able to spoof the bank's phone number, right? So we mentioned that earlier. So the number on your caller ID or cell phone might show that it's a bank. Scammers do not discriminate against anyone. They want money from anyone they could take it from, right? So like I was saying, don't think that, oh, they won't target me. They'll take your money. Let's see. Jackson's dreams of opening her own brick and mortar store now deferred. Her 20,000 is gone. I've been working 10 to 13 hours plus with no break. I have to expedite the money that was stolen from me and wasn't just stolen from me. It was stolen from my kids. Bank of America told okay, so Bank of America, right? And this is something everybody needs to be aware of. And I do try to mention this. So when you are scammed into transferring your own money to somebody else, that's not covered. That's not insured, right? These banks, they like to tell you that your money's safe with them, your money's insured. But when you are fooled into transferring, like you actually initiate the transfer, that's not covered, right? They're not going to be able to get your money back in most cases, right? And unfortunately, these victims, they find that out after the fact. But Bank of America told the I team in cases like this, they attempt to get the money back, but there is no guarantee the bank will be able to recover the funds once their client authorizes the transfer. Bank of America said it will never call and ask a client to send money through Zelle or a wire transfer ever. Right. So watch out for the phantom hacker narrative. Right. They'll call you. They pretend to be your bank. They tell you that a hacker's in your account and you need to transfer your money. But what they actually do is they have you transfer the money to them, and your money is gone. Them as in the scammer. They have you transfer your money to the scammer, and they run off with your money. And the bank's not going to do anything about it because you transferred it yourself. So watch out for that phantom hacker scam. And we hear a new story every week about this. Every week there's a new story about someone how the bank can call them. The bank calls them and it shows the bank's phone number, so they trust it, and then they get their money stolen. All right. If anybody's just joining, welcome to our Thursday live stream. Give me a heart. Give me a heart. I have no heart. Click a heart, click a smiley face, say hi in the chat. All right, subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. Lots of good stuff, lots of good information. We stream for the next couple hours here. We do this every Thursday. On our website, visit scamware101.com and join our email list. All right, just go to our website, click join mailing list. Johnny said the banks are scammers. They are, but everything's in fine print at least. All right, let's see what we got for our next headline here. Got a lot of headlines, a lot of good stuff. This is actually like my favorite part of the stream is reading the headlines, and it's fun. All right. North Carolina victims paid deposit rent to woman who didn't own home. Yeah, so these whole rental scams are starting to become more popular too. These have been happening more often. So let's see. There's different variations of this. Sometimes it's a vacation rental, right? Other times it's a space for a party or something that you're renting. But anyway, let's see what this headline says here. The Edgecombe County Sheriff's Office is warning residents after they say a couple paid a woman to live in a home she didn't own. A a couple was targeted this week, according to the sheriff's office, when they responded to a Craigslist ad about a home for rent in the county. All right, so Craigslist ads. Glenda Sheeran said she and her husband saved the money home for the home for them. There's little grammar and spelling errors here, and their son through door dashing, as her husband Paul was out of work due to emergency. Basically, she said she saved up a bunch of money and worked hard to save money, and I think I was scammed out of it. We came home that night. We all sat here and talked about him being on. What is this? It's too much here. Let's get to the details. We were going to be able to cook again. Okay, so this was like, all right, got it. So this was actually an apartment they were renting, right? So they were looking for an apartment to rent. They found an apartment to rent. It was perfect, exactly what they needed, but they didn't realize the person that they were renting it from did not own the home. Deputies said the scammer printed off and forged a lease agreement, and the victims paid both deposit and first month's rent, expecting to move in Tuesday. When Sharon and her family went to move in, they found a padlock and eviction notice from the deputies. All right. Yeah, this article is not too well written, but the gist of it is if you're looking for apartments on Craigslist, I know when I was apartment shopping, I used Craigslist when I was apartment shopping a couple of years ago. But be careful with who you're dealing with because this person actually forged a lease agreement and everything. When asked what residents could do to protect themselves from becoming victims themselves, so that's a good question. This is a tricky one, right? Deputies told residents they could look at tax records for a property to determine if someone actually owns it. Eh, wish there was more you could do, but it's not too bad, right? Go into Google, you type in the property address, and usually you can find some site like like Zillow or some other sites that'll show you who a property belongs to. It's a shame you have to do that, right? It's a shame you have to do that, but better safe than sorry, right? Especially if you're getting rentals from Craigslist from somebody. I'd love to know if this person like impersonated a real estate agent. No, they don't give really many details here. But these rental scams are picking up, so watch out for them. See what our next headline is. It's Jeff Goldblum. Why did Jeff Goldblum do that, John? Oh, apartments.com joke. Glad you put that there because I had no idea what you were talking about. Leave Jeff alone. All right. Our next headline, Mid-Michigan Bank issues scam warning. Let's see here. County National Bank, which has locations, yada, yada, counties. Warning its clients about scam callers. The bank issued the warning on its website and Facebook saying that clients have been receiving phone calls from a Hillsdale phone number. In the phone call, the caller claims they are from the County National Bank's fraud department and need your personal account information. The bank asks if anyone has received one of these calls to hang up and call the bank immediately. That's all I say. They don't give much more information here about this. I love to have more info, but that's all they give us, and they don't even link us to the warning. But anyway, they're basically saying that banks are calling. Phone number looks legit, right? At least shows that it's from the same city or town. And the bank is requesting, well, scammer impersonated bank is requesting personal information from you. Probably bank account information, right? They're probably asking for your bank account details or something like that. Never trust it. Someone calls you like that, starts asking private personal information, right? Never trust it. Hang up. And if it's worth it, call back or just ignore it completely. So you got our next headline. Yeah, I wish I could control the ads. I never know what the ads are going to show on these sites when I bring them up. So they're showing burgers. It must know I like burgers. It's a sign. It's telling me I eat too much. Madison County Sheriff's Office posts warning about scams targeting inmates' families. So this one's a newer one, at least as far as in the past few weeks I've been checking for scam alerts. So The Madison County Sheriff's Office is warning everyone about scams targeting the family members of current inmates. Madison County Sheriff's Office officials say scammers are contacting the families and falsely claim to work for bail bond companies. This is their attempt to secure payment for the bond process but refusing to accept cash. They ask the families to send money through mobile payment apps such as Cash App, Venmo, and others. Officials say they even provide detailed instructions on how to load money onto these apps. Right, and then he gives a bunch of reminders below. But right off the bat, this is confirming a lot of what we talked about already. The red flags, right? If someone's on the phone claiming to be an official, they're not going to accept payment through Cash App and Venmo, right? So that should be setting off red flags. If any payments to Cash App, Venmo, Bitcoin ATMs, right? And this is an impersonation where they're impersonating county officials or bail bond companies, right? And what's interesting about this is they're actually using real information to scammers, right? They're using uh, public databases, public websites to see who's in jail, what inmates are, or whatever, and then they find out the families, and then they reach out to families and they pretend, hey, we're calling from the bail bond company, right? So that's kind of interesting. And I can see how someone gets a call like that and they might not realize right away it's a scammer because that's a lot of personal information they know. They know your family member, they know where they're locked up at, right? They knew how to contact you, right? So at first it seems like, okay, that's a lot of personal information that they know about me. Maybe this is legit, right? They're showing a number that looks like it's from, the jail or wherever they want it to make it appear like it's showing from, right? So, yeah, red flags all over the place here, but also a very convincing narrative if they know so much about the situation. But it's all public information, right? So watch out for this scam. Let's see what the authorities want to remind the public of. Licensed bail bondsmen will not reach out to inquire about a relative's incarceration. Law enforcement agencies mandate that bail or fees be paid in person to post bail for anyone incarcerated, right? Yeah, so you can't just Cash App and Zelle them. Do not purchase prepaid cash cards. The Madison County Jail assigns a booking number to each arrested individual, which can be verified by a facility or a bail bonding agency. No law enforcement, detention staff, legal service providers, or licensed bail agents will suggest that money be sent immediately by a purchased card, right? So there we go. They mentioned Zelle, they mentioned Cash App, they mentioned prepaid cards, gift cards, right? Those aren't real forms of payment, in these situations. They're big red flags. Avoid scams. No licensed legal or bail agency in Alabama will ever demand payment by phone or require you to provide prepaid card information. All parties operating under state licensing practices would never make such demands. All right, so keep that in mind. Check out the next headline. How's everybody doing? Say what's up in the chat. Click the heart. Click like, subscribe. Maybe get some more people up in here. Be awesome. All right. Local Better Business Bureau. Warning of new package scam. New package scam. Let's see what's so new about it. Because I've been worrying about package scam for a while now. A warning from the Federal Trade Commission about a new scam going around. Officials are warning people to be aware when receiving packages they did not order. They say people will then fill out a review online and then use your information to scam others. Yeah, this is a brushing scam. It's known as a brushing scam. We did a video about this one, actually. It's on our YouTube channel. So check out that video if you want to learn more about brushing scams. This typically becomes more popular during the holidays, towards the end of the year and beginning of the year, these brushing scams. Let's see what else to say. So while you may think it's not a big deal, we want you to know that the rule is that you could keep the items that you receive, but the upswing in this that rings, blah, 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 and it's because scams. Yeah. Some of these articles are just written so poorly. Use other words, you send them something. Okay. I'm going to explain how this works, right? So scammers, what a brushing scam is a way to get fake reviews on a dishonest business or a fake business, right? And the way they do that is they place a bunch of orders for usually worthless items, right? The scammer just places a bunch of orders, worthless items, right? Maybe worth $1 each or something. Typically, it'll be like flower seeds or a ping pong ball, just super low worthless items, right? They'll place all these orders and they'll use random contact information on the orders. They'll create accounts and they'll use random people's contact information, right? And then since they placed the order, they're allowed to leave a review, and I'll leave a fake review for for the fake business or dishonest business. They'll leave a positive review for 'em about how great the buying experience was. Well, what happens as a side effect is now some random person whose information was used to create this fake account, the random person is going to receive the package that was ordered. So random people start getting unexpected packages of worthless junk, right? Uh, People start reporting, hundreds of reports start coming in for people that received flower seeds. You're like, why the heck we receive flower seeds for? What's going on here? And it causes confusion, if anything. Um, but as far as it's strange saying a victim, right? It's strange saying a victim because they kind of nothing bad happens. Sometimes brushing scams are referred to as a victimless crime or a victimless scam, which is kind of interesting. Um, but if you receive some package that you didn't order and didn't expect, right? It might be part of a brushing scam, which means that someone created an account using your contact information, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that they stole your identity, right? It doesn't mean they have access to any of your credit cards or bank or anything like that. They just use your name and your address, in most cases. It doesn't really mean that you've been hacked or anything like that. Usually. Um, but if you did want to look into it more, you could take the time to try and see uh, who the merchant listed on the package is, right? You could reach out to them. You could try reporting it. You could look around to see if there's any fake reviews under your name, if that's something that you care enough to do. But in most cases, you could ignore these brushing scams. Um, it's just unfortunately what happens is there's fake reviews out on the internet. The fake reviews might show your name, and someone might read that review and make a purchase from a fake store and get ripped off. So that's a downside too. Um, but this article does say the upswing is that rings, sort of doorbell rings, I guess that's referring to a doorbell ring. Beauty products and Bluetooth speakers are some of the items that are starting to get used in these brushing scams. So hey, you keep the items if you get them, right? You might get a Bluetooth speaker or some free beauty products in the mail. I know John likes his beauty products, right, John? So keep your eye out for these brushing scams. That was funny. If these scammers actually asked, like, "Hey, would you mind if we use you? We're going to send you a free Bluetooth speaker. Mind if we use your name for a review?" I mean, most people would probably be perfectly happy with leaving a review or getting permission to leave a review. But what's a shortcut? Why take the extra time to do it legitly when the scammer could just use your info anyway without permission? But anyway, brushing scams. They're warning you about them, and in my opinion, it's more important to know about these. This way, you don't cause mass hysteria and confusion when all these people are receiving flower seeds, which is actually kind of funny how these brushing scams, right? Funny story about brushing scams. This started happening a few years ago. People started reporting these and started getting media attention, right? And it actually got all this attention because people were freaking out. People were getting all these flower seeds delivered to them that they didn't order, and they didn't know what was going on. And multiple people started reporting this happening. Um, and eventually they discovered, all right, it's part of a brushing scam. That's why all these people are receiving these strange items. But I remember when it first started happening a few years ago, and you can go find the news articles you want from back then, but people were freaking out. They thought it was like China trying to send invasive plants into America, and like people like they didn't know what was going on. So there was a little bit of a hysteria over this for a while. And then they realized what a brushing scam was, and then it starts happening pretty much every year. It starts picking up towards the holidays, right? Because these fake businesses want to get a bunch of reviews. So when people are doing their holiday shopping online, you know, they're more likely to get the sales. Um, but it's an interesting scam because it's not like it's a scam. It involves you, but it doesn't hurt you. It just kind of uses you, right? It uses your name to put up a fake review. The real victims are the people that end up purchasing things after seeing the fake reviews, right? They think that they're purchasing from a legit place. So they're the real victims, the ones that actually do the purchasing and stuff. But anyway, brushing scams, kind of interesting. Um, Always gets mentioned in media this time of year. What's nice about this article is they didn't mix it up with QR code scams. A lot of times they'll refer to QR code scams as brushing scams. And causes confusion. I cover all that in my video. So if you want to learn more about brushing scams, just out of curiosity, or if you've been hearing about them and you want to clear up any of the confusion, go check out our video on the Scamware 101 YouTube channel. I think I do a pretty good job clearing up any confusion, explaining what it is. So that was another headline. That was brushing scams. See some more people in the chat. Say hi. Let us know what you want to talk about. Share your stories. If you're just joining us, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Always looking for more subscribers. And you can join our email list too. All right, you go to our website, scamware101.com, and you can click join mailing list right here. This first icon right here in red. Join mailing list. Can't miss it. Let's check out our next headline. Cure Beach Police warning residents of scammers posing as sheriff's office. Another sheriff. Couple of them. Oh, these are actually warning us about a couple scams here. Cool. So they warn about active warrant scams and missed jury duty scams. We're going to talk about the jury duty one later too. Cure Beach Police is warning residents of a scam where a person is posing as the new Hanover County Sheriff's Office. According to the department, scammers will tell you that you have either an active warrant, right, which we already talked about, or a missed jury duty in an attempt to steal money from you. Right, so you do that too. They call you up, they impersonate the sheriff's office or a local law enforcement agency. They have the phone number pop up on the caller ID, right? So it looks legit. You think you're actually talking to a cop or something, and they tell you there's a warrant out, or they tell you missed jury duty and you need to pay fees. If you receive a phone call of this nature, please do not provide them any money or information, the department said. Residents who receive this scam or have concerns, contact the police department. All right, so it doesn't give us more information, but it's pretty straightforward there, right? They call you up, they claim you have a warrant, they claim you missed jury duty, and you got to pay some fees to make it go away, right? They want to scare the person, they want to get them to act urgently, and then people fall for it. So watch out for those scams. If you get any calls claiming you had there's a warrant out or that you missed jury duty, lots of impersonation scams as far as sheriff's office and that going on. Next headline. The latest smishing scam. Smishing. Anybody know what smishing is? Tell me in the chat. No, I'm not going to wait for you. Smishing. Sounds like phishing, but it's not. Smishing is when they use text messaging to scam you or get information. Now, phishing is email. Smishing is text message or SMS, right? They take the SMS, they put it at the beginning. Smishing. Clever, right? The latest smishing scam came to my phone. How you could spot it and protect yourself. All right, let's see what this latest smishing scam is. The Easy Drive toll scam. Yes, did a video about this too. My turn to receive the latest fraudulent smishing scam arrived at 9:27 a.m. Sunday when a text message appeared on my iPhone. It told me that I owed money for unpaid tolls on state highways. I do drive a lot, sometimes using toll roads, so I might have found it possibly credible. But I'd been forewarned about this one, right? So this is why scam awareness is important. It's important just to mention these, make sure people are aware of them, because just hearing somebody mention it in passing, even if it's not a lot of information, just hearing somebody mention it might be enough to make somebody aware. Oh, that if I get a text message like that, it's a scam. So she said she was warned by a colleague earlier, luckily. This Easy Drive mass scam has been especially active here since the start of January. Yep. The text messages claim to be from Easy Drive, Massachusetts. There's also a Maryland version of this. We're definitely going to talk about this scam later in the stream. These are these fake unpaid toll bill scams. Everybody's getting hit with these right now. Everybody. All right, she's talking about her friend Warner more. Why is scam called smishing? Right. Here's how the Easy Drive tolling program works. I'm talking about the real one. Yes, article's not giving us too much information about the scam itself, but that's okay because I got plenty of information about the scam, and we will share it more later on when we're going over specific common scams. But this is a warning from Massachusetts about these fake toll scams. You'll get a text message saying you have an unpaid toll due, right? And I'll include a link that actually links to a fake website. They'll steal your personal information. They'll steal any financial information you enter, and it might even install a virus on your device. So if you get any of these scams about fake tolls, watch out. They're not real. And we'll definitely talk about that one later on in the stream here. A couple more headlines to go. You're just joining us. Say what's up in the chat. Say hi, like, subscribe. All right. Tax scams. Tax season is coming. Let's see. Here are the warning signs of the scams during tax season. Tax season less than 2 weeks away, and the Internal Revenue Service says there are some warning signs to keep in mind. The agency says if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. You should watch out for bad tax advice on social media that may convince you to lie on forms or mislead you about credits you could claim. The IRS also says demands or threats are red flags. Watch out for those who want you to pay right away or threaten to arrest you, right? So if you're really talking to the IRS, they're not going to straight up say, like, we're going to come arrest you, right? They're not going to say, you got to pay now, we're going to come arrest you. You know, it's okay to say, you know, let me hang up and talk to my accountant or talk to somebody, right? But you do have to watch out for these IRS scams. They are calling people, they impersonate the IRS, they make the phone number show. And we're going to start seeing those a lot more in the upcoming months here. The IRS is never going to contact you by text message. You're not going to do anything other than send you a letter in the good old mail. That's the only way they're going to contact you. Everything else is not legitimate. Just ignore it. And the other thing is, I'd recommend that all folks, once they have all your documents filed as soon as possible, it minimizes your risk of identity theft. All right. So it basically says the IRS is never going to contact you by text message. So you get text messages claiming they're IRS right off the bat. You know it's a scam. Ignore them. The only way they're going to contact you is by a letter in the mail. So if you're getting calls from the IRS, watch out. Probably not real. And they do recommend filing your taxes early, getting it out of the way. This way someone else can't steal your identity and do it for you and get your refund. Because the scammers will only take your refund. They won't pay anything you owe. If they paid what we owed, maybe we wouldn't hate them so much. Tax season kicks off. Arriving in mailboxes. Any other info here? According to Better Business Bureau, scammers are actively looking to get their hands on your sensitive documents and hard-earned cash. A lot of times, we'll get reports to our scam tracker about people receiving phone calls or emails or text messages from someone claiming to be the IRS, saying that they owe taxes, to click on a link or to pay them over the phone. And we know that's not how the IRS conducts business. All right. So now you know. If you get any phone calls, emails, or text messages claiming to be the IRS, it's a red flag. Any correspondence that urges you to act immediately or claims to resolve all your IRS problems should raise a red flag. And they recommend filing your taxes early because it can prevent scammers from filing under your name and stealing your refund. We always encourage people to get your taxes done early, then you can avoid tax scams and any kind of identity fraud. That's tax scams. Watch out for them. They're coming. I'm sure we'll be talking about those a lot over the next couple months because we're going to start seeing a lot of warnings about those popping up and a lot of reports of people getting phone calls, I'm sure. See what our next headline is. Don't fall for imposters. Dartmouth police warn of scam targeting Eversource customers. So I had no idea who Eversource was, but apparently it's a power company. Because they don't service my area. But let's pop up here. The scam involves people posing as Eversource employees and threatening to shut off power unless a payment is immediately made. This scam isn't limited to Eversource. This is all utilities and power companies in general. I've heard scammers impersonating all different power companies. They'll call up. They'll say something's going on with your bill and you need to pay, otherwise your power's getting turned off. There's another scam too, where they actually have you switch to their power company. You don't even realize you're doing it. But the moral of this story is, if anybody calls you claiming to be the power company, same as always, hang up and actually call your company directly. even if it shows the phone number. Many scammers are successful because they use scare tactics and threats, demanding customers act quickly or face serious consequences. They don't give money or personal information. Let's see. These imposters take advantage of the panic someone might feel after hearing with little warning that their power will be shut off in the middle of winter. Yeah, so this type of scam, this is the type of year that the scam picks up, right? Nobody wants their power turned off in the middle of winter. So be suspicious of any phone calls that come in claiming to be from your power company, especially EverSource. This one's warning us about EverSource, but again, they impersonate all different power companies. Scammers often pose as representatives of trusted organizations, including utility companies, to target residents, especially seniors and businesses, in an attempt to obtain personal information or payments. To help raise awareness and protect others from such fraudulent activity, I strongly encourage everyone to report these incidents to their local police department. Tips on how to avoid becoming a victim. EverSource and Dartmouth Police have provided the following tips to help prevent falling victim to scams. Let's see if they got any good ones here. Do not EverSource representatives do not require the use of prepaid debit cards such as Green Dot, MoneyPack, Vanilla, and Reloaded. Right, so there we go with the prepaid cards again. Always a red flag with the prepaid cards. You'll never be asked to pay with services like Bitcoin, ATM, or gift card. Right, so we mentioned that too earlier. Bitcoin ATMs, always a red flag. Representatives will never ask you to meet them somewhere to make a payment. So we haven't talked about this one much, but couriers are actually starting to become more popular. Right, we'll talk about that a little later in the stream. But these scammers are actually sending couriers to pick up money from you. And doing it with a lot of different scams too. Even the grandparent scam, the warrant scam, they'll say, "Hey, we'll have somebody come over and pick up money from you." So yeah, power company doesn't do that. Someone's on the phone claiming to be a power company, wants to come get money from you. It's a scam. Customers should never provide personal, financial, or account information to any unsolicited person on the phone, at the door, or online, even if they seem legitimate. Right? Always do your due diligence. EverSource does not solicit door to door or on behalf or on the phone or on behalf of third party energy suppliers. EverSource employees carry photo identification, right? Field workers wear clothing with company logos and drive company vehicles. If you are scheduled for disconnection due to non payment, you receive a written notice that includes information on how to maintain your service. Refrain from searching online for EverSource's contact information. Use the information found on your EverSource bill. So that's kind of funny that they're warning about that, right? So they're warning about searching online for EverSource's contact information. The reason they would warn about that is because it sounds like there's scammers and fake websites that list fake contact information for EverSource. So people go online, they research how to contact EverSource, and they actually end up calling a scammer. So always go directly to the website who you're trying to contact. Make sure you're on their actual website to get the phone number, or as they recommend, you can actually see it right on your bill. So that's pretty trustworthy. As long as the bill wasn't a fake bill sent in by a scammer. It's always something, right? Couple more headlines to go. Who's with us? Give me a like, give me a heart. See what's up in the chat. Let us know what you want to talk about. Let's see our next headline. Got two more left. It's been a long headlines segment here. Usually we do about half an hour. Have some good ones here. Carolina Beach Police are warning residents of a Duke Energy scam. All right, so this is the same as what we just talked about, except this is a different police station and a different energy company. Huh, that's funny, right? So I'm just saying, they'll impersonate all these different energy companies. So looks like there's a lot of warnings going out. And it's the same deal with this. There's the same warning here. Scammers request payment, threaten to cut off service. And then they warn Duke Energy doesn't accept Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, etc. Right? So it's the same warning. We'll see if they say anything new for us in this, but scammers going to be it's Duke Energy. Scammers say they need immediate payment to avoid disconnection. This is a scam. If you receive a similar call, do not provide any personal financial information. Hang up. Yep. Yeah, so it's pretty much the same scam we just talked about. Let's see, are their tips any different? If it's a pre-recorded voice often referred to as a robocall, be extra cautious. Do not provide any personal info. If we do call you to discuss your account, we will provide information that only you and Duke Energy would know in order to validate that our call is legitimate. That's a terrible tip, unfortunately. I appreciate what they're trying to do, but they said we will provide information that only you and Duke Energy would know. Well, the scammers know a lot about you, and Unfortunately, scammers know more than when more they know more about you than you've forgotten about yourself. That's what I always say. So that's a bad tip. It's meant well, but what happens is these power companies and other companies, they get breached, right? So scammer has access to whatever information they have on you. And then what the scammer does is they use that information to call you, and they'll provide that information to try and get you to trust them. So that's why I don't like this tip where they warn you about, Duke Energy will only have information you would know. But anyway, scammers may instruct you to make payments via prepaid cards, digital payment apps, cryptocurrencies, Cash App, Venmo, Zelle apps, same deal, red flags, right? Debit cards are like cash and the transactions cannot be reversed. That's one of the reasons why they want you to use prepaid card and debit cards, right? Is that you can't get the money back. If you feel pressured for immediate payment or personal information, hang up the phone and call at the number on your Duke Energy bill. Yeah, so this goes back to don't trust who. If somebody calls you, don't trust it. Hang up and actually reach out directly. That's like a number one tip. Now, all right, one more headline to go over. If you just join us, say hi in the chat. Let's see, what is it? Your scam serial killer of the day. Bradenton Police Department warning if you're scam. That's an interesting headline. Scam serial killer. Okay, so let's see what they're talking about here. Bradenton Police Department posts on social media to warn of a serial killer scam being shared. The post below appeared on a Facebook group. The photo is, in fact, of an accused murder suspect named blah, 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 arrested. Everyone around warned. All right. So there's some fake social media post going around warning about a fake serial killer. They got this dude's information and like his pictures and stuff like that. But what's actually going around. Okay. So what's going on here is that they want you to share his post. Like, oh my God, there's a serial killer on the loose. And they want you to share this post and get it around as much as possible on social media. But then the person who created the post does a bait and switch and they edit the post. Right. So this is a bait and switch scam that encourages people to share the post. When enough people share the post, the scammers swap the photo information out for something else, a cheap rental home, right? A rental scam, a sales pitch, donation site, right? So fake donation site designed to defraud people of money or personal information. If you see this post, do not share it. If you've already shared it, delete the post. All right. All right. So you've seen this one before, John. Yeah. Yep. Common red flags shared in a Facebook group, right? Does not come from a legitimate law enforcement agency. So if you're going to share something like this, at least make sure that you're sharing something from a legit source. Includes only a number for location, no contact information for tips, spelling and grammar errors, comments turned off, encourages immediate sharing, i.e., warn others or flood your feeds. Legitimate sources aren't going to provide public safety warnings about serial killers using emojis. That's pretty funny. Legitimate sources aren't going to provide public safety warnings about serial killers using emojis. That's a good tip, right? I want to think that they put emojis in their warnings. Serial killer on the loose, eggplant emoji. Right. Missing teen posts, right? So we'll do that with, same idea. Yep. Very true. All right, cool. So that was our scam awareness headlines of the week. Lots of good stuff there. Went for about an hour on the headlines. All right. If you stuck around for all that, give us a like, click the heart, say hi in the chat. Let us know if you thought it was useful. I always have fun doing the scam headlines. It could get a little crazy, like a virus pop up and fake capture might try to get me, but that's always fun. Murder on the loose, yeah. We'll get started with some common scams. Let's do that in about like 7:10. We'll get started with common scams. I might actually have to run and go make a coffee real quick. Yeah. You go fill up my coffee mug real quick. All right. It doesn't look like there's that many people in the chat right now either. So this is probably a good time to run for my coffee cup. Excellent. Back in 2 minutes. All right. I need to get like a video or hold music to play when we take a coffee break. Hey, Megan, I do need some espresso. Gotta hook me up. Espresso delivery. All right. So, do we want to do red flags or common scams next? I feel like we spent a lot of time on scams during the headlines. So maybe we should do like the red flags. I think I'll do the red flags now, and then we'll jump back into common scams. 'Cause a lot of common scams are ones we already kind of touched on a little bit. So let's mix it up a little bit with some red flags first. And after that, jump into some common scams here. There we go. Red flag emojis. Excellent. By the way, if anybody's just joining us and you don't subscribe to the email list, definitely check it out. Go to scamware101.com and click join mailing list. You can sign up for our email list. It's a free mailing list. Get the latest Scamware 101 announcements directly to your inbox. Get notified when we post new videos. Get reminders about the live streams. And we're putting together a nice weekly scam awareness tip that we're going to be sending out too. So join the mailing list. It's free. Pop in your name, your email, hit join, and just watch out for the activation email. Some people report that goes to the junk folder. So keep an eye out for activation email if you sign up for the email list. I have some good things happening on a scamware101.com website too. We've started building out the scam knowledge base this week. There's not too much there yet, but if you could click in there, you'll see we have a list of about 10 scams so far. You can click on each one. And we'll have a video. If we have a video for that scam, we have the video embedded right there. Got a slide that gives you information about each scam. So we're going to be building that out soon, building it out more. Let's definitely check out the Scamware 101 website, sign up for the mailing list. Some good resources too. We'll be reviewing those later in the stream. And also, you can see our upcoming events listed here as well. All right, let me go get my red flags. My red flags slides ready here. All right, we start at 7:10 in 1 more minute. Anybody just joining us, give us a what's it called? Give us a heart, give us 100. Like what do we call these? Give us a you tell how often I'm watching other people's live streams. I don't even know what to call these things. Give us some emoticons. Anyway, click the heart, subscribe, click like. It'll get some more people in here. Definitely say hi in the chat. Let us know what you want to talk about. If there's any specific scams you want to hear about or any scams you want to tell us about, I would love to hear your stories. I like that, John. Relax and take notes.
Okay, what should the note say?
Oh, wow. My Alexa thought I just talked to her.
To say out loud.
Alexa,
Right?
stop. Wow. That's funny. Alexa started recording me. They're watching. They're watching. All right. 7:10. Anyway, let's get back on topic here. 7:10, we'll go over some red flags. We actually released this video last week about common red flags. Our video covers 5 of them, 5 of the what I consider to be the main ones, but there's many more. So definitely let us know any other red flags that you would use, and we'll include them on our second video because we will do a second video, 5 more red flags in the future. But let us know on the video itself. Go check out our YouTube channel, open up the video, let us know in the video comments the red flags, because that's where I'll check once I go to make the second video. I'll go check the comments and see what people are recommending for other red flags. I give the people what they want. Anyway, let's get started. So some common red flags, right? I mentioned earlier how these victims, they share their stories. And I consider them brave for sharing their stories because, a lot of these victims, they get embarrassed. They're embarrassed that they got fooled. Sometimes people don't talk very nicely about victims. They think that they say stupid things like, if they fell for it, then they deserved it, or not so very nice things. So whenever a victim comes forward and shares their stories, I consider it brave, and I do appreciate them doing that because they're doing it to put something to help others, right? They're sharing their stories so others can learn from the mistakes, and because they're sharing their stories and bravely coming forward, we get to learn about these red flags that were missed. We get to learn how to protect ourselves from falling for the same scams that the victims fell for, right? So there's definitely some common red flags to be aware of. And the first red flag we'll talk about that we cover in our video is actually it's when they direct you. So someone you're talking to, whether it's through a text message or email or a dating website, because they seem to be getting a lot of people on dating websites now. A red flag is when they direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation, right? Scammers love to use Telegram and WhatsApp and third-party chat apps to communicate with their victims, right? It's easier to communicate with victims in other countries, right? So because it's much easier for these scammers to communicate with victims using WhatsApp that are in different countries instead of trying to send text messages and things like that. And it offers more anonymity for the scammer to hide behind, right? Where you get them kicked off, you get scammers kicked off and like phone numbers reported. It's a lot of different services, but it's hard to get them kicked off of these services, these third-party chat app services like Telegram or WhatsApp, right? So that's a giant red flag. If someone sends you a text message, right, like in a wrong number scam, we did a video about wrong number scams. If you get a text message from someone you don't know and they claim that, oh, it was a wrong number, but let's keep talking, now that's a red flag in itself. But a lot of times what they'll do is they'll try to redirect you to WhatsApp. They don't want to keep on talking through text message. They want to redirect you to a chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp. It allows them to communicate with you easier. They can send you videos and pictures, and it helps them run their scam easier on the victims than trying to do it all through a text message. So giant red flag. Somebody you meet on a dating website, right? You're talking to somebody on a dating website and they try to direct you to keep talking through WhatsApp. Red flag. Someone sends you're talking to somebody online. They tell you I got investment tip for you or great cryptocurrency to invest in. They redirect you to Telegram or WhatsApp. It's a red flag. Anytime somebody tries to direct you to one of these services, someone that you don't know personally, someone you're not friends with actually uses it. Any strangers that try to direct you to these apps to talk, it's a red flag. Be aware of it. Do your due diligence. So that's red flag number one. Some examples where this actually gets used, some actual scam examples where these red flags occur, right? So romance scams, like we were just saying, fake dating profiles. They use the fake dating profiles to lure new victims. Then once they have a conversation start with the victim, they'll direct them to WhatsApp to continue the conversation. Right. So watch out for dating profiles. They try to send you to WhatsApp. Wrong number scams, right? I just mentioned this before. Talks with a text message. It starts with a text message probing for victims. And then when people start replying, they get directed to WhatsApp to continue the conversation. All right. So that's a red flag. The wrong number scams. And then the investment scams, like I just mentioned, right? They direct the victim to a Telegram or WhatsApp group to pump up an investment or appear more legit, right? And in Telegram, there'll be a bunch of bots in the group too. So it won't be real people, but it gives this false impression that there's interest in the stock or interest in a cryptocurrency, right? So it's a red flag if somebody's sending you to one of these Telegram or WhatsApp groups. So watch out. And look, any scam, they prefer to do their communicating on a third-party app like Telegram or WhatsApp, right? So it's not limited to just these three examples that I gave. It's not limited to just romance scams, wrong number scams, investment scams. Just any type of conversation you're having with a stranger online that tries to direct you to Telegram or WhatsApp, it should set off alarm bells, right? So you encounter that, do your due diligence, make sure who you're talking to is actually real, and keep that guard up. So that's red flag number one. Trying to direct you to Telegram or WhatsApp to continue a conversation. Our second red flag. Actually, give me a heart and some engagement for red flag number one. There we go. Red flag number two. This one We've probably said it like 10 times already, but people come and go during these live streams. So for anyone that wasn't here earlier when we mentioned it, red flag number 2, they request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM, right? So scammers love this types of payments because easier to move and transfer funds quickly, right? They have victims go out and buy gift cards. They take pictures of the gift cards and send it right over to the scammer, and boom, the scammer has access to the gift cards now. Right? Prepaid cards, same deal. They take a picture, they send it to the scammer, and now they have access to that prepaid card. Cryptocurrency, same thing. As soon as you deposit that currency into Bitcoin ATM, it gets converted and sent over in Bitcoin to the scammer almost instantly, right? So it's a lot quicker than trying to do a bank transfer. Sometimes might take a couple days. They don't want you to pay with a credit card because then you can dispute it later, right? When you find out you've been scammed, right? They want payments in gift cards, prepaid cards, and cryptocurrency because much easier to move the funds quickly, and it's harder for victims to recover that money after it's sent. And we mentioned this earlier about the example we gave about the bank, right? That victim who fell for wiring the money, right? She wired the money, and the bank can't get her back, can't get the money back. And it's the same deal with these gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency. You actually withdraw the cash from the bank and go and purchase these gift cards or whatever. The bank, bank's not going to give you. You withdrew the cash and you spent the money, right? The bank's not going to refund you that money. So scammers love gift cards, prepaid cards, or cryptocurrency. They love sending people to Bitcoin ATMs. So that's one giant red flag. We saw it mentioned in a lot of headlines and examples we were talking about earlier. So red flag number 2 is commonly spotted in a lot of scams, right? They request gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency. The IRS and Social Security scams, right? Scammers impersonate government agencies and ask for payment in gift cards and cryptocurrency. Right? We talked about that earlier. So be aware of that with these tax scams coming up now. Social Security scams tend to pick up during the beginning of the year as changes are getting made, right? So those agencies will not ask you for payment in gift cards or cryptocurrency, like the legit agencies. They don't accept payment in that way. They won't ask you for payment in that way. So if somebody's impersonating an official agency like that and asks for that type of payment, it's a scammer. Hang up on them. Romance scams, right? So scammers will often request gift cards and cryptocurrency from an emotionally attached victim, right? So these romance scams, they think that the victim's sitting there sending gift cards and cryptocurrency to them. And he's showering this person with gifts, but they're being scammed. So don't send money to people that you've met on dating websites that you've never met in person, right? Always meet up with these people first. Bank impersonation scams. Victims withdrew cash from the bank and purchased gift cards as instructed by the scammers, right? This goes back to a phantom hacker scam, right? See, I've been referring to it as a bank impersonation scam. But basically, a scammer calls up, he impersonates a bank, convinces the victim that his money's not safe, a hacker got into his account, or some kind of identity theft going on, and they convince you to withdraw the money and purchase gift cards or send Bitcoin ATM. Those are all red flags, right? So gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, all red flags. Watch out for them. Red flag number 3. Take a sip of coffee first. Red flag number 3, they ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone via text message. Okay. Yeah, this is a very popular one. Basically what they do is a scammer who has your phone number, and they might have it for a bunch of different reasons. Maybe you're selling something online and you listed your phone number, which by the way, you should never list your phone number. What they do is they're trying to create a new account, right, using your phone number, or they're trying to access an existing account that's under your phone number. And to do that, they need to get the code that was text messaged to your phone, right? So what they'll do is they'll try to log into one of your accounts, right? It triggers a text message to your phone, and then they'll tell you, hey, I need to verify your identity. I just sent a code to your phone. Can you let me know what it is? Right? They didn't really send you a text. It really came from your account, right? But you give him the code, and now the scammer has access to your account because you provide him the code, right? And the same deal works with creating accounts, right? A scammer wants to create an account using your phone number, right? They go to create account. It sends a code to your phone to verify your number, right? Scammer's going to say, hey, can you give me that code that I just sent to your phone, right? You give him the code. Now he just created an account under your name. And you think you're just verifying, the victim just thinks they're verifying their phone number with the scammer, right? With someone interested in buying, something they're selling online or whatever, right? But what they're actually doing is they're actually giving the scammer access to one of their accounts that they haven't created, an account linked to their phone. Basically, you never want to give anybody requesting a code that was sent to your phone. You never want to give them the code, right? There's no reason somebody should be asking you to give them a code that was sent to your phone. It's a scam. It's a giant red flag, right? They might be trying to reset your password. Trying to reset your password, a code gets sent to your phone. You give the scammer the code, and you just gave them permission to reset your password without even realizing it, right? So nobody should be sending codes to your phone and then requesting you to give it to them. Giant red flag. Right? It could indicate they're trying to log into one of your accounts, right? And providing a code gives them access. They'd be trying to reset your password. If you provide them the code, they prove it, right? And then there's a Google Voice scam, right? And what happens is providing the code allows your phone number to be linked to a fraudulent Google Voice account, right? So what the scammer is doing is they're trying to create a Google Voice account, which lets them make phone calls, right? They make phone calls using Google Voice, and what they're doing is they're linking it to your phone. So if you turn around and you give the code to the scammer, what you're doing is you just gave them permission to link your phone to that Google Voice account. So now when they're reaching out to people and scamming them, making phone calls to scam people, it can be showing your phone number, right? And that's known as a Google Voice scam. And scammers love it because they can create Google Voice accounts that uses somebody else's phone number. Right? It doesn't trace back to them, and it's very common, right? And the red flag is they're going to send a code to your phone, and you're going to get a text message asking you for that code, right? So don't provide codes to anybody asking them, right? Nobody should be asking you to provide a code that they send to your phone. And the common narrative is they'll say that it's to verify your identity, right? You're selling something online, they want to verify your phone number is real, right? But that's not what's really going on. They're trying to create an account or get access to one of your accounts. So that's red flag number 3. Red flag number 4. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. This has become very common over the years, right? They used to just get whatever information they wanted from you. Like they used to just trick you into providing it over the phone, right? Or clicking on a link and entering it. But these guys, they just strip. They're on the phone with you and they'll just try to connect to your computer, right? Because once they're on the computer, it's like you just gave them the keys to the house. Any passwords you have saved, maybe you saved your passwords in Google Chrome, which is very bad. But if you had those passwords saved, they'll get onto your PC and they'll extract the passwords, right? They don't even need to get them out of you. They just extract them. They're on your PC. They have access to your files. They can encrypt your files and hold them for ransom, right? This happens a lot to companies, but it also happens to individuals. You know, they'll get access to your files and encrypt them and blackmail too. You know, they have access to your pictures. If there's any personal stuff in there. They have access to it all, right? So they might encrypt your files and demand a ransom from you to get your files back. They might use your other sensitive files to blackmail you, right? And also, once they're on your PC, they'll attempt to access your online banking websites. And what they'll do is you're on the phone with them and they're on your PC. They'll actually feed you some narrative like, hey, I need you to log in to your online banking websites. They'll tell you, going back to that phantom hacker narrative, they'll say someone's got access to your banking accounts. We need to log into your banking websites and confirm, you know, if there's any suspicious activity. So there you are thinking you're talking to a bank or someone legit. You let them on your computer and you're literally opening up each of your banking websites, giving them access to your banking websites. So they love to get onto your computer. Saves them a lot of time. It's a shortcut. They get on your computer. They have access to a lot of stuff like instantly, right? So it's a red flag if someone wants to connect to your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Hey, Debbie, thank you for joining the chat. And there's many common scams that this is built into the scam. One of the scams we're going to talk about in more detail later is a tech support scam. And that's this type of scam. It's terrible. The nightmares I've seen from some of these folks that fall for these fake tech support scams, because these scammers are ruthless. They will clear out everything. They don't just clear out one bank account. They have you log into each one and they'll drain you one by one. They do not stop. But anyway, I don't want to get off topic here. Red flag number 4. They ask to connect to your PC to assist or investigate an issue, right? And some examples of scams that those actually get used in, it's part of this scam playbook now. Fake virus alert or tech support scams. Okay, it's super important to know about this scam. We did a video about this scam. It is on our YouTube channel, right? So check out that video later if you haven't seen it yet. But what these fake virus alert scams, you'll be browsing the internet, right? Minding your own business. And out of nowhere, you get a pop-up. It says you got a virus on your computer, right? And it says, call this number immediately, right? And people, they get the pop-up, they freak out and they call the number. They think they're talking to a tech support agent, but they're actually talking to a scammer. They call that phone number, it connects them to a scammer. First thing the scammer does is ask to connect to your PC, right? Red flag. Don't let them on your PC. And the scam is really clever because you're calling the number thinking it's tech support. It's not even like they're calling you. So it's almost like you put your guard down because you're calling. So you put your guard down, right? But you don't realize you're actually calling a scammer, right? So you got to watch out for these fake pop-ups that say you have a virus, right? That's known as a tech support scam. A real virus alert, it won't have a phone number for you to call, right? If it has a phone number to call, that's your warning sign as far as tech support scams go. Again, we'll talk about that later on in the stream. I have tons of screenshots and examples of that to share, but that's definitely an important one to be aware of. But again, the main red flag to keep in mind is they're going to try to connect to your computer. You don't let them, right? Fake order scams, right? They impersonate customer support, assisting you with disputing an order, right? And what they'll do is they'll ask to access your computer so they could like look at your order history or whatever. They'll give you some reason, right? But there's no reason to give access to your computer or something like that. All right, so fake order scams, you think you're talking to customer support and they'll ask to access your computer. Don't let them. Fake fraudulent activity. This kind of goes back to that whole phantom hacker narrative, right? They're impersonating an agency, investigating fraud to gain access to victims' PC. That goes back to that narrative. They reach out to you. They claim to be from the bank or they claim to be an agency investigating fraud. And they tell you, someone's gotten into your bank account. Someone's stolen your identity. Someone's gotten into your bank account, right? And they'll ask to connect to your PC. And once they're connected, they'll start telling you that they're in everything. They'll have you open one bank account, one online banking website, and they'll say, "Oh, there's a hacker in there. You need to transfer your money out. Let's check your other accounts." And you open up another one. "Oh, there's a hacker in there. We need you to transfer the money out." And they'll have you open every single account you have and transfer the money out. But they'll do this. They'll impersonate an agency. They'll either impersonate the bank or they'll impersonate like a government agency investigating fraud, right? And part of that whole narrative is they ask to connect your PC. Again, once they're connected, they got the keys to the house. You have no idea what they're installing on your PC, right? Once they're connected, they can install something on your PC. They can have access forever. You won't even realize it, right? So red flag, don't let these scammers connect to your PC. We'll talk more about some of these scams later on in the stream too. Okay. Move on to our next red flag here. But anybody that's just joining, right? Click the heart, say hello to the chat, let us know what you hear and what you want to hear about. By the way, anybody just joining us, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We always appreciate more subscribers. It definitely helps. All right. And also you can visit our website and join our mailing list. Lots of good stuff. We send out on the email. So just go to scamaware101.com and click join mailing list. All right, and then here, just pop in your name, your email. Just make sure to look out for the activation email. We always want to make sure that the email address is real. So we send out an activation email. Anyway, let's get back to the red flags here. Red flag number 5. And this is the last one on our list for now. Oh, thank you, Debbie. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, if you join the email list too, we send out like weekly scam awareness tips too, just to kind of make you aware and remind you of certain scams that are going around. So definitely join the mailing list. We got some good stuff that we send out there. Red flag number 5, they request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. Yes. Okay. So this is a huge red flag and it's used a lot in many different scams, right? So it's very common for scammers to ask for confidentiality, right? They don't want you to discuss the situation with other people because they know that if you talk to, the more people you talk to, the more likely you'll be told that it's a scam, right? So these scammers don't want you to talk to people. Here's let's put the link to the mailing list in the chat. There you go. All right, so that's red flag number 5. They ask for confidentiality or keep a matter secret. And some examples some specific examples of scams that they'll do this in. And again, not limited to these scams. They do it for a lot of other scams, but some specific ones where they'll ask for confidentiality, right? You have the grandparent scam. And again, this is one scams we'll be talking about more in a little bit, but the grandparent scam is the one that they say a relative has been arrested or needs money, right? What they'll do is on that scam, they'll tell you, they'll say, your relative is embarrassed. Your son or daughter who got arrested is embarrassed though and asks you not to tell anybody, right? Well, what they're really doing is they don't want you to hang up the phone and call anybody. They don't want you to call someone or they don't want you to hang up and like try to reach out to the relative. They want you to keep it secret, right? They want to keep you on the phone and they don't want you talking to anybody. And as part of that grandparent scam, part of that narrative is, oh, they're embarrassed. They're embarrassed. Please don't tell anybody, right? Investment scams. They'll tell you it's an inside tip not to share it with anybody, right? Or maybe the price is just for you. Don't tell anybody about the price. Okay. They don't want you talking to anybody about the investment scam because they might point out that it's a scam, right? Inheritance scams. They mail letters impersonating law offices regarding inheritance. That's right, actual letters. Because the scammers, they didn't forget about the postal service, right? They do send out scam letters. And in these inheritance scams, which I have an example of those letters. Hopefully, we'll get to it a little later. I'll share an example of the letter. But those inheritance scams, the letter will usually request confidentiality at the end, right? Hey, Ruth, welcome to the live stream. Oh yeah, celebrity impersonation, crazy right now, crazy. We talked about these last week. Last week we shared a story about somebody that fell for a Keanu Reeves impersonation, right, and lost all our money. And then someone else fell for Johnny Depp impersonation. So yeah, celebrity impersonation is crazy right now as far as scams go. Can't trust anybody on social media when they're reaching out to you, claiming to be celebrity. Yeah. But back to red flag number 5, confidential or secret, right? Red flag number 5, they want to keep things confidential, ask you to keep it secret. Another example is a fake fraudulent activity, right? Right. So we're going back to that whole phantom hacker narrative. Impersonates the agency investigating fraud and requests confidentiality, right? So you're thinking, so why would they request confidentiality? Well, what they're going to do is they tell you that there's an investigation going on. There's identity theft happening right now. We're doing an investigation. We're doing an investigation with the bank, right? And they'll tell you not to tell anybody. You might put the investigation at risk, right? So don't talk to anybody about this. We can't have anybody finding out about the investigation, right? You might be interfering with an investigation then if you do, right, to try to scare you, right? But the whole point is they just don't want you talking to other people because if you talk to other people, they might point out it's a scam. One example I heard about is this is one of the victims, right? She was tricked to go to the bank and withdraw money. But the scammer told her that if the person at the bank, if the bank teller asks why you're withdrawing the money, they'll say, don't tell them that you were advised to because they might be under investigation. We don't know if they're the ones that have anything to do with identity theft. So you can't say anything to them. They can't know about the investigation, right? That's kind of like the narrative they say. When in reality, they just don't want you to tell someone at the bank because some of the banks can say, hey, actually, that's a scam, right? But that's the red flag when they ask you to keep things confidential or secret. And they might have a convincing reason, right? But that's all part of the scam, right? So red flags. Asking you to keep it confidential or secret, they should set off alarm bells. All right. Let's definitely be aware of those. So for anybody who just joined in, maybe you didn't see the red flags that we started going over from the beginning. So it's real quick. Here's a quick summary of the 5 red flags that we just talked about, right? Red flag number 1, they direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation, right? So that's always a red flag. They direct you to a different chat app. You set off alarms. They request payment, gift cards, prepaid debit cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at Bitcoin ATM, right? Definitely a red flag. Be aware of that. Anybody requests you to pay in gift cards, prepaid cards, and wants you to go to Bitcoin ATM, unusual payment methods, always a red flag, right? They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone via text message. It's a red flag, right? They're trying to create an account or access one of your accounts, and they're trying to get you to provide a code that allows them to do it. So no one should ever be asking you for a code that was sent to your phone. Right? That's a red flag. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue, right? They might say there's a virus on your computer. They might say they're checking your accounts for suspicious activity. Don't let them connect to your PC. Right? That's all part of the scam. It's one of the worst things you can do is let them onto your PC. It's like giving them the keys to the house. And red flag number 5, they request you keep the matter confidential or secret, right? So watch out for those red flags. They often indicate that you're talking to a scammer. But we did a video about this one too. So let us know any other red flags. Go check out the video. Let us know in the comments any other red flags. I'll include them on part 2 I do of red flags video. It's funny, Debbie put. Debbie put, "I'm the old lady warning, and they don't listen and get scammed." You know what? You gotta keep warning though. Gotta spread awareness. Right? Everybody thinks they're invincible. You know, they're not gonna come after me or I'm too smart, right? But then I always say you can't underestimate these scammers. They do this for a living. They do it for a living, right? And you're up against like they're like the salespeople from hell, right? They'll lie, cheat, steal. They'll say whatever they need to do to get what they want from you, and there's nobody stopping them. They have teams of people. They work together, right? They have the technology to make their phone numbers look like the real phone numbers. You can't underestimate these scammers and the tricks that they're using. You know, but I love to hear that you're warning people. I don't like to hear they don't listen, but it's good that you're warning people. Make sure you should warn them how. One of the things that I mentioned earlier. I don't know if you were here or not yet, but these scammers, they'll make the phone number on the caller ID appear to be whoever they're impersonating. So they'll call up, they'll be impersonating a police station, and the caller ID will actually show the police station's caller ID. Right? Banks, they call up impersonating banks, and the caller ID will actually show the bank's phone number. Right? So these victims will think, okay, well, the caller ID shows the right number, right? So it must be the bank or it must be the police, but it's not. It's a scammer. So people need to know they can't rely on the caller ID as a way to verify. Right? They need to know that they can't trust that. So definitely spread that info around. There's a lot of scams that we're hearing about now. Like we just went over the headlines. We always start off these live streams with going over the headlines, and they always mention somebody that they thought they were talking to their bank because the caller ID said they were, and that was a scammer. So anyway, that was red flags. 5 common red flags. Thank you to everybody who's participating in the chat. I see you talking. Awesome. Give us a like, click the heart, subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't yet. Love it. All right. Common scams. Yeah. Unthrow packet. All right. These are all good ones we could talk about right now. Okay. So common scams. We'll just start with, these are going around a lot right now. When I say common, I mean like super common. All week long, I usually get these reported to me. All week long, I got people sending me messages like, "Hey, I just got this text message telling me I got delivery," or "Hey, I just got this text message telling me that there's a toll due that I need to pay." All right. So let's start off with the undeliverable package scam. So this one always picks up during the holidays, and it seems to be targeting people mainly by text message and email. And I'm going to bring up some examples here. And how this scam works is the scammer sends you a text message or an email that says they're impersonating UPS, FedEx, USPS, and they tell you, they have a package that was undeliverable. Right? There's something wrong with your address, so they couldn't deliver a package to you. And the text message will say, click this link to resolve the issue. Right? But the USPS, FedEx, UPS, they don't send text messages like these. Right? It's a scammer. What happens is if you click on that link, they're going to ask you to pay a small fee for redelivery. Right? Like they'll say like $2, $3 to have your package redelivered. Right? It's not real though. Right? If you enter any of your billing information that you enter, it's actually forwarded to a scammer. The scammer gets any credit card information you enter, any banking information you enter, any personal information you enter. It's a fake website, right? And that scam is all initiated by a text message or email claiming you have an undeliverable package. I have a bunch of examples I'm going to show you of those text messages and emails. And they pick up a lot during the holidays. They always pick up towards the end of the year and the beginning of the year because everybody's expecting packages, right? And even if you're not expecting packages, somebody might have sent you a package as a Christmas gift or something. So it's not too far fetched to think, oh, maybe there's a package that was undeliverable, right? And scammers know this. So the end of the year and beginning of the year, they're always hitting people with these fake text messages about undeliverable packages. And there's many different versions. There's many different versions, right? So let's start off with, let me show you some of these examples. All right, so here's a text message from USPS, not really from USPS, right? Due to invalid address, you have a package that needs to be delivered, but it has been suspended due to incorrect delivery address. If you do not update your address before 24 hours, your package will be returned to sender to delivery your package. So you just follow like grammar issues and things like that. Please update your address by clicking the link below. And that links to a fake website that's going to try to get you to enter personal information. Another example, USPS packages arrived at the warehouse, cannot be delivered due to incomplete address information. Please confirm your address and link within 12 hours. It's got another link, right? So they're impersonating the United States Postal Service, but it's not, it's a scammer. And you look at that link, it's a very weird, funky link too. But they'll put USPS in the link to try and make it seem more legit, right? But it's not. Again, FedEx, UPS, USPS, they don't send text messages out like these. So if you get text messages like these, it's a scam. This is actually one that was sent directly to me. And I thought this one was interesting because what this scammer did is they actually started a group chat. They started or a group text message, right? And they called it USPS. They named the group that. This way, when it came in, when I received it, it was titled up top USPS. So I guess, they do this to maybe convince somebody it's more legit. Somebody sees, oh, wow, it says USPS at the top. This must be for real, right? But it's not. It's part of the scam. Since the package does not have a house number, the package transportation is interrupted. Please update, right? And then they include the link to the fake website. The other thing that this scam does, it will send you a text message with an attachment, right? So the link that they're sending, it won't be in the text message itself, but the attachment that they included will have a link in it, right? So you get this text message, you'll open up the HTML file that's attached. By the way, you should never open attachments from somebody you don't know. Even somebody you do know, be suspicious. You don't know if somebody got on your account or not. But anyway, if you open up this attachment, it'll have a link to the fake website claiming to pay for redelivery. Okay, and this example shows an HTML attachment, right? But we also have an example that shows a PDF attachment too. Right, so this example has a PDF attachment. It was same deal. If you open it up, it's gonna have a link to the fake website asking you for payment. This is just an example of this scam, but that rule of thumb goes for any types of texts and emails that you get. If you don't know who they're from and you weren't expecting it, don't open the attachments, right? Because attachments, right off the bat, they could be a virus, right? I mean, you're lucky if it just takes you to a website. You open an attachment, it could have been a virus that infects your device or PC. So never open attachments from people you don't know or weren't expecting, especially if they're in these text messages claiming you have a package that's undeliverable. Again, FedEx, UPS, all of them, they don't send text messages like these. So it's a scam right off the bat. And something interesting about this scam, I love this story actually. So there was a Wired news article, and this guy, Grant Smith, if that is his real name, his wife actually fell for this text message scam, right? She got the text message about an undeliverable package, right? And she fell for the scam and had her credit card details stolen, right? Well, the husband got angry at that and was like, I'm going to do something about this. And, it sounds like scammers messed with the wrong person. So Mr. Grant Smith, he ended up infiltrating their systems and exposing who's running the scam, or at least in this case, one of the groups running this scam. And he found out some very interesting information about the people running this scam, right? They tracked it down to a Chinese language group, right, behind the Smishing campaign. Smishing is a text message phishing. He actually hacked into their systems, collected evidence, right? So this was a Chinese group that was actually running this scam. Right? And what he found out when he infiltrated their systems, this gives you an idea of how widespread this scam is. right? He said people entered 438,000 unique credit cards, right? So these scammers were able to obtain almost 500,000 credit card numbers from victims, right? And he's found that they were sending out 200,000. Where is it? Well, let's find the. Come on, where'd it go? 100,000. He found that this group was sending out 100,000 scam texts per day, right? So this group is sending 100,000 of those undeliverable package texts out, just random phone numbers, right? 100,000 scam texts per day, right? And they had over 500,000 credit card numbers of people that fell for the scam. So the scam's working. You know, the Chinese group that's running this scam is making money, fooling a lot of people, and you need to watch out for it. But I do love the story how his husband got fed up and he actually infiltrated the scammer systems and found out all this information about them. But that's only one group, doing this scam. Who knows how many other groups are doing this scam? Like that one group alone had almost 500,000 credit card numbers from victims. So it gives you an idea about how widespread, how lucrative, some of these scams are for these groups. And just to show you an example too about what some of these fake websites might look like for this undeliverable package, I got two examples. So here's the first example, right? It'll take it to a fake website, and it'll look legit. It'll look like a real USPS website, right? And it'll have a made up tracking number here, and it looks like, oh, okay, this looks real, and you enter in your private information, But if you do that, it gets sent to a scammer. It gets sent to that Chinese group or whoever else is running this scam. And there never was a package. There's no package. So this is one example of what the website would look like. Here's another one. In this case, they're asking for $3 for a redelivery. They use USPS in the website name just to appear more legit. They throw a logo on there. But again, USPS, UPS, FedEx, they don't send text messages like these. It's a scam. And they're warning about these on their website. Lots of people are falling for these. So there's warnings on each of their websites that they don't send text messages like these. All right. So watch out for that undeliverable package scam. It's very popular right now. Very, very popular. That's the text message version that I just showed you of this scam, but there's also the email version of this scam. Let me show you a couple examples of this email version. Now, we were the first to expose this version of the scam, actually. Scamaware 101, we were the first to expose this email version of the scam that I'm about to show you. It picked up right before Black Friday, and nobody else was reporting on this version of the scam, right? So this version, the email version, it claims that you have a package that was undeliverable, right? But instead of asking you to pay for redelivery, what this scam does is they offer you a compensation gift, right? So this email, this is a real email. It came November 16th. We received this email, right? And again, nobody else was reporting on this version of the scam where they offer a compensation package. We created a video and everything, got it uploaded and shared it immediately. And a week later, all the websites that this scammer was using was taken offline. So, but I'm proud of that moment. We were the first to expose this version of the scam and get a video put out there and warn people. But anyway, so this is the version of the FedEx email. The package is delayed, right? And then there's a button that says they're offering you a compensation gift, right? Same exact version of UPS email, doing the exact same thing here. We received this a week later on November 22nd, right? So this was going around. This scam was hitting hard during Black Friday, right before Black Friday and during the holidays. Right? And this is the same deal. It says UPS, sorry for your package delayed, get your compensation now, right? But if you click get your compensation now, it's actually going to take you to a fake website. All right, and here's 2 screenshots here's the one. It's got FedEx, sorry, your package, a little sorry thing impersonating FedEx, right? And a compensation button again. Same deal for UPS. If you clicked on the UPS one, brings up a fake website, UPS logo, all that. Same deal, get your compensation now, right? So this version of the scam, it actually combines 2 variations of a scam, right? You have the undeliverable package scam, right? But then it kind of evolves into this fake retail website scam. Because what happens is when you click one of these links, it actually takes you to a fake retail website offering these gifts, which is why I have fake retail websites as our second common scam to go over. Right. So watch out for those undeliverable package emails, undeliverable package texts. They're fake, they're scams, whether they want you to pay for redelivery or whether they want you to get a free compensation package. The scam, don't trust it. They're not real, right? But the fake retail website scam, I'm going to use the ones as an example from the UPS emails, the FedEx emails I just showed you. The fake retail websites, how these work is they'll offer you products just for the cost of shipping. A lot of times they'll say pay for shipping and you'll get this free product. And in the case I just showed you, the email for FedEx, if you clicked it, this is a screenshot of one of the websites it would have taken you to. Right? You can see at the top it's got the Black Friday banner, right? Because they were sending out the scam hard during Black Friday. And you can see as part of the scam, they're saying you're going to get $175 pair of headphones, right? If you just pay shipping for $8.95, which is a scam, right? If you put in your credit card number, what's interesting about this one, if you put in your credit card number, it will bill your credit card number for shipping, right? That's all part of appearing legit and real. So you won't even think twice as, oh, okay, they billed me for shipping. Great, I'm going to get my headphones in the mail, right? The headphones never arrive, and now scammers got your credit card details. And they were offering all sorts of compensation products, right? They had headphones, a portable heater, right? Here's one for a portable heater, same deal. Here's one for earbuds, $175 value, pay $8 for shipping, right? These are all fake. And these fake retail websites, the scammers will get you there in a lot of ways. So the example I gave was, the email, right? You click to get your free compensation email, whatever. But it could just been a straight up email saying special offer, get earbuds for cost of shipping, right? So they'll target you with fake emails offering this, and then they link to these fake retail websites. They'll use Google ads or ads on social media to direct you to these fake websites. All right. So always be suspicious of any offers that sound too good to be true. Right. Especially it's very common for them to just offer, pay for shipping and get this $100, $200 item. Right. And very unlikely. Right. And it's a common scam that gets used to get you onto these fake retail websites and providing your credit card information. Always picks up during the holidays, Black Friday, Christmas, all that. Goes on all year round, but it definitely picks up during the holidays. So if you're ordering something online or you're seeing an offer like this, do your due diligence. Go check if anybody else has seen the offer, right? Go check reviews, see if reviews are getting reported, like good reviews, right? Having no reviews is almost as bad as having bad reviews, right? Because these sites were just put up, they were brand new. So they were just put up and there were no reviews on them. So that's also a sign there's no reviews or anybody talking about other sites. So if you're going to purchase something, you think again, too good of a deal, right? Look into it a little bit. Research the website, see what other people are saying, try to avoid getting scammed. So that's that's a fake retail website scam. Just joining us, click the heart, see what's up in the chat. Tell us what you want to hear and talk about. Road toll scam, extremely common right now. This one's actually picking up even more. So these fake road toll scams. Let me bring up an example here. We did a video on this. I think we got to the scam early because the video actually didn't get a lot of views, and it's been getting more and more media attention now as the months pass. This scam is becoming more and more popular. So definitely check out our video on these road toll scams. But let me explain what these are and how they work. And these typically pick up during the holidays, but this one's still picking up now. Like all week long, I have people sending me versions of these messages that they're getting. So how these unpaid road toll scams work is you'll get a text message or an email, and it'll claim that you have an unpaid road toll, right? And these pick up during the holiday because the scammers figure people are traveling a lot for the holidays, right? And here's an example of one of those text messages right? And these text messages, they impersonate all the different services. Okay, they're impersonating. Let me bring it up here. Right, they're impersonating SunPass. They're impersonating Peach Pass. They're impersonating Quick Pass. They're impersonating Good to Go. They're impersonating Easy Pass. They're impersonating the North Texas Tollway Authority. They're impersonating Drive Easy Maryland. They're impersonating Fast Track, and they're impersonating Drive Easy Massachusetts now too, because those are all getting reported. Basically, any toll service, any Department of Transportation toll service, these scammers have been impersonating now in text messages. All right. And what they'll do is you'll get a random text message and it'll say you have an unpaid toll due, right? And the toll will be something, it'll say like $6, right? But they try to scare you by saying if you don't pay, you're gonna get charged $64, right? So people think, okay, let me go pay this toll, no big deal, whatever, $6, let me go pay this toll, right? They click the link, takes them to a fake website, right? And now they're providing their billing information and personal details to a scammer, right? So this is the unpaid toll invoice, right? And something changed with this scam recently. And what I mean by something changed with this scam is how the text messages, what they say has changed. And it's because we read last week that a Russian group is now pushing this scam. And right around that time, the text and the messages started changing too. So that's why I think we saw the scam pick up even more after the holidays, is because this Russian group just got in on it now too recently. But let me show you some more examples of these, because we have examples for all these different states. They're targeting all 50 states. They're impersonating all the different Department of Transportation, right? Here's a Florida SunPass one. In fact, anybody watching, let me know in the chat where you're watching from. Maybe I'll have some examples from the state you're actually in. But here's a Florida SunPass, right? Our records indicate unpaid toll invoice. To avoid additional charges, $75, pay to $7 by clicking here, right? And they register a fake website with the word SunPass in it, just to appear more legit. But if you click that link, it's going to be fake. They steal your information, right? Get some more examples. Illinois tollway. We received an outstanding toll amount of $12. To avoid a late fee of $50, click this link, right? Fake website. New Jersey, my home state. Recent trip to New Jersey toll point has incurred an extra $4 charge. To avoid late fees, click this link, right? Put the word New Jersey in a link. You can put Easy Pass in a link, make it sound legit, but it's not. It's fake. They will steal your information. There's a Jersey one for you, John. Debbie, I'm glad you mentioned that one. We don't usually talk about the parking scams, but we did mention that one last week. Yeah, parking scams are starting to become more popular too. New York toll services, right? We have received unpaid toll invoice for your vehicle. To avoid a charge of $150, pay $5. Right, so they're really pushing that scare tactic hard there. Then they link to tollsbymailny.com, which is a fake website. All right, a couple more to show you. North Carolina. All right, and then they have a fake website, Quick Pass in the name. Ohio, same deal. Outstanding toll charge, late fees of $70, well, $69.99. Pennsylvania Turnpike Toll Services. Our records indicate that your vehicle has an unpaid toll invoice. To avoid additional charges of $86, please sell your balance, $8. All right, so that's all fake. Everybody knows somebody in Jersey. Virginia Toll Services, right? So the target people in Virginia. The last one here we got is Washington. Right, Washington, my good to go toll services. Our records indicate that your vehicle has an unpaid toll invoice. To avoid additional charges of $66, please sell your balance, right? And then you got a fake website, mygoodtogotoll.com. Right. So these unpaid toll text messages, they're picking up a lot. Some of the more recent examples, what they'll do is they'll ask you to reply to the text message to activate the link. Because what happens is these iPhones will disable the link by default, right? But if you reply to the text message, then it enables the link. So what these newer versions of the message, they ask you to reply to the text message. And that actually works two ways for a scammer, right? First, they get a reply and they know that somebody actively reads the text messages. right? So you don't want to reply to it either, right? And then they have a link that you could click to give away your personal information. So even if you didn't click the link, just replying to the text message, like when it asks you to reply, that's bad because that enables the link and it also tells the scammer, hey, this person actually reads the text messages that we send, and they'll add you to a list to get more text messages and more scams. Some people like to mess with the scammers and reply back and like say like not today, scammer, right? But you don't realize you're actually letting the scammer know it's an active line. So I always recommend don't even reply, to these text messages, right? Certainly don't click on any links. You know? And just as an example, since the last example here was the Washington one, here's an example of one of the websites it would take you to. Here comes the SOL. Hey, I remember that name from last time. I remember you on our last live stream. Thanks for joining again. Thanks for joining and commenting. Appreciate it. This is an example of what one of the websites would look like for the Washington good to go text message, for example, right? If somebody clicks that link, it's going to take them to a website. Looks pretty legit, right? It's got the logo, it's got their colors, it's like it looks pretty legit, and it has information that was in a text. But the thing is, that's the same information that's in every text. Every text is sent out is going to say $6.67, right? So these are little tricks they use to try and make it seem more legit, right? But you click payment, it takes you to the next page, right? And any information you enter goes to the scammer. So that's part of this whole unpaid toll messages that are going out. I had a couple people report these to me this week, newer version that I think that the Russian organization's been sending out. So watch out for these. If you feel the need to confirm if it's real or not, what you want to do is you want to actually find the organization's website, check on there, or reach out to the organization directly. They don't send texts like these though. Like it's a scam. You're better off ignoring these. If you are going to go look up the like Easy Pass website or whatever, make sure you're actually finding the right one too. A lot of times you'll search on Google and you'll end up on a scammer's website. So, but anyway, watch out for these unpaid toll messages. Extremely common right now. These scams. Like your friends know it too. There are a lot of people travel for the holidays, so they get a message like this and they think, oh, okay, I must have accidentally missed a toll or something, and then they're giving away their personal information to a scammer. One more common scam. It's not as common right now because the holidays kind of come to an end here, but it's good to be aware of. Let me bring it up here. It's a fake gift card scam. Bear with me 1 second. I'm just finding my examples to share with you. All right. So these fake gift card scams, and they could come in a few different ways here. Almost there. In the example I'm going to share, it shows as if a gift card was sent to you by your boss. Some of you might have just fell off your chair laughing at the thought your boss would send you a gift card. But here it is. So in this example, it's an example of like an email that comes in, right? And it says you got a $50 gift card, a Venmo gift card, right? And it says your company has given you an employee rewards card. Activate your card today, right? But if you click activate, it's going to take you to a fake website. It's going to try to steal your personal information or download something bad onto your computer, like a virus, right? So this example just shows a Venmo gift card. It's an email version of this, but scammers are also sending out like postcards, like actual physical postcards to people, right? So people will receive actual letters in the mail. It says, hey, you received a gift card, and it'll say, scan this code, right? You scan the code, you end up being taken to a fake website. Okay. So what you should really do in this case, if you get any emails or anything saying you received a gift card from someone, before you click any links, you should really reach out to that person, just confirm they actually sent you a gift card, right? You get someone that says your boss or family member sent you a gift card, just reach out to them and Now, to say thanks, make sure that's actually real. I actually sent you one. So, so watch out for these gift card scams. So that's 5 common scams that are pretty popular right now and you need to watch out for. Got a bunch more to go over too here. I think it's gonna be a long live stream. We usually wrap up before 9, but I think we're gonna keep on going. We'll see. Because we got a lot more good stuff to go over here. Let's do some snail mail. Gonna do some snail mail scams. A few minutes. Yeah, and then we're gonna do some more common scams after that. All right, cool. This is awesome. Lots of people participating in the chat today, and this is great. Anybody new that just joined, hey, say hi. Let us know in the chat. If you're not subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, always love getting more subscribers, so please subscribe. Also, you can see on my screen, there's the website, right? We also have an email list. And the email list is extremely useful, right? We send you reminders about our live streams. We send tips out, right? And you go to our website, scamware101.com, click join mailing list, right? You can sign up for our email list right there. We'll send you notifications when we upload new videos, send out weekly scam awareness tips. So it's all worthwhile stuff. So I think it's useful. I'm not sending you junk at least, but sign up for the mailing list if you haven't yet. Scamware101.com, click join mailing list. Oh, also, you can follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Blue Sky, Threads, X, Instagram. So definitely follow us on your favorite social media platforms. If you can't find us, we have links right on the homepage, scamware101.com. There you go. There's links to all our social media profiles too. Get started with snail mail in a minute here. Hey, anybody else watching too, feel free to share your stories in the chat. Let us know about scams you heard about, scams maybe you fell for, or scams that you spotted a red flag and prevented, becoming a victim. I'd love to hear your stories and what tipped you off. All right, so let's talk about some snail mail scams, classic postal service scams here. So I have QR code scam listed here. I'm gonna move that to first. We'll talk about that real quick first because we kind of just mentioned that, right? So QR code scams. I just mentioned earlier how if you get like maybe a gift card in the mail, it says scan this code, right? But that was a gift card scam. Still to be aware is a QR code scam, right? And what these QR codes are now is they've kind of become mainstream now. Like maybe a couple of years ago, people didn't realize you could just scan QR codes, but now they're everywhere. Especially since COVID, they started putting QR codes on restaurant menus, right? To go what do you call it? To go hands free. So everybody started to become more familiar with QR codes and how you scan them on your phone, right? Well, scammers take advantage of all new technology. They always find a way to work it into their scams, and now they use QR codes to scam people, right? So basically, you don't want to be running around randomly scanning QR codes all willy-nilly, There's been stories of parking meters, right? They use QR codes now because they have a parking app, right? There's been stories of scammers taking their own barcodes, slapping them on top of the parking meters codes. So when people scan them, they're getting taken to a fake malicious website, right? They're sending out letters, free gifts. You want a free sweepstakes. You want a prize. Scan this QR code, right? And the QR code will take you to a dangerous website, or it'll install malware on your device. So be extremely careful with scanning QR codes, right? if you know where you want to, like, if it says what website you're supposed to go to, you're better off just going to the website directly instead of scanning a QR code. But if you're going to scan a QR code, at least preview where it's going to take you. Usually, when you scan it, it'll pop up and tell you where it's going to take you. Right. So be suspicious of QR codes because all they are is it's the same thing as like clicking on a link. That's exactly what QR codes are. Right. It's just another way to access a link. So it's the same as clicking on some random link that somebody emailed you. Yeah, if you're gonna scan a random QR code, it's the same thing as clicking on a random link. So just be aware of the QR code scams and how they are being used and becoming more popular these days. All right, so I have that under I have that under snail mail scams, which traditional postal service scam, snail mail. Um, Inheritance scam. All right, good. This is the one I mentioned out. We were going to talk about earlier. So when we went over red flags, one of the red flags was requesting confidentiality, right? And one of the examples that I gave was inheritance scams. So this letter right here, I actually received this a couple weeks ago. And this was received by a family member. And this is a real example of a letter that's being physically mailed out as part of an inheritance scam, right? And you can see this letter, right? It's got a fake letterhead. It's got the logo up top. It tries to appear legit. It's got an office address listed and website, and it had a reference number at the top. Okay, the name, right? So it said dear, and then name. It was a real name. It was a correct name of the person that they were trying to reach, right? So same letters being sent out to probably hundreds of thousands of people. It's just with a different name being changed for whatever the case. But this is an actual example of a physical letter being sent out as part of an inheritance scam, right? And the story goes that a relative with the same last name, right? You can see right here. In this case, it was Dr. Maria, right, with the same last name, who supposedly died of COVID a few years ago, and now there's an inheritance or a life insurance policy. Okay. Again, I want to point out that it used the correct names, right? The person it was addressing to was the correct name, and the person who died, who they claimed died, had the same last name. It's all part of the story. So someone might read this and think, okay, well, they have some information, right? In this case, they're claiming there's a $10 million life insurance policy. And they're saying, since you share the same last name, you're entitled to this life insurance policy. It's all not true. And then as you read more into it, they got their story here. And the story is this is a law office that's willing to deal with this and take care of all the paperwork and get everything processed on your behalf, right? And they just want to share. They say, we just want to share some of the inheritance as part of it. But what they don't tell you is that there's going to be fees, and they're going to ask you to pay beforehand, right? And that's how they get you. They say that you got to pay a couple $1,000s of fees, and they take that money, and then there is no inheritance. Nobody ever gets an inheritance, right? But in this actual example of the letter, the real physical letter that was received, right, you can see the last paragraph here. This claim requires a high level of confidentiality, right? So there it is. There's a request for confidentiality. And they mentioned confidentiality in here somewhere else too in a letter. They actually mentioned it 2 times in a letter here. Here we are. So right before that, they say, this is 100% risk-free. I do have all necessary documentation to expedite the process in a highly professional and confidential manner, right? So there's 2 references to confidentiality in there, and those should be red flags. Right. So this is an example of a real letter that's being physically sent, to people's mailboxes, has their name on it, and asks for confidentiality. But it's a scam. They'll say you need to pay fees and all these other things first, and that's what they'll steal from you, and then there's never any inheritance. Right. So watch out for this scam. We got this November 29th is what dated. So this scam's like less than 2 months old. It's currently active. So watch out for this example of a snail mail scam. Right. It is sad you can't trust people these days. They actually, the scammers actually prey on you for being more trustworthy. Fake renewal bill. So this one's been going on for years. It usually pops up for, I see it most for people that own like websites and things like that. But these fake renewals bills, let me bring up the example here. So this one was also received last year. Here's a real example. Another family member received it, right? Physical letter. They received it in the mail, and they make it look like a renewal, right? And I mean, it's a legit company. It's a real company, and they have lawyers like making sure that everything, they can't get sued. Like in small print on the back, in very small print, it will say something like this is not a renewal or invoice for services. So they got the small print on there to avoid getting sued. But when you receive something like this physically in the mail, it looks like it's a renewal. It looks like you have a business listing to renew, and they include it. It looks all legit with a make checks payable and detach here and return it with your payment, right? And someone who would see this, that they think like, okay, I got a 12-month listing that I got to renew, but it's not. What they're actually doing is they're just paying for a new listing. Will they ever get it? I don't know, but it's a shady way to trick people into paying for something, right? And I've seen different versions of this. I've seen like this one is a listing, right? They're trying to trick you into buying a listing. You think that you're renewing the listing, right? I've seen other ones where they'll send you a letter for your website name, and they'll make it look like you need to renew your website name. But what you're actually doing is uh, when you make the purchase, you're actually transferring the website to them, right? So you think you're renewing something, but you're actually making a new purchase, and you're letting them transfer website. But anyway, the main point here is you need to be suspicious about letters you get that look like they're renewals. Actually, make sure that it's really something that you have and that you're renewing, because people will see this type of letter and think, okay, well, they mailed me a letter, it must be important, so let me go pay that renewal. In reality, it's just a shady advertisement, right? They're trying to get you to buy a service, and they make it look like it's some kind of renewal or whatever. So watch out for these. And both these snail mail examples, they both happened within a year. So these are very active right now. They are happening. So scammers do use the postal service. It's extremely common still. So, and you know what's fun? I think they actually they're so used to getting scammed online or having to watch out for emails and things like that, that I think that a lot of people, they almost forgot that, like, wait a minute, they still use regular mail too. You know what I mean? Like even Social Security Administration, when they mentioned in their warnings, we'll only contact you by mail, right? Well, scammers going to contact you by mail too, so watch out. Just because you got a letter in the mail, it doesn't mean that it's legit. Still do your due diligence. So that's a couple examples of some snail mail scams that are going around. Watch out for the QR codes that randomly land in your mailbox. Watch out for these inheritance scams. Watch out for these fake renewal bills. How we all doing? Still seeing that counter go up. Got some more people watching. Say hi in the chat. Click the heart. Give us a like. Subscribe if you're not subscribed yet. All good info here. All real legit info. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm just trying to spread awareness. Be selling stuff soon because we got to stay in business. But right now, it's 100% spreading awareness. So that's our snail mail portion of this live stream. So next, let's we got some more common scams to go over here. I do want to show you the resources on the website. So like I said, we got a long stream going. I'll go going for at least another hour, I think. Might break our record. So let's talk about these some more common scams. And after that, we'll talk about the resources on the website here. So tech support scams. This is an important one to be aware of. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but we definitely should spend some time on this one. We did a video about this one. It's on our channel. And unfortunately, a lot of older folks seem to be falling for this for this one. Uh, so basically, what a tech support scam is you'll be browsing the internet, mind your own business. You might get an email too, but usually just internet, and you'll get a fake pop up. It might look something like this. This is just a generic version of warning you might get. Right, warning: 5 viruses detected, and call us immediately. And then it gives you an 800 number to call. Right, and this is an example of a tech support scam. If you call that number, you'll actually be connected to a scammer. Right, and like we talked about earlier, that scammer is going to try to connect to your PC. All right, so this is extremely common scam, and the scammers running this one, like when you actually end up calling up and talking to them, they're ruthless. They'll take everything. They'll have you log into every single one of your bank accounts. They'll start telling you all sorts of crazy stuff. They'll tell you hackers are in this account, hackers in that account. We need you to send gift cards. And they don't stop. They'll take everything. Right. So tech support scams. We're going to show you a bunch of examples of these fake pop-ups that you might get. Right, so let's start with a few generic ones. Right, this is the first one. Warning: 5 viruses detected. You'll start noticing they'll have big red letters. They try to get you to act quickly. The list like very scary things like your system crashing, file deletion, theft of personal data, Wi-Fi loss, infections of your other devices. Right, they list all these scary things. They want you to call that number. You should never call some random number that pops up on your screen like this. Never. Some advice I always mention to people is you should have a tech guy, right? You should have your computer guy. You should have the person that you deal with to work on your computer. Maybe it's somebody you work with, maybe it's a family member, maybe it's a local computer shop, right? But you should have a contact for if something goes wrong with your computer, who you're going to reach out to, right? So you get some of these alerts, that these fake virus warnings that pop up. You do not want to just go calling a random number. If you're concerned that it's a real alert, reach out to your computer guy. Take a picture with your phone and text them the picture, right? But don't go calling the number that popped up on your screen, because you will be connected to a scammer. And real virus alerts, they don't have phone numbers to call on them. Right. So this is one example of alert. Here's another example of a generic alert that might pop up as part of these tech support scams. Right. Red letters, warning, check your computer now. Okay. Data exposed. Right. It's a little small on your screen, but it says your credit card details, your email passwords, Facebook chat logs, your private photos. Right. They list all this scary stuff that's been exposed, and that's why I say you got to call this number immediately. You call a number to connect to a scammer. Right. And here's another example of another warning you might get. And this one, you can see the address bar up top. You can see it's just a website pop up. But a lot of people don't notice that, or you don't realize that's what it means. They think it's a real virus alert. Right. So warning: your computer may be infected. This thing says you got malicious viruses and rootkit. Your financial information isn't safe. Right. To remove viruses, call tech support now, and it gives you the number to call. It's fake. It's all fake. This is where we get back to who you're dealing with scammer-wise. These are people that are sitting in a call center, right? It's not like one person doing all this. These people are sitting in a call center waiting for you to call them, and then they can run the scam script on you, right? It's just like any other sales call center. You're going to call up, and they're going to have a script to read. They're going to have to connect your computer, right? So they're waiting for you to call, and people are calling them all day. This is what they do for a living, right? So you get these fake pop-ups. Don't call the number. So those were 3 generic examples, right? And you might be looking at, I would never fall for that, right? You might be thinking, well, we have some different examples for you that you might fall for, right? We have, in this example, now we're getting to the ones that impersonate real antiviruses, right? So I just show you some generic ones that people might fall for. These are the ones that actually look like real antivirus solutions. So in this one, we have McAfee. Right? It's a fake virus pop-up. You can see it's got the web address up top here, right? It's coming from a website, right? But it's made to look exactly like McAfee's antivirus. Right? It has their logo there. It uses the same colors. Your PC has been infected with the virus, right? And it says call McAfee helpline, and it gives you a number. That number is not McAfee's helpline, though. It's going to call a scammer, right? So someone might see this, especially if they have McAfee on their computer and they know they have McAfee on their computer. Someone might see this and think to themselves, "Oh shoot, McAfee's warned me. I better call his helpline." But real McAfee virus alerts don't include a phone number. All right. And if you call this number, you're going to be connected to a scammer. That's another reason why, if you don't know what antivirus you have on your computer, find out. Right. Because if you know you don't have McAfee on your computer, then you see this alert, you know right off the bat, well, I don't have McAfee, this is fake. Right. So it's important to know what kind of antivirus you do have on your computer. This next example, Norton by Symantec, right? So here's another pop-up. And this one impersonates Norton, Symantec, threats detected, big red letters, right? Threats detected, call support. And it gives you a fake number to call. Okay. It's got Norton's logo, Norton by Symantec, and it follows the same theme, right? System hard drive may fail. Do not close this page until it's resolved, right? System critically infected, right? They try to scare you with, scare you. You think you want to call it, hard drive might fail, right? So it's trying to scare you into calling this number, right? But the scammer's going to answer. And this is part of the tech support scam. You're going to call up, they impersonate tech support, they're going to ask to connect to your computer, and then it's done. Do not want to let these people on your computer. And the next two examples impersonate Windows Defender, right? So this looks like a Windows Defender pop-up, right? Security warning, access is being blocked. It says your following data has been compromised. It says your email has been compromised, your banking password, everything you get everywhere, your Facebook's been compromised, right? It tries to scare you into calling these people. It's got a fake phone number. It says it's Windows support, but it's a fake phone number. You call a number, you connect to a scammer. So and here's another one that also impersonates Windows Defender. And same deal. Tells you detected spyware. Tells you to call this number. It's got Microsoft's logo. Right? It looks pretty real. But call it number, you connect to a scammer. And a couple more examples for you. Think about this scam, right? It doesn't matter what type of device or computer you're using, right? It doesn't matter if you're using your desktop, you're using a Windows computer, you're using an Apple computer, Mac, right? Maybe you're on your phone browsing, right? You're using an Android device, you're using an iPhone, right? They're all vulnerable to these pop-ups. And the pop-up will be related to your device, right? The pop-up knows that it has detection in there, right? If you're accessing it from Windows PC, it knows the pop-up Windows Defender. If you're accessing it from your iPhone, it knows the pop-up Apple, a fake Apple one, right? So don't go thinking that you're safe from this type of scam if you're on an iPhone or Apple computer, because I have some examples here that target those devices, right? So in this example, right, it's targeting Safari. It has the Safari logo here, right? Virus found, big red letters. Your Mac computer has 13 infections, right? And it follows the same thing. Data at risk, your credit cards, your email password, your Facebook, your private photos, your webcam could be accessed, right? But technicians are standing by to provide you a free diagnosis, right? And call a number. So someone on a Mac is as vulnerable as anybody else to this. You call that number to your impersonate tech support, you try to get on your computer. This next example too is one person's Apple Care, right? They got the Apple logo there. Same deal, big scary pop-up, right? Mac OS is infected with viruses. Call this number. Please call Apple support, right? But it's not really Apple support. It's gonna be scammers. Neither is safer than the other. They're all vulnerable. Let's see what John says. And his third example, again, it's got the Apple logo. Mac OS is infected with spyware and other malicious applications. And it says call the Apple helpline. It has a number, but it's not the Apple helpline. It's going to be a scammer. Connected to a scammer sitting at a data center waiting for you to call. So this is a tech support scam. Been going on for a while. People are still falling for them like crazy. And I think mentally the trick is like people let their guard down if they call a number. So like they think of themselves, I'm calling the number, right? And then they let their guard down. But that's one of the genius things about this type of scam, right? They trick you into calling a number. You let your guard down, and then you're in trouble, right? So don't fall for these tech support scams. Again, some of the horror stories I've heard about these, right, is that it's usually older people falling for these, right? Because they get worried, right? They get the scary pop up about their computer being infected, and they call the number. So don't be a victim, right? We did a really good video on this. Definitely check out the video on our YouTube channel. So that's a tech support scam. Watch out for them. Good answer, John. Good answer. The next scam we'll talk about. It could be a wrong number scam. We did a video about this scam, and it actually went viral. It was our first and only viral video so far. But we got almost 98,000 views. We're almost at 100,000 views on that wrong number scam video. But it gives you an idea about how popular the wrong number scams are. Let's see. Let me bring up some examples for you. If you're just joining us, give us a heart in the chat. Say hi. Let us know what you're here for. If you want to hear us talking about any scams specifically or share any stories, let us know in the chat. So wrong number scams. Okay, so the point of a wrong number scam, and a lot of you might get text messages, right, with wrong numbers. A lot. You might not realize what's going on. You might be asking yourself, why do I get so many wrong number text messages? Okay. Well, I'll tell you why I get so many wrong number text messages, because it's a scam. And how the scam works is the point of a wrong number scam is to find victims, right? The end scam isn't the wrong number part. The wrong number part is they're trying to find victims. And once they find victims who reply to that wrong number text, then they proceed with their other scam, which maybe it's an investment scam or a romance scam, a pig butchering scam, right? But to get the conversation initiated, to find new victims, they'll use the wrong number scam. And how a wrong number scam works is you'll get a random text message, and it could literally be anything. They could literally initiate these wrong number scams by sending you anything, right? Like, here's an example. Excuse me, is this Emma? Right? The goal is they want you to reply back and say wrong number. Okay. Right? They can start saying, is this Emma? Right? Hi, Anna, I'm Josie. Right? So naturally, we were talking about how you always got to be suspicious. You can't trust people. Right? And it's true, because I think a good person would want to reply, hey, wrong number. You don't want to leave a wrong number, right? You just want to be nice and if you're at least be kind of the person, know they got a wrong number. But that's what the scammer wants you to do, right? That's why they're sending these text messages. They want you to reply, right? Because once you reply, at the very least, when you reply, they now know it's an active number. They now know you're reading it. They now know you replied to text messages, right? And they might sell you the information now, right? Because now your number is more valuable. They could sell it as a confirmed number. Someone on the other end reads them. Somebody on the other end replies, right? So at the very least, even if the conversation doesn't go any further, just replying and saying a wrong number, you're giving a scam or something, right? And that's what they'll do. They'll send these messages. They'll just say hi. Be just a simple message. Hi, who is this, right? And now that's it. You're looped into this wrong number scam. Okay. So they'll start them off with sometimes they'll say something like, hey, let's meet up with coffee, or hey, so-and-so, I met you the other day at blah, blah, blah. And it'll just be some random thing, right? That's kind of like the beauty about the scam. Any random text message can be sent to start this, right? So anyway, let me give you some more examples of this, right? So I'll show you how some of these scams evolve, right? So someone sends out this message. Right, this is another screenshot one, right? I'm Margaret or Lillian, right? Person replies back, I'm Izzy. It should sound wrong number, but it's Izzy, right? And they say, I'm really sorry. I think I made a mistake between your number and Lillian's number when saving a number. I hope I didn't disturb you, right? The scammer replies back like, oh, I'm so sorry. I got the wrong number, right? And you reply, that's okay. It happens, no problem, right? The scammer wants to keep the conversation going. Thank you for your understanding and patience. You're a kind person. I hope you have a good day today. I'm 36 years old. Would you mind telling me your age? Right. So it's been established that's a wrong number, but the scammer's going to keep, they're going to try to learn about you now, right? They're going to ask your age. They're going to ask your location. They're going to ask your name, and they're going to try to deduct what sex you are from your name, right? So a big indicator that you're getting looped into a wrong number scam is if they try to continue the conversation after it's already been established that's a wrong number, right? And again, my advice is don't even reply at all. Don't even reply back to tell them they got a wrong number. Ignore it, right? They'll figure out eventually you got the wrong number if it's real. But 99% of the times, a scammer, you don't even want to reply back. You don't even want them to know it's an active number, all right? But if you did, this is the path that starts going down. Like, they don't stop the conversation after they realize it's a wrong number. They start asking you about yourself. Oh, you're so friendly. Thank you for replying, right? They might try to get you to go onto WhatsApp and continue the conversation, Here's another example. And this one's very common. Have a cup of coffee together sometime. They'll just send it. You get these random text messages. Have a cup. Okay, well, you reply. Who is this? Person replies back. It's my friend Zoe. Yada yada yada. Right? Yeah, wrong number. Right? They try to keep a conversation going. I'm sorry. I thought this was Laura's number. I think I dialed the wrong number. I hope I'm not bothering you. Right? No, it's okay. Have a good day. Whatever. They keep on replying. Thank you for your kindness to my situation. I just realized that I entered the wrong area code. Where are you from? Right? So that's when they start. Where are you from? How old are you? What's your name? Okay. There's no reason for that. You have a wrong number. So, yeah. Right? It's crazy, Deb. Sometimes they get a little creative here. This is my favorite one. I got this. This is one I received, right? Hi, Byron. I'm Jane. So right away, they're doing the whole wrong names thing, right? But they include a picture of a girl, right? So gonna try to get the guys responding a little bit quicker, right? Have you gotten the pictures I sent? Right? Because notice I didn't reply. Those 4 hours went past, right? This came out at 1:58 p.m. I didn't reply. 4 hours later, have you gotten the pictures I sent? Right? It's all part of the scam. They want me to reply back and say, "Oh, you have a wrong number," right? And then she's gonna be like, "Oh, well, you seem nice. What's your name? Where are you from? What's your location?" Right? And this is how they'll sucker people into replying, right? Some guy gets a message like, "Oh, it's my lucky day." Yeah, your lucky day. You're gonna get sucked into a romance scam or an investment scam by replying. All right. So sometimes they'll do this. They'll send you a message. They'll include a picture to try to tempt you to reply. So don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. What's funny is actually when we did this video on wrong number scams, we had a lot of people commenting that they actually got the exact same text message with the same picture. And I was like, I mean, Jane's cheating on me. She's texting you too. So, and here's another example. And this example, so this is a real text that came in while I was in the process of getting this wrong number scam video created, and we got one of them came in. So I was like, you know what? Let me reply back and see where this goes. Right. So scammer sends us a message, says hi. Okay. I just tried to reply back like anybody else would. Right. Hi, who's this? Okay. Scammer replies back. I'm Karina. Are you David? We met last week at Linda's party. You picked this number for me. Right. So they're just gonna give you any story. It could be any story to, oh, I got the wrong number. Right. So reply back, hi, sorry, you have the wrong number. Okay. So I'm basically going along with what they want, because this is what they want you. They want you to reply back to say, who is this? Oh, you have the wrong number. Right. That's why you don't even want to reply at all. Right. Oh my gosh, I checked and found out I entered the wrong area code. I hope this doesn't bother you. That's okay. No problem. Right. Typical response. But you see the format that it follows the same format as the other examples we gave you, right? So probably that's okay, no problem, right? Thank you very much. You are a very friendly and polite person. I hope we could be friends. Nice to meet you. My name is Karina. What can I call you? Right. So here they're asking what my name is, and then when I reply with my name, they're going to try to deduct, what sex I am. Okay. So we had a little fun. We replied back and said Pat, because we figured Pat could be a woman or a guy, right? So let's see where this goes. Let's just gonna say Pat. All right. And they replied back, you have a beautiful name. I am from Malaysia and currently living in Los Angeles. Where do you live? Right. So they asked my name. Right. Now they're asking where I live. And at that point, I just entered the conversation. But I just wanted to use this as an example to show you that it follows the same steps, these wrong number messages. Right. And once it got to the point where once they have my information, right. So they're going to ask your name, right? Because they want to find out what sex you are. They want to find out your location. They want to find out your age. Once they have that information, as part of the wrong number scam, that they have the information, then they're going to decide what type of scam to target you with. Right. So they'll target you with a romance scam now. They'll target you with an investment scam. But they're going to determine what scam to target you with now. And it all starts with just a wrong message, wrong text message scam. They pretend they have the wrong number, but now you're looped into a conversation with them, and now you're a new victim, potential victim that they could target. So watch out for these wrong number scams, right? You get these messages, block the number, report it as junk, and don't reply. And you might be tempted to reply wrong number, but that's what they want. It's a shame because you want to be nice and reply to somebody that if they legitimately had a wrong number, you want to reply and let them know. But scammers take advantage of that. So that's a wrong number scam. Definitely watch out for those, and we did a video on that as well on our channel. So check that out. Anybody just joining us, say hi in the chat. Next one, fake order scam. This one's a good one too. These fake order scams. So what's important to keep in mind about these fake order scams, right now, they're actually targeting, they're extremely popular right now because they're targeting people by phone, they're targeting people by email, and they're targeting people by text message. So you're being attacked from like all directions by these. It's a fake order scam, is what it's known as, right? And what a fake order scam, victims receive a fake notification that an order was made under their account, right? When the victim calls to dispute the fake order, they're connected to a scammer who attempts to steal their personal and financial information, right? So this type of scam works in a similar way that the tech support scam works, meaning they want to get the victim to call them, right? So what they do is they send a fake order notification, right? You'll get a text message. Here's an example of that text message. In fact, is Patricia still on? Because I believe this is matches the same example you sent me the other day when I said, hey, that was that's a scam. But here's a text message that they'll send you for a fake order, right? It says that your iCloud ID was used at a purchase in an Apple store, right? And then what they try to do is they try to get you to call this number immediately to cancel this charge. And the way to scam works, most people are going to say, I didn't place that order. Let me call a number, right? That's the whole point of scam. They want you to think an order was placed, and they want you to call that number and dispute the order, right? So here's an example of the text message. You know, the payment at Apple Store was made, call this number to dispute it. If you call that number, you're going to be connected to a scammer who's going to try to get into your PC and your accounts and run a scam, right? So here's a text message version of that scam. But what I also have here is I actually have 2 phone call recordings that are examples of this scam that I'm going to play for you right now. And if you get these calls, you should consider them a red flag, right? Because what's happening is these robocalls come in. You'll get a call on your phone. It'll say that a purchase was made. In the examples I share, one says a MacBook Pro was purchased for $1,400. The other one says that a PlayStation 5 was purchased, right? But then in both messages, when I'm going to play for you now, it'll say, press 1 to dispute these charges, right? So what's going to happen? You get a phone call. It says that you made this $1,400 MacBook purchase and press 1 to dispute it. Most people are going to react and be like, I didn't make that purchase, and they're going to press 1 to dispute it. They get connected to a scammer, right? And that's how this scam works. They hit you with fake order notifications, whether it's an email, a text message, or a phone call, and the goal is to get you to dispute it, whether it's calling a number or pressing 1 to be connected to somebody, right? So let me play you the recording. The first recording I'm going to play here, I don't know if you could hear it. I usually hold my mic up to the speak window. I'll find a better way to do this. But in this first recording, we're going to play the MacBook Pro purchase one, right? So if you get a call like this, ignore it, hang up. You know, do not engage with the scammers. So here you go. Let me know in the chat if you can hear us okay when it starts.
$499 for the recent order of Apple MacBook Pro on your Amazon account. If you do not authorize this payment, please press 1 to speak to our customer support representative.
All right, so that's the first recording we got. And that was claiming that you made a $1,400 purchase of a MacBook on your Amazon account, right? And if you press 1, you'll be connected to a scammer. If you press 1 to dispute it. All right, so that's the one phone call version of this. Let me play you another version. Because the thing about these scams too is they can name any product. They can personate any. They might say Amazon. They might say it's Walmart. They could insert any product, in the scam. So the phone call you get, it might not be for a MacBook Pro. It might not be for a PlayStation, but it might be for some other product, right? The point is they just want you to think a purchase was made. It doesn't really matter for what. They'll just name some random product, right? Yep, exactly, exactly, Deb. Hang up the call. Yep, there you are, Patricia. Yep. So he sent me a message a couple days ago, asked me about that one. And I said, yeah, I have an example of that one. Yeah. Yep. So see, so Patricia was targeted with this one the other day, right? She got the text message version of this. So this one's going around. This one's extremely popular. They're hitting people by text message, by phone, by email, right? So here's a second recording we have another one. This one claims that this is one it claims to be from Walmart and that you purchased a PlayStation 5. It's the same deal. They try to get you to press one to dispute it. So there's this one.
We are trying to contact you concerning an unverified purchase of PlayStation 5 Special Edition bundled with Pulse 3D headset being ordered from your Walmart account for an amount of $859.50. If you did not authorize this transaction or wish to cancel, please press 1 or return our call on same number at your earliest convenience.
Right. So that's the one that impersonates Walmart, claims that PlayStation was purchased, and asks you to press one to dispute it. If you pressed one, you're going to be connected to a scammer, right? And that scammer is going to try to get onto your PC and do bad things, right? And there's some other version. So there's different versions of this scam too. Like the end scam could vary, right? Some of the other versions of this scam, what they'll do is they'll ask for your credit card details to cancel the report or to cancel the order, right? But you're actually giving your credit card details to the scammer. But the more common one seems to be when you dispute one of these charges or reach out or call the number, what they'll do is they'll try to connect your computer. This goes back to that fake customer service red flag we were talking about, right? They're impersonating customer service. They'll say, yeah, I'll help you with that order. Let me connect your computer so we can review that notification or see what your account says. But it's all part of scam to get onto your computer and get your money, right? So watch out for these fake order scams. I got one more. And again, they're coming in from text message, phone calls, and here's an article, a news article from a couple months ago, August, right? So it's what, 2-3 months ago, right? And this is about a 23-year-old lady who actually fell for an email version of this scam, and she lost $4,100. So her $4,000 she lost. And what's interesting about this article, it gave us some details about what these scammers did after the fact. So I found this article fascinating, right? So let me read it to you. The scam began on July 17th with an email claiming she had purchased an iPhone. The woman called the number provided in the email to dispute the purchase, right? So that's the fake order scam, right? She received a fake order notification about an iPhone. It said to call this number, right? It was an email and said to call this number, right? But when she called the number, she was connected to the scammer. Okay. So once she was connected to the scammer, this is how the narrative went, right? The scammer told her she had multiple open accounts in her name, right? And her identity had been stolen, right? So this is that narrative that we talked about earlier, right? So she's told your identity's been stolen. We see multiple accounts open under your name, okay? And then what the scammers did is they connected her to another scammer who was posing as a CIA agent investigating the identity theft, right? So this is where that whole thing about they work in teams, right? You'll deal with one scammer, he'll transfer you to another scammer impersonating another department. Like they work together to try and make everything seem more legit, right? So this poor woman, like she's told her identity got stolen. That's how the iPhone was purchased. Somebody stole your identity. Oh my God, they're in all your accounts, right? We have a CIA agent who's investigating this right now, right? She's talking to the person investigating it, and they tell her your account's not safe. You need to withdraw the money. Someone stole your identity. They're in your accounts. They're making purchases under your name. They're in your bank account. You need to get the money out of your account, right? So she's instructed to go withdraw the money from her account. She withdraws the money from her account. Then she's instructed to go purchase gift cards. In this case, they say Walmart cash cards, Walmart gift card, right? Right. So she's instructed to withdraw her money, purchase the gift cards. Then she took pictures of the cards and she sent them to the scammers. And she's thinking that she's interacting with a CIA agent or whoever's investigating the identity theft issue. Okay. At the end of the day, when all is said and done, she lost $4,100 to these scammers. All right. And it all started from these fake order scam. In her case, it was an email. But as you can see, there's text messages going out. They're calling you by phone, recordings. So this one's extremely popular right now, and they're attacking you from all angles. So be aware of it, right? Never call the number that's that's provided. Never press 1 or whatever to dispute the charge because you're going to be connected to a scammer, right? But what you can do is, if the text message or phone call says it was under your Amazon account, then you can log into your Amazon account and actually check your purchase history, right? But don't deal with these scammers. Don't call the number. Don't press 1 to dispute. Yep, it is sad. It's clever though, because most people would dispute it, right? Most people would think, well, I didn't make this purchase. I got to dispute this. But they don't realize it's that whole sense of urgency and like this is what they use to trick you. So watch out for these fake order scams. Extremely popular right now. We got the bank impersonation scam. So I have an example of a text message that was received by someone I know about 2 weeks ago. So these bank impersonation scams. This is an interesting story, right? So this happened to somebody I know a couple of weeks ago, and they reached out to me, and they were able to give me some more details about the specific scam and what's going on with it. I'm extremely grateful for it. But basically, what happened is, first of all, the text message wasn't what was received first. What happened was she received a phone call first. She didn't answer the phone call, but she received a phone call, and the caller ID did show the bank's phone number. Right. So we talked about that a few times already on this live stream that these scammers, they can spoof the phone number. They can make the bank's phone number appear on the screen. Right. So they'll make you think it's actually the bank calling. Right. So you can't trust caller ID. You can't trust it. They know how to fake the numbers that show on caller ID. So in my friend's case, first she gets a call and it does show the bank's number. Right. She went and confirmed it is the bank's phone number. Right. But it wasn't the bank. It was a scammer. So she didn't answer the call. Right. But right after the phone call came in that she ignored, she got a text message, right? And this is the text message. Verify TD Bank card activity. Did you attempt a transaction at Walgreens? Reply yes if recognized, no if not. Okay, so she received this text message right after. Okay, this is a text message from a scammer. It's not a real notification from the bank. And there's some key giveaways, right? So we actually confirmed with the bank. I had to reach out to the bank and actually confirm. Like we knew it was a scam, but just to be safe, reach out to the bank, confirm. And we got some good info from the bank, right? And there's a couple of things that indicate that this is not actually from the bank, right? The first thing is if your bank's going to send you one of these notifications, about activity on your card, and we've all gotten them before. Sometimes you're traveling and you'll go to use your credit card and you'll get the activity warning, right? But capital N on not. Let's see here. I don't see the word not in here. Verified to do. Oh, not. There we go. Yeah. All right. So that's one giveaway. Looking for grammar and capitalization. Which, by the way, that's always a good little indicator if something's not legit. If the capitalization is off or spelling mistakes, right? As AI starts getting adopted by scammers more often, you're going to be able to count on that less. The red flags, like AI, is just going to generate stuff where it looks right. But yeah, that is one indicator. Capitalization, spelling. But we found out specifically from the bank two big indicators that you'll know that this isn't really from the bank. First thing is it doesn't tell you what account they're referencing. If this had actually been from TD Bank, it would have referenced the account by giving you like the last 4 digits, or it would have given you something to identify what account they're referencing to. Right. So that's indicator number one. If you're getting these text messages, it doesn't give you any indicator what account, that's a red flag. Okay. The other red flag is you could see that it actually came from a phone number, right? If this had been from your bank, it actually would have been like one of those short code, what is it, 5-digit, 6-digit, one of those short code numbers that come in. It wouldn't have been a phone number. It would have been one of those short codes, right? So if you're actually getting a message from a real phone number here, that's also an indicator it's not really from your bank, right? So there's no reference to an account and it comes from an actual phone number. Those are 2 indicators that it's not your bank. So what's going on here? Why is the scammer sending us text messages and calling us pretending to be the bank? Well, there's a couple things, right? One, if you had replied to this text message, Okay. So let's say theoretically you replied no because you didn't make this charge and you replied no, right? So right off the bat, you did let the scammer know that you have an active number and you're reading text messages. Right? I talked about it a couple times, So it's never good to reply. It lets them know it's an active number. But what probably would have happened is if you had replied to this, you replied no, then you would have got another text message saying, okay, your account's been frozen. Please verify the following information. And it's going to ask you like your username and your password to log in. It'll start asking you all this personal information, right? And you're thinking that you're interacting with the bank. And you're replying to a scammer, giving them all your personal information, right? The other thing, right, good call, John. Also, you reply, it actually confirms you have TD Bank. So now they actually know, like, okay, this is a TD Bank customer. They can target you later with more scams, right? And then the other thing is, don't forget they made a phone call to you before sending this text, right? So if you got on the phone with them, they probably would have went down the whole narrative of, okay, well, you didn't make this purchase, so somebody's stolen your identity, and now your money's not safe. And then that whole narrative starts with, we need you to transfer the money out of your account because somebody's making purchases under your account, and then you're transferring money to a scammer, right? A lot of times, that's where these roads lead. They have these narratives that they seem to use, and they'll initiate the scam in different ways. Oh, a purchase has been made under your account. Oh, a transaction has been made under your bank account. Oh, I got a wrong number. But a lot of times it ends up, let's connect your computer. Somebody stole your identity. But anyway, so these bank impersonation scams, definitely they are picking up so bad right now. Like I keep on hearing about these like crazy. We see them in the headlines every week, right? There's mentions of the caller ID because people are falling for this. They see the bank's phone. That's what kills us is that they see the caller ID number. Right, and it matches the bank, and people don't realize. They don't realize that a scammer could just make the bank's phone number show. So that's huge. More people need to be aware of that, right? They need to know that the phone number, the caller ID can't be trusted, because that's causing a lot of people to trust who's on the phone, and a lot of people getting scammed because of that one factor right there. That can make all the difference. If more people were aware that they could spoof those caller ID numbers, more people would have been spared of becoming a victim and losing their money. So as far as these bank impersonation scams go, be aware. They're calling by phone. They're sending you a text message, right? There's indicators the text message isn't from your bank, right? If you're concerned, then it might be real. Call your bank directly, right? Go call the number on the back of your card. Right? Don't even bother to go look up the number. Just call the back of your debit card, your credit card, or whatever. Call the phone number on the back of your card. Because there's no chance you're calling a fake number at least. But again, these red flags comes from a real number. It's not really for your bank. It'll be a 5-digit short code, right? And they don't reference what account they're talking about. So that's the other giveaway. So watch out for these bank impersonation scams. They want to they want to clear out your bank accounts. They're pretending to be your bank from the start, so they're after the money in your bank. All right. So that's the bank scam here. Hey, we broke our record, 9 p.m. I'm still going strong. All right. Thank you, everybody, to join us. If you just joined us late, we're going to keep on going a little bit. Got a couple more scams to discuss, right? But if you're just joining us, let us know in the chat what you want to hear. Share your stories. Click the heart. Give us a like. We always appreciate it. Help spread the word. If you're not a subscriber yet, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Post a lot of good informational videos on YouTube, so definitely subscribe to our YouTube channel. And you can visit our website, join our email list. All right, our email list's sharing a lot of good stuff, scam tips, reminders about when we're going live. We'll let you know when new videos get posted, right? So visit our website, scamaware101.com, and just click join mailing list. All right, just click on that, pop in your name and email. Just make sure to confirm. We send a confirmation email, so just make sure to check your junk mail folder and confirm your email there. But yeah, scamaware101.com, join mailing list. All right, I'll put the link here in the chat, make it even easier. There you go. All right, cool. We're building out a scam knowledge base here too. It's still early, but we're gonna get this built out. We got about 60 scams that we're gonna be adding to this knowledge base. So you can click on a scam. We'll give you some more information here. If we have a video about it, we'll have the video. There's a brushing scam and QR code video I mentioned earlier. So those videos on our YouTube channel too. right, so let's see. Got a couple more scams that we'll discuss, and then we'll go over some of the resources that we have on our website because the resources are extremely useful. No, we'll just do two more, right? So, Social Security impersonation scams. One sec. I want to clump this in with the IRS and tax scams too. I mentioned these earlier a little bit because it's that time of year, right? So watch out for scammers impersonating the IRS, scammers impersonating Social Security, right? The ones impersonating Social Security, it's a problem. Social Security Administration, right? On the letters they send out to people, right on the envelopes, they have a big warning that says "Watch out for scammers," right? And they've posted lots of warnings on their website too, the Social Security Administration website. So it's been a problem, right? So if someone calls you claiming to be Social Security, don't just trust it. Hang up the phone, call back directly. Go look up Social Security's information, call the phone number directly. We're going to be seeing more of those scams popping up. So just be aware of them. I'll get some more info together for a future live streams about these. But then the grandparent scam. All right, I've been waiting to get to this one. So we mentioned this one earlier because it keeps on coming up. And it always comes up in the headlines about the police always warn us about these grandparent scams. And what it is, check on one sec. I'll bring up some slide here for you. Okay, so grandparent scam is false claims that a family member is in jail, right? They'll call you up, and the reason it's called a grandparent scam is because they target parents and grandparents, right? And they say that your kids or your grandkids are in jail. They'll say that they've been in an accident, right, and that they need to send money for their bail, or they'll impersonate a law office and say you need to set up payment for their legal counsel, right? I actually have an example I'm going to share with you. There's actually a recording. And I love this recording. So hang out for a couple more minutes. You don't want to miss this recording. But you need to watch out for these grandparent scams, right? They're not they call you, they don't want to let you off the phone. They'll tell you that that they confiscated your kid's phone, right? It's confiscated, so don't bother trying to call them, right? And it goes back to that red flag about confidentiality that we mentioned too. They'll tell you that your daughter, son's embarrassed about the arrest, not to tell anybody. Okay. But the scam is extremely popular right now. People fall for it. They think their loved one's in trouble and they react, right? Let's see. They will tell you that a loved one is in trouble and they need money immediately, right? You might be asked to provide credit card information over the phone, but as we discussed already, a lot of these people they'll ask you to send gift cards or Bitcoin instead. They'll ask you to use like a Bitcoin ATM. Because credit cards you could usually dispute the purchase, but gift cards, prepaid cards, Bitcoin, you can't get that money back. Scam often targets seniors. If you get a call like this, hang up and call your loved one directly. Make sure they're okay. Right. But this example. So the example I'm going to share with you right now, right? I love this one. This scammer, right? He called up the wrong guy. He called up one of these people that mess with the scammers, right? And the guy he called ended up hacking into the scammer's computer. Right. And he was able to watch the scammer through his webcam. So he's watching the scammer call victims and do the whole grandparent scam through his webcam. He's watching the scammer. And we have a recording. He recorded it. So we actually get to watch the scammer do one of these scams. You'll see exactly how it's done. Right. And it's interesting because he impersonates the kid, then he impersonates the cop. It's all right there. So I'm gonna hold the microphone up to the speaker here, get this video loaded, and I love this video. So everybody's here. I definitely want to know what you think about it. And want to play it. So here we go.
Oh, Mom, I had a car accident.
Huh?
I had a car accident, Mom.
Linda,
It's me, Linda.
where are you?
I got a car accident.
What happened?
I'm gonna put the officer on. I got arrested.
You got arrested?
Hi, ma'am.
Yes,
Hi, are you Linda's mom?
yes.
What I'm gonna need you to do is grab a pen and paper and write down Linda's case number, ma'am. I need you to hurry up, please, ma'am.
Case number
It's the number 2.
2.
Letter B as in boy. Can you read that back to me?
2 B.
Now, I'm gonna read what's going on, ma'am, okay?
Okay.
Linda was involved in a car accident. It was stated in the police report. She admitted that was her fault. While she was driving, she was using her phone. That's what caused the accident, ma'am, okay?
Oh man.
The
Okay.
woman that was driving the other vehicle was 7 months pregnant. We had to rush her into the nearby hospital. She might lose her baby.
Oh really?
Yes. Now, we actually confiscated her cell phone for legal evidence, so she cannot receive or cannot make calls. This is going to be her only last call. Are you with me, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Now, she actually wrote a note down here saying that she didn't want anyone to know about this. Let's honor her wish for right now because it's too much for her right now. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
What I'm gonna need you to do, ma'am, is stay by the phone and wait for the lawyer to call. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Bye, bye, ma'am.
All right. Bye.
So that was an actual scammer talking to a victim of a grandparent scam, right? So I love that video because it shows so much. It shows so much behind the scenes about what's going on, right? And hopefully you guys could hear it clear enough. But right there's so much to unpack. So there's a scammer, right? First he impersonates a child, right? And he's using voice software that changes his voice, right? So he sounds a little bit more feminine, right? And he's sitting there impersonating the daughter. He's sitting there like crying and sounding like he's all upset, right? Then he switches over and he impersonates the cop, right? And the cop goes into the whole story, right? And when he switches over, I'm not sure if you guys could hear it, but he actually had police chatter playing in the background. So he has like recordings of police scanners playing in the background to try and sound more legit, like he's a cop, right? And some key things there too. He tells the grandparent, he tells him, we confiscated the child's phone, right? So you're not gonna be able to reach him, right? And that's to stop her from actually calling the child and confirming whether or not he's actually in jail. She's in jail. And then he asks for confidentiality. He says, she's embarrassed about the arrest. Don't ask you not to tell anybody, right? So there's all these little red flags that start popping up with this grandparent scam. But I just think that video is amazing because it actually shows him like impersonating different people, right? And it shows some of the technology that he uses with playing the police chatter and changing his voice. And it shows what they're actually doing, right? It shows that somebody's actually out there and willing to do that. And what not for nothing. What terrible. These are one of my most hated scams because they target older people, right? They scare them, right? They pull on the heartstrings, make you think a loved one's in danger. Like it's really terrible. All right. Hey Deb, I hope you're right. I hope this guy is in prison. I'm glad you mentioned that though, because we have this article here. And this scam, in this particular case, was actually running out of the Dominican Republic, right? And that scammer was located in the Dominican Republic, right? And we have this news article here about NJ federal court charges 3 additional Dominicans in a grandparent scam, right? So this was 2 months ago, 3 months ago. 3 residents, Santiago, I can't say that, Dominican Republic, were extradited to the United States last week and made their initial appearance in Newark federal court yesterday on charges relating to their participating in a sprawling grandparent scam that defrauded elderly Americans out of millions of dollars. Right now, I don't know if this guy was one of them or not, but an example. I mean, he very well could have been. He was in the Dominican Republic. But what's great about this article is it gives. Yeah, he was calling from prison. Yeah, he's calling his grandmother asking for bail now. He's got the spiel down, that's for sure. So this article gives us a little bit of details about this organization, though, which I think is great. Right. So in this case, they says 3 additional men, in addition to I think it was 11 other people in this ring. But according to the indictment, they engaged in a long-running grandparent or family in need of bail scam against hundreds of seniors across the United States, including New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. All right. The guy that they arrested alleged to have led a network of call centers. Right. So again, this brings us back to we need to realize we're dealing with like call centers. We're dealing with teams of scammers that sit there from 9 to 5 doing this stuff for a living. Right. It's not just like one individual scammer targeting us individually. These are like teams and groups and call centers full of scammers like doing this day in and day out. Right. As detailed in court filings, members of the conspiracy referred to as openers. That's the other thing. This is a good example of how they have openers and closers. Openers called elderly victims, right, impersonating the victim's children, grandchildren, or other close relatives. The call centers used technology to make it appear that the calls were coming from inside the United States. Right. So there we go again with they're able to actually make the phone number show something more local and more convincing, right? Typically, the victim was told that their grandchild had been in a car accident, was arrested in connection with an accident, and needed help. Right. So that's exactly like the video we played for you. Once openers tricked victims into believing their loved ones were in dire trouble, others working at the call centers known as closers impersonated defense attorneys, police officers, or court personnel and convinced victims to provide thousands of dollars in cash to help their loved ones. Hey, here comes the soul. Is the cartel scam the one where they claim someone's been kidnapped? Let me know in the chat that's one you're talking about because we read about that one last week too. But this article points out they have the openers that do an initial call, and then they have the closers that impersonate defense attorneys, police officers. And in the video we just showed, that's an example. That guy's the opener. That's why he ended it by saying, "Stay by your phone. The law officers are going to be reaching out to you next, right? Or courts are going to be reaching out to you." Okay. Also, the cash was typically retrieved by couriers. So I find this interesting too because this is becoming more popular. They actually send couriers to get cash from you. So in this case, they said they'll send couriers to victims' home, or they'll have the victims mail it to the closers. Yeah, but these couriers are becoming more popular too with these scams. And a lot of times the courier doesn't even realize. They think that they're actually working a legit job, right? But it's all part of a scam. They're getting scammed too, thinking they're working a job for somebody. But anyway, so that's a grandparent scam. In this case, it was coming out of Dominican Republic, but location doesn't matter. I mean, it's scam's a scam. There's gonna be people all over doing this type of scam. Yeah, I love that video. I hope that's one of the guys that got arrested too. That'd be great. So that's a grandparent scam. Definitely watch out for those. Make sure your loved ones are aware of that. I mean, it's really recommended. It's recommended that you make a passcode with your family members, believe it or not. So if they actually are in trouble, they can verify it's them by giving you the password or telling you something only you would know. But it seems crazy to have to go through that. But it's the times we live in now. So watch out for these grandparent scams. Oh, wow. Some older man, he shot one of the couriers thinking it was a scammer. And sadly, a lot of times the couriers, they don't realize it. They just thought they found a job online, thought it was their job to run around picking up, delivering packages. So, Deb, the FBI does go after these guys, but unfortunately, a lot of these scammers, they're located in places like India and the Dominican Republic and places where it's hard to reach them. It's hard to get a hold of them. There's a lot of Russian stuff, a lot of tech stuff happening out of Russia and China, right? We had that text message. I'm not sure if you were on earlier for the text message scam for the USPS undeliverable package scams, right? That's coming out from a Chinese group in China. So a lot of these scammers, they're operating out of places that we can't really reach them, or they're in a corrupt jurisdiction that won't work with us. That's why so much does come out of Russia and China is they won't really work with us when we reach out to them. So that's a haven for scammers. India, even though when I say us, I mean the US, but even in India, like there's certain jurisdictions where these call centers, they're located and a lot of them don't get shut down. They're just kind of corrupt areas where I guess, law enforcement is paid off or because they are making a lot of money, so they do have the money to pay off officials, right? So, yep, get that code word or a fact that only you would know about that relative. But yeah, so we seem to be making some progress catching some of these guys, but a lot of them are in safe jurisdictions. Cool. So let's look through my scam list here, see if there's any others we should cover before I definitely want to show you the website, the resources on the website. I think we covered all the main ones here. Something to be aware of. This will lead up to the resources we're about to talk about. So, data breaches. And when I say data breaches, I mean like all these companies that hackers get in and they steal their customers' information, right? Data breaches have become a big problem for us as consumers, right? Because we could be protecting our information as good as we can and keeping it private and not giving it out. But third parties that have it, businesses that we've dealt with, right? Healthcare. There's a huge breach this year where Change Healthcare got hacked. Like 2/3 of like the country's health information now is being sold on the dark web. Last year was a crazy year for breaches. There was a background checking company that had like almost everybody's social security number in America and Canada, right? And they got breached. So now all our social security numbers are being sold on the dark web, right? There's so much information about us being sold on the dark web because of third parties who got breached. And we're talking like these aren't like little small businesses that didn't have the money to secure it. Like banks have gotten breached this year, right? Almost every telephone provider, like that Verizon, T-Mobile, right? That all the big names, they've all gotten breached like last year. It's insane how many of these the big names have gotten breached. The healthcare one was huge. Change Healthcare. If you haven't gotten a letter in the mail, it's probably coming, right? But they've been sending out letters notifying people about like their data being stolen and the list is crazy. It's like all your diagnoses, all your medications, like all your data, your health data has been stolen. Like it's insane that someone like let that information be taken. Like it wasn't secured enough, right? So these data breaches, all our information is getting stolen. Why does that matter to us? Why do we care if they have our information? Well, what happens is when they target you with these scams, they use that information. Wait, what was that? You did great. A real estate agent owning a big house. Name again. Ah, yeah, real estate ones too. My buddy just got one of those text messages he was asking me about real estate and if he wanted to sell his house. But the cyber breaches though, right? So this is why we care about these cyber breaches, right? Is that now scammers could target us and they know information about us and they use that information to gain our trust, right? So there was a payment company that got breached last year and it dealt with a lot of car dealerships. I think it happened earlier in the year. So all this information from car dealerships around the country got stolen because the company that was doing the payment providing had all that information on file. They got hacked and now all the information is being sold on the dark web, right? So now somebody has this information about you, right? They know what car dealership you went to. Assume they know what sales guy did the sales, right? They know what car you bought, okay, what year to make, the model. They might know your payment information. They might even have some details about they might know the last 4 digits of the bank account you're making payments out of or the credit card you're using for payments, right? So now that they know all this information and we know that they could fake the caller ID phone number, right? The scammer could literally call you, show the dealership's number that you went to on the caller ID, right? You answer the phone, think it's a dealership. Hey, this is Bob from the dealership. Because they already know the name of the sales guy because it's part of the data they stole. They know the sales guy you dealt with. They know the car you bought. So, hey, this is Bob calling from dealership. I'm calling about that Lexus you bought last year. And we have some issues with billing happening right now. Can you confirm the account number for the bank account ending in 1234? Right? And now you're thinking to yourself, well, he's got the right name of the sales guy. He's calling from a dealership I went to. He knows the make and model of the car I bought. He knows the last 4 digits of the billing information. Yeah, sure. It's supposed to be real, right? Yeah, here's the rest of my bank account number. Here's the rest of that credit card number that you needed, right? So it's like they use this information that they breached from third parties, but you're going to be the target, right? And this information is out there forever, forever. Your information is going to be out there and used against you in these scams now, right? And it's almost like we all have our own personal record being sold on the dark web, right? And every time there's a data breach, it just gets added to the personal record, right? That's for sale. So data breaches, that's how they know your information, and they use that information to gain your trust when they scam you, right? So that's why even when you get a call, caller ID shows the right number, even when they know things, right? There's that tip I mentioned earlier where the news article mentioned earlier, right? About they said something like if it's really the bank, they'll know information, but the scammers know too because they've breached the banks, right? They've breached your data. They already know it. So they implement your data and they use it to scam you, right? That goes for phone calls, right? They'll call you up impersonating a business that you actually dealt with, right? They'll spoof the phone number to make it look like that business phone number, right? So it's the phone calls, right? But it's the emails too. This is called spear phishing, right? There's phishing, right? Which is just the typical emails that they just send to everybody, like, oh, there's a billing issue, click here to fix it. But then there's spear phishing, right? Where they'll send you these emails, but the emails will have specific information about you. Like it'll have your name in the email. It'll have your account number listed in the email. Like they insert these little details that they stole from a third party about you, right? And now you're being targeted in an email that seems more legit because they know things about you that you wouldn't think a scammer would know, right? So data breaches are a big problem. That's how they're learning about you. That's how they're finding all this information about you, right? And they utilize it by scamming you and trying to appear more legit by, hey, I know this about you. I know that about you. So I must be the bank, right? I must be the car dealership. I must be the IRS because I know all this information about you. But unfortunately, scammers know so much about us. They know more. I keep on saying it, but they know more about us than we've forgotten. They know things about us that we forgot about ourselves, right? So keep that in mind. That's who you're up against, right? Always be suspicious of people that are reaching out to you when they are initiating the conversation, whether it's a text message, an email, even a website pop-up. Say, hey, you got a virus. That's the conversation being initiated with you. So always be skeptical. So with that said, I want to show you the tools and resources on our website. Okay. And one of the first things that we list under tools and scamaware101.com, right? And click tools and resources. Right. Actually, before we go into that, anybody that just joined the chat, just joined the live stream, say what's up in the chat, say hi, tell us why you're here, tell us you want to hear about anything specific. We want to hear your stories. If you haven't yet, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Always need some more subscribers. It helps spread awareness of these scams. So if you haven't clicked subscribe yet, please click subscribe on our YouTube channel. All right. Click the heart, say hi in the chat. Helps us get more viewers in here. Also, and you go to scamware101.com, right? You can join our mailing list. Definitely join our mailing list. We send out weekly tips, right? Scam awareness tips. We'll let you know when new videos are posted, right? Just go to our website, scamware101.com, click on join mailing list. There you go, name and email. Just pop it in. We'll send you announcements. We'll notify you when new videos are posted. We'll send reminders about our live streams, all good stuff. And we won't sell your information to third parties or anything. If you sign up for the email list, just make sure that it does send you a confirmation email. So just make sure that check your spam or junk folder for that confirmation email. But definitely join our email list if you haven't yet. Subscribe to our channel. Really appreciate it. It really does help get the word out here. So thank you everybody for watching and participating in our live stream. So back to tools and resources on our website. So this is the last thing we'll go over, and then we'll get the live stream wrapped up a little bit. But so scamware101.com, click on tools and resources. Lots of good stuff here, right? And the first 3 links that we list are data breach lookup tools, right? So that's why I wanted to mention about the whole cyber breach thing before we got into this. Wouldn't it be great to know what data has been stolen about you and what's being sold on the dark web about you, and what information is linked to your email address, and what information is linked to your phone number, and what data these scammers have access to, right? Well, there's 3 tools that you could use, and they're free, right? They'll probably try to sell you something afterwards, but they're free to use initially, right? And what these tools do is they will tell you what data is being sold on a dark web about you, what data associated with your phone number, what data associated with your email address, right? including passwords, right? Which is kind of scary, right? But it's important to be aware of this stuff because if there's an email, if passwords being sold on a dark web of yours, right? And they know these passwords, they're trying against your other accounts, right? So if you have that same password being used on your bank account, for example, right? And that password got stolen from like your Target account, like a Target breach, right? They will try whatever password they got from Target. They will try that same password against your bank account. Okay. So it's important to know what information is being sold about you on the dark web. This way you could take action to protect yourself, right? So we got the 3 links right here on our resources page. First, let me make it a little bigger for you. Right. So you see these 3 data breach tools here. There we go. It's a little better, right? Okay. So first one is, have I been pwned? Right. Did I say that correctly, John? Did I say it correctly this time? Have I been pwned? Right. You go there, you type in your email address, and it'll tell you which breaches you've been involved with. Right. So you get a better idea about what information's been stolen about you, what's being sold. Right. Then you got pen tester. Right. Same deal. It checks for any breached passwords and leaks associated with your identity. Right. I think you put in your email address and phone number both into that one. It'll check each. Right. And then you got the cyber news leaked. It's actually leaked data checker. Right. It's the same deal. You type in your email, phone number, and it'll actually tell you what data is being sold about you on the dark web. And one of these, I forget if it's pen tester. I think maybe pen tester actually comes back and tells you passwords that, like right there, right in front of you. Like you're like, holy crap, they got my passwords. Right. So definitely check out these 3 links. They'll tell you what data is being sold about you, what breaches you've been involved in, and it'll kind of be a reality check, as far as what information these scammers have access to about you. All right. And also, by the way, just a quick note about the passwords, right? You always want to use different passwords on your accounts. You don't want to use the same password across multiple accounts, right? Because if one of those accounts gets breached, they'll try to password against other accounts, right? So you always want to have different passwords for all your accounts, just to be safe. It's a pain, super annoying, right? But there are password managers that you could download and use, and it's a shame that it's come to this, but unfortunately it has. So best practices: use different passwords across accounts, and to keep track of them, use a password manager. All right. But anyway, back to these tools and resources. We're on our website, scamware101.com, tools and resources. Definitely check out those first 3 links to see what data about you is being sold on the internet. We got a couple of website safety lookup tools, right? We got Norton Safe Web and Google Safe Browsing, right? So what happens is you can actually go to one of these links, or both of them, and you can pop in a website, and you can see if there's any reviews or ratings. That's a scammer website. And Google will tell you if it's detected as unsafe or not, if it's an unsafe or dangerous website. So these are kind of cool, useful tools just to check websites that you might want to review. Maybe a retail website you're going to order something on that you've never used before, right? You can go check them out on Norton Safe Web or Google Safe Browsing. Scam report lookup tools. These are really cool. We got the BBB scammer tracker tool and the AARP scam tracking map. And I have fun with this one. Right, let me show you the AARP. Actually, let me get through resources first, then we're going to circle back to the AARP scam tracking map because I think it's a really cool feature. It's always fun. Antivirus, anti-malware software, right? If you don't have an antivirus on your software, right, there's a good free one, Bitdefender, right? It is free. It's pretty good. So you can just go get antivirus if you don't have it. It's always good to have antivirus, right? Even if you think that you're good as far as like protecting yourself from viruses, not downloading viruses and things like that. And a good antivirus, it has additional tools, right? It'll have like browsing tools. So you'll be like browsing, it'll block websites and warn you about unsafe websites. It doesn't just protect you from viruses. So it's always good to have a third-party antivirus on your computer, not to just rely on the built-in antivirus. So anyway, if you want a free one, got Bitdefender or a link to Bitdefender here. It also got Malwarebytes, which is a good program. It detects a lot of bad stuff on your computer. So computer's running slow, you can always download Malwarebytes, run a scan, see if there's anything bad on it. So the links are right there on the your tools and resources page. Bunch of educational stuff, right? We got links to FTC, links to Social Security Administration, links to FBI, links to IC3, it's the Internet Crime Complaint Center, right? And these guys are always posting warnings, showing you about latest reports, and things like that. So these are useful links if you're just researching and you're into this and you want to learn more about what's going on. There's a couple links to some bank educational resources. Like banks has gotten a little bit better about warning their clients. They've actually set up a couple pages on their site warning about scams, right? So a couple links here just to see what these banks are saying. Capital One, Chase Bank, Citizens Bank. All right. Other educational resources, right? We got links to scam studies by the BBB. I love this site, right? So if you're into researching this, or right, you go to BBB scam studies. They got so many studies on these different scams here. Online shopping fraud, right? Phishing scams, investment scams, vehicle vendor scams, gift card scams, right? Job scams, vacation scams, puppy scams. Some of these we talked about already during the stream, but they got so many good studies and resources on certain scams here. So even if you're not just studying and researching because you're into it, maybe you're wondering if you're being targeted by a certain scam. This is a good place. You come check it out. You know, somebody's trying to get you to buy cryptocurrency. You come here, you see, oh wait, here's a study on cryptocurrency scams. Somebody says you won something, a free lottery or prize, right? Here's a whole study on sweepstakes, lottery, and prize scams. So this could be used as a good resource if you feel like you're getting scammed or someone you know is getting scammed, right? You go check out what the BBB says here and maybe realize it's a scam or warn your friends it's a scam before it's too late. But yeah, so BBB, lots of good scam studies there. A couple other links: Amazon identifying a scam. National Cybersecurity Alliance has some articles and videos, infographics used for scams. And then there's a couple links here too. I'm gonna actually move this to the top of the list because this is actually pretty important, right? They got the credit report resources. Okay, so there's 3 credit reporting agencies, right? But you could also each year you could actually request a free credit report. Right, so annualcreditreport.com, we have the link right here for you, right? And what you can do is each year you can request a free credit report and just check it for any suspicious activity, right? Just check it, make sure nobody's creating credit accounts under your name and stealing your identity. So I have links to all 3 credit reporting agencies and an annualcreditreport.com. So a bunch of useful links here on our tools and resources page. And then let's have a little fun with the AARP scam tracking map before we wrap up this this live stream. So AARP, right? I gotta give them a lot of credit. They do really good to warn people about scams, right? Every now and then they do podcasts and live streams, you know, to help people avoid scams. They take calls in from people. Right. Really good. You know, they help a lot of older people avoid scams and answer their questions. And so AARP, like kudos to them, right? But they also have the scam tracking map. And I think this is super cool, right? So people report scams. There's a map. They'll show where all these scams are being reported from. And you can actually type, you can search your area and see what scams are being reported in your area, right? Which is a cool feature. I mean, look, if they're doing a scam in one area, they're probably doing it everywhere else. So does it really matter the area? But if you're just curious about what's going on in your area, you can type in city or zip code here, and it'll bring up any scam reports in your area. All right. It's also got filters here, so you can leave the area blank, but you can also do filters. You can search for a keyword. All right, so this is kind of cool. So let's do toll scam. Yeah. So look, I'm going to type in the word toll and click view results. Right. And then here's 211 scam reports found, right, with the word toll in it. And it shows you on the map where all the reports are coming in from. It's kind of funny because it kind of matches what we were showing before, right? We're showing California, New Jersey, like it seems to be all around like the coasts, right? But yeah, and then you can actually see what people are saying, right? Receive text message with your vehicle has unpaid toll bill, right? Text message, unpaid toll bill from probably have with Massachusetts phone, right? Unpaid SunPass tollway toll, right? And this was 3 days ago, right? These are all recent scams that people are reporting. So you can see what's going on in your area or what's being reported throughout the country in general, right? So let me see if I clear We're gonna clear all filters. Let's just see some of these top scams that people are reporting. We're off the top, tech support scams. We talked about a tech support scam, right? Unknown number claiming to be tech to help with problems on my computer, right? So here we go, right there. It's a tech support scam, and they're trying to get on the person's computer. So, travel-related scam. Was contacted by email, Easy Pass, right? So there we go. This was 2 days ago. Someone reported one of those Easy Pass unpaid toll scams. Business imposter scam, gift card scams. Here we go. The person that mentioned celebrities earlier in the chat. My brother is contacted by persons using celebrity names, Sandra Bullock, etc., and entice them into sending gift cards. Which ad? The 2025 coupons ad, John? Wow. See, you cannot trust ads. Good spot here. They use these ads, even the ARP, right? So even if you're on a trusted website, they can't control what third-party ads are being inserted there. So watch out for those ads. But anyway, yeah, gift card scam, right? Using a celebrity name. Lottery-related scam. Right, so we just mentioned about those free lottery and sweepstakes. There you go. There's someone that reported their deceased spouse information was used to open Verizon accounts. Threatened that I'd been browsing porn sites. I must pay $2,000 in Bitcoin. By the way, I don't show this scam much because it might trigger filters and get me penalized by YouTube. But there are emails that going out where they say like, "Oh, I got onto your computer and I turned on your webcam and I know what websites you go to and you have to pay me Bitcoin, otherwise I'm releasing this information." Right? It's fake. That email is just getting sent to everybody. They don't really have any of your details. Delete it. Don't reply. Don't go giving the person Bitcoin. But that's what happened that this person reported 2 days ago. I guess the email threatening that I know what sites you've been to. I've been watching on webcam, and I'm going to send all your information. But don't go sending Bitcoin to those people. Those emails are fake. Let's see what else people are reporting here. Auto-related scam. Plastic Medicare ID card. He didn't get okay. So this person reported, my husband had a phone call about a plastic Medicare ID card. He didn't give any information. So Medicare IDs, right? So this is actually a very common scam. If you're on Medicare or probably Medicaid too, I don't know the details too much, but at the end of the day, what they're trying to do, they're trying to get your Medicare ID numbers, right? They get these ID numbers, and then what they do is they're able to place purchases using the Medicare ID, right? And then Medicare pays the scammers, right? They get reimbursed for it. So what they're doing is they're reaching out to trying to get as many people's Medicare IDs as they can, so they could go submitting false claims and getting reimbursed for false claims and equipment. Sending claims for like a wheelchair and things like that. And so, but they need Medicare IDs to do it. So it's definitely a type of scam. So if you're on Medicare and you're getting calls from people trying to get your Medicare IDs, don't give out that information. Tech support scams and fraud. This is actually a fake order scam, right? So I received an email that my account was charged $566 for Norton software. It was not. It's actually a fake order scam, right? So if he wanted to dispute that, it would be connected to a scammer. In this case, he got an email. So this guy's reporting an email version of that fake order scam. Yeah, please, Deb, please let people know. Have them subscribe to my channel. They go scamware101.com. Subscribe to the email list. That'd be great. More people we get, the more we can spread awareness. But yeah, so anyway, I don't want to get too off topic. This is ARP Scam Watch, scam tracking map. It's pretty cool. You can see what kind of scams are being reported. And a lot of times when I'm going to do a video, I'll go see what people are reporting and see which scam is kind of popular. And this is one of the tools I'll use. This is pretty cool. The ARP scam tracking map. So that's about it for this live stream. I'm just about ready to hit 4 hours. Wow, that's a new record. That's like beat our last record by like an hour. Not bad. Listen, I could go another 2 hours. If there's anybody that wants to start from, I'll start from the beginning again. We can start talking about all the scams that we talked 4 hours ago in case you weren't on 4 hours ago. I'm up for it. So let me know in the chat. Otherwise, we're going to wrap this up in a couple minutes. So I appreciate everybody who tuned in this week. Well, let me see if anybody wants to stay on longer or hear about certain scams. I'll go make a coffee first, but let's see if anybody wants to keep going here. But yeah, love to hear your stories in the chat. Definitely say hi. Click the heart and the like button. If you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. And here on scamware101.com, right, you get join mailing list. You can click join mailing list. Name and email. Boom. Just make sure to look out for that confirmation email. Sometimes it goes to the junk folder. We have a list of upcoming events here, but also you can follow us on Facebook, right? Blue Sky, Threads, Instagram, X. We're on all of them. The only one we're not on is TikTok, which is fine because it sounds like you're getting banned anyway. Yeah, definitely follow us. Give us a like. Definitely helps. You know, anytime you share some, we share some of our posts. Always appreciate it. We are building out the knowledge base. Right, so our goal is to get this built out really good with examples. When people provide us examples, we want to include them in the knowledge base. We want to get a really good database of scams going. Oh, thanks, Deb. That'd be awesome. Very cool. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're still pretty new. I mean, I only started this like about 3 months ago, mid October. You know, so 3-4 months ago. So any word I could spread, the better. You know, currently not funded or anything. You know, I'm just kind of doing this. So I'm gonna start setting up like some sponsorships and try to get some kind of revenue coming in for this. But right now it's just getting the word out and trying to build up an audience and putting something good out there. We need it, you know. Good night, Pat. Thank you for attending. It was awesome seeing you. Thank you. Well, yeah, good. Yeah, right, John. I only started the Scamware 101 3 months ago. But as far as my history goes, I've been doing this IT stuff for 25 years, cybersecurity, IT. So I've been helping people defend themselves from this or respond to these situations for a long time now. Long time. 25 years. That's part of the reason why I want to put something good out there too. You know, the industry doesn't really look out for ordinary people and the regular people. You know, the industry is focused a lot more on businesses. You know, they're all about like employee training and protecting businesses and companies. But who's protecting grandma? Who's protecting your mom? Who's protecting your family members? You know, they're kind of left out to dry by the industry here. You know, you're not being warned about grandparent scams at the company training. You know. No. Hey, Katie, welcome to the chat. We've been on for 4 hours. We're just about ready to wrap up, but I hang out for a little bit more. What are you interested in? We can talk about some specific scams that you want to hear about. But if you haven't yet, definitely subscribe to our mailing list because we'll send you an email about the next time we're live too. Scamware101.com, join mailing list. Are you on the West Coast, Katie? That way you join so late tonight. So that's the tricky things. We get started at 5:45. You know, it's good for the people on the East Coast, but the West Coast is still busy at work, so you don't really get a chance to join until 9 o'clock ish usually. It's a little rough. We get all the good stuff by then. mean, look, I feel like I can still keep going. I'll look back right to the beginning and start going over common scams again. I mean, I will. I'll go for another hour or two. Yeah, it's nice having an interaction though. Comments, interaction, hear what people want to hear about. Oh, thank you, Deb. I like you. You're the best. Oh, Oregon. I love Oregon. I used to go out and Eugene. I go stay in Eugene for a week or two. Had friends out there. Had some fun in Portland. Love the coast. Oregon coast. Absolutely beautiful. Oregon coast. You know what? I'm ready for round two. I'm gonna go make a coffee real quick. I'm gonna come back. I'm just gonna start from the top and start going through some of the common scams again. Give the people on the West Coast a chance to join because I do feel bad. We're usually wrapping up at like 8:45. Usually we're wrapped up like an hour ago, and by then, the West Coast misses out. So, but I'm feeling wide awake. I'm feeling pretty good. So let me go make a coffee real quick, and I'm gonna keep on going. I'm gonna see as long as we've got people in the chat. I'll start from the top again. Um, cool. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Anybody wants to stick around? Click the heart, and maybe we get some more people joining. Why not? Two more minutes, and we'll get started with round two. All right. Brothers in Eugene. Oh, cool. What is that nice plant in the back? I have no idea. It's a made up background. I got a green screen in my real background. All right, cool. Oh, that's awesome, Kay. Yeah, Eugene's a fun city. Small, but it's definitely a fun city. All right. So we're gonna loop back and we're gonna do round 2 here. Let's see. So I do like to go over to headlines. I'm not gonna do headlines, so we'll just kind of go right back into common scams. All right. Welcome to round 2 of our live stream. Got some people joining from the West Coast here. I got through our initial presentation, but we're gonna start from the top. So before we get started, scamware101.com, right? Our goal is to spread awareness. We want people to be aware of these scams, stop becoming victims to scammers, right? There's so many times these little red flags that happen where if just people were aware, if somebody mentioned to it or they heard it, it would have been enough to prevent scam from happening, right? So that's our goal here is we just want to spread awareness about these scams, let people know that they're happening, let them know some red flags to be aware of. We usually start the presentation by reading some headlines. We already got through those. Spent an hour earlier going through various headlines. So let's just jump right into the scams, right? So some common scams. I'm gonna kind of like tailor the rest of this presentation. So like, if you want to tailor, no pun intended. Okay, Taylor. I'm gonna tailor this presentation. So feel free to shout in the chat if you want to hear about any specific scams, and we can skip around and jump right to them. But let me get started with some of these common scams, right? So one of the most common going on right now is the undeliverable package scam. So I see what you did there. Nice. All right. So the undeliverable package scam. This has been extremely popular since like the past year. All right. And what it does, it involves text messages going out to people saying they have an undeliverable package. There's many variations of this scam. I have a bunch of examples to share with you. So let me bring up those examples here. This undeliverable package scam, right, is targeting people by email and by text message. So let me start off with the text message version of this scam. All right, so here's a screenshot of example of what one of these text messages would be like. USPS, right? Due to invalid address, you have a package that needs to be delivered, but has been suspended due to incorrect delivery address, right? And they say you got to update your address within 24 hours, and it includes a fake link, right? UPS, FedEx, USPS, they do not send out text messages like these. If you get a text message like these, it's a scam. Okay, don't send any text messages out about like undeliverable packages. The only time any of these places will send you a text message is if you sign up for alerts for a specific package. Yep, good. Okay, you definitely want to ignore those. And it's even good to go to extra step is you could click if it gives you an option, you could report it. So report as junk, right? So it's always good to ignore these. And what's also important to know is that any delivery service could adapt this scam, right? So like there's been versions of this that impersonate Amazon. There's been versions of this that impersonate DHL, right? But the main ones that seem to be going out right now are USPS, FedEx, and UPS. Right. And you can see that, you know, in this one, this example, right? And then we have this one that's also similar. What's interesting about this one, right? It asks you to reply yes. It asks you to reply Y, right? The letter Y, right? Because the link will get activated. If you actually reply to these text messages, it's an iPhone feature, right? Where the link is disabled. But if you reply to the text message, it enables the link. So the newer version of this scam, a lot of them are including this text where it's like, please reply yes to activate the link. And that's been kind of like a newer development with this package delivery scam. We mentioned earlier, there's been reports that recently a Russian organization just started jumping on the bandwagon with this scam. So there's been a pickup. This scam has picked up more recently. It's getting reported a lot more and people are receiving it a lot more. It tends to pick up during the holidays, right? Because everybody's shipping and receiving packages. but it's still picking up even more now because it sounds like this new organization got involved. So definitely watch out for these text message scams about undeliverable packages. Let your loved ones know. This example is one I actually received, right? And you can see it's got USPS is the group name. So what the scammer did is they actually created a group chat, right? And they used USPS as the name. And I guess the goal is some people will see this and they'll think it's more legit because it's titled USPS, right? So it's a little trick that the scammer use. But this isn't really USPS, obviously. And then includes a fake link to click. So again, this is one I actually received middle last year in July. There's some other versions too where they have attachments, right? They'll send you an attachment with the HTML file or they'll send you an attachment with a PDF file. This to get past the filters. To get past the filters, right? Because there's no link in the message. But if you open this file, the link's going to be in the file, right? And then they link it to one of their fake websites. Good rule of thumb: never open attachments from someone you don't know or someone you didn't request it from, right? So like email, text messages, if it has attachments, do not open the attachments. All right. If the attachment has a link, you're lucky because a lot of times they'll have a virus, let's get malware installed on your computer. So it's just a good cybersecurity rule of thumb is never open attachments that you weren't expecting or from somebody you don't know. And the rule still applies to these text messages that impersonate USPS. Right there, they'll never actually send you a text message like this. It's definitely a scam. So do not trust the attachments or the links in these messages. And something that I find extremely interesting, right? So Wired Magazine did an article about this scam. And Katie, you'll probably get a kick out of this. So someone's wife fell for this scam, right? They got the text message about undeliverable package, and the wife, she fell for the scam, and she clicked on a link and she put in her credit card, right? Because by the way, what they do is they'll say that they got to charge you like $2 for redelivery. You put in your credit card, and the scammer steals your credit card information, right? So anyway, this guy, Grant Smith, his wife fell for it, right? I love this story because he's an IT guy and he wasn't going to stand for it, right? So what he actually did is he infiltrated the group that was sending these text messages out. Right. And in this case, it was actually a Chinese-based group, right? And he found out some very interesting things about this scam, right? So he hacks into their systems. He finds out it's a Chinese group, and they're sending 100,000 scam texts per day. Right? That's how widespread this scam is. And this is just one group sending 100,000 scam texts a day about these undeliverable package text messages, right? So he finds that out, and then. Right, it's a link to a Chinese language group. All right. So what he found, right? They're sending out 100,000 text messages a day, but he also found that they had over 438,000 credit cards. There's almost 500,000 credit cards were provided to these scammers. Right. So that's how successful this scam is, and that's why we're getting so many of these text messages because it's profitable. The scammers are making money off this one, so that explains why it picked up so much. But think about it, 500,000 unique credit cards, and that was just one organization that was able to infiltrate. Who knows how many other organizations are running the same scam, right? So more than 50,000 email addresses were logged, right? And the victims were across the United States. Right? So watch out for these USPS fake undeliverable package messages. Extremely popular. And this was just one group sending out 100,000 texts a day. So who knows how many other groups are involved. And like I said, now it seems like this Russian group started getting involved too. So that's extremely popular one, the undeliverable package. So that was actually the text message versions of these. But there's also an email version of this one. I'm always going to mention this. This email version, nobody else reported on this. Scamware 101 was the first to report on this email version. It started happening right before Black Friday. Yep, exactly. Yep. Watch out for those unauthorized charges because they will start happening. Right. So here's the email version. Okay, they send out these emails. And it's a little different than the text message version. The text message version typically asks you to pay a small fee for the redelivery, right? Let's say $2 or $3 fee for redelivery, right? In reality, you're actually stealing the credit card details, right? Well, what the email version this scam does. And again, we were the first and only people to report on this as far as I know so far. Right? These are real examples that we received and made a video and reported about. Right? But here's an email, November 16th. Right? This happened in November, less than 2 months ago. Actually, 2 months ago to today. Right? FedEx, we're sorry, your package appears to be delayed. Right? But it doesn't have a link for you to redeliver. What it does, they offer you a compensation package or compensation product. Right? So we get the email from FedEx. Hey, click here to get your product. Right? Here's the exact same email from UPS a week later, November 22nd. We're sorry, your package appears to be missing. Click here to get your compensation product. Right? So nobody else was really reporting on this one, at least that I know of. And we were definitely the first to report about these different versions of these undeliverable package emails, right? But if you click get your compensation now, you're gonna be taken to a fake website, right? Which is actually a fake retail website. I'll show you some screenshots of that in a minute. All right, so you get one of these emails, you click the link, and it brings up these fake websites. Here's a fake one for FedEx. I got a fake tracking number. Now another button, get your compensation now. Same deal with the UPS one. Tracking number, get your compensation now. Right. So watch out for this version of the scam too. FedEx, UPS, they do not offer compensation packages or products for delivery delays. It'd be nice if they did. We'd all have a lot of free stuff, but they don't offer this. It's a scam. Right. And the same thing with those text messages. They don't send out text messages like that. So 2 red flags, 100% get text messages like that. It's a scam. Any offers to get you a free compensation product, that's a scam too. Right. So let's talk about what happens if you actually click this link to get your compensation product. It kind of merges 2 scams into one. It starts off with an undeliverable package scam, right? But then it evolves into a fake retail website scam. So let's see what these retail websites look like that they're going to send you to. And these are real screenshots that I took when we got these emails, right? So fake retail website scams. You got to watch out for these, right? They'll hit you with an email. And it's not just a FedEx or UPS email, right? They'll hit you with emails about you received a free gift or a special offer, right? But they'll redirect you to these fake retail websites. There'll also be fake ads. A lot of ads on Google, sponsored ads on Facebook ads, social media ads, right? A lot of them, they're directing you to these fake retail websites. And the offer, this is something to be aware of for sure. The big offer that a lot of them try to use to pull people in and sucker them in is saying you get a free product, just pay for shipping, right? So you have to be careful with these just pay for shipping offers. If you're going to click on any of those offers, do your due diligence and check the website reviews, see what other people are saying, right? Because a lot of these just pay for shipping offers, they're scams, right? So in these screenshots, you can see they got the big Black Friday banner at top, Yep, the stolen money recovery scams. Those are known as recovery scams, actually. And it's a way for scammers to double dip, right? And it's kind of crazy that they know that you got scammed, right? And now they're gonna reach out to you and they're gonna pretend to be an organization that can help you recover the money, and they're gonna scam you again, right? So that's why these scammers, they're ruthless. They don't stop. They're gonna take it all. They don't just stop with like one bank account, right? They're gonna hit every bank account, then they're gonna try to hit you again afterwards. So if you get scammed, you get added to the suckers list. We didn't mention this earlier, but if you get scammed, you will be added to the suckers list, and that information is going to be sold to other scammers, right? And they're going to target you even more because they know you fell for it once, and they're going to keep on targeting you, right? But these fake retail websites, this is a good example. They're offering wireless headphones valued at $175. Just pay $9 for shipping, right? If you type your credit card details in here, a lot of times what they'll actually do is they will charge your card for the $8.95, right? Because it just makes the whole experience seem more legit, right? You're like, oh, wow, okay, they did charge me for the shipping. I must be getting those headphones, but you're not, right? That's just to make it seem more legit. They'll charge you $8.95. You'll never get the headphones, and then they're going to start using your credit cards. And most people, like you mentioned, Katie, most people will start recognizing unauthorized charges right away. A good tip when you're shopping online, especially on websites you might not often use. If you're going to use anything, use a credit card instead of a debit card, right? Because at least your credit cards, you could dispute the charge later, right? Whereas debit cards, you're gonna lose the money. But yeah, so this is an example of one of the headphones. Then we got the page here. It's offered, all part of the same scam. These were all the products, the compensation products that they were offering, right? It's portable heater, same deal, right? Just pay for shipping and earbuds, right? It's all the same part of the same scam here, right? So the way they get you onto the website could vary, right? It could be an email, one of those fake ones from UPS or FedEx. It could be an email, just a special offer that's fake. It could be a advertisement or banner ad that pops up, right? They use different methods to get you on these sites. But if you ever find yourself on one of these websites that you've never used before, right? And you don't know anybody that's used it before, and they're making an offer that seems too good to be true, it probably is, you know? So look for reviews, see what other people are saying, Google the website. No reviews is almost as bad as having bad reviews, right? These websites were so new at the time that nobody left that didn't have any negative reviews either. Like this new scam was so fresh, like the UPS and FedEx scam. But after we documented it, we created a video, documented it all, and the sites were all dead within a week, right? But they probably just moved different. They just purchased new domain names and they start using other sites, right? So watch out for these fake online retail websites, and especially the ones that say just pay for shipping. That's usually an indicator that there's something shady going on. AI, yeah, AI. That's a whole conversation itself. AI, right? Things are going to be crazy this year. AIs, they're cloning voices with AI, right? That red flag where you're supposed to be able to look at like spelling and grammar problems. See you, Deb. Thanks for attending. Yeah, I mean, we're just going over the same stuff as before, but thank you so much for participating and joining. If you haven't yet, sign up for the email list if you get a chance. Right, we'll send you a reminder next one. And yeah, thank you so much. It's been awesome having you here. But yeah, AI is going to be crazy what they're doing, and a lot of things that you would be able to check for as far as like misspellings, grammar, things like that. AI is just going to fix all that for these scammers, right? The scammers just ask the AI what to say. There's the bots, right? So you get a text message, you think you're talking to somebody. It's actually a bot using AI. You're talking to it's AI giving you the best answer and replies, right? Awesome. Thank you, Deb. Yeah, so definitely AI is going to be huge this year as far as scammers utilizing it. And they will. They already are, and they'll continue using it. You know, scammers, they're always using, they're always using new technology. You know, they're first to get aboard with it and start using it. So they will be using it. Road toll scam. So about this one, Katie, I've gotten any of these road toll scam text messages here. This one is picking up like crazy. A ton of examples here, right? So this road toll scam, you'll get a text message that claims you have an unpaid toll due, right? And they're impersonating. We've seen examples where they're impersonating SunPass, they're impersonating Peach Pass, they're impersonating Quick Pass, Good to Go. They're impersonating Easy Pass, North Texas Tollway Authority, Drive Easy Maryland, Fast Track. I think this is over by you guys on the West Coast, right? Fast Track, I think it's California, right? And not on this list, but they're also doing Drive Easy Massachusetts too. There's been a lot of warnings coming out from Massachusetts sheriff departments and law enforcement agencies warning about these unpaid toll messages that aren't real. And people are reporting these to me every week. I'm getting new reports about these. But here's some examples of these text messages that people are getting, right? California Toll Services. Right, records indicate you have an unpaid toll. Right. And what they do is the amount due, they'll say it's something it's like $6, right? But then they'll try to scare the person by saying, but you're gonna get charged $64 if you don't pay for it now. So they try to use urgency to scare people into clicking these links right away and then making a payment. But you're actually providing your credit card details to a scammer. Oh, there you go. Yep. That's good. It's good to let your loved ones know about this unpaid toll scam, though, too, especially during the holidays, right? Because a a lot of people travel for the holidays. So someone gets this text message, it might might not be that far off for them. They're like, oh, I did travel for the holidays, right? So I must have missed a toll. Let me go pay it. So this one tends to pick up towards the end of the year and earlier in the year. It should be slowing down though. It should be slowing down, but it's going to be going on for a while. But they impersonate everybody. Like no one is safe. And this one's relatively new. It only started about a year or so ago. So, but here's one where they're impersonating Florida SunPass. And they'll register these fake websites. They'll try to make them sound legit. They'll put like the word SunPass in it and tolls bill, right? SunPassTollsbill.com. But it's a fake website designed to steal your information. Actually, I'm gonna skip right to this Washington example because kind of by you in Oregon. I don't know if you have the same service or not, right? But the Washington My Good to Go tolls, right? So they're impersonating that one too. And they have a link to a fake website, mygoodtogotoll.com. If you click one of those links, it'll bring it to a website that it looks like a real website. They use the same logo, the same colors, right? You click payment. It actually provides a payment to a scammer. So watch out for these fake toll text messages. They're extremely popular right now. I'm not sure if you caught the end of the initial presentation, but we were on the AARP website, right? And you can see right off the bat that people were reporting this scam left and right, like in unpaid toll text messages. Let's definitely watch out for them. Oh, one of the other common scams happening right now are these gift card scams too. Where we get an email or actual postcard too. You'll actually get a physical piece of mail in the mailbox, right? And it'll be for a gift card. It'll say somebody sent you a gift card and have a QR code to scan, right? Or it might have a link to click to activate it, right? But if you follow that link or scan the QR code, it's going to take you to a fake website or install something malicious on your computer. So I do have one example to share that. Just give me one sec. All right, so this is an example of Venmo, a fake Venmo gift card email that goes out. Right, so you get this email, and it claims you got a $50 gift card. In this case, it says your company has given you an employee rewards card, right? But if you click the link, it's going to take you to a website that tries to steal your information or install something bad on your device, right? And in this case, it's saying, your company gave you an employee rewards card, right? Activate it now. So if you ever receive something like this, you'd actually want to check with your company, make sure it's real. Did you really send this to me? Same thing with family or friends. They send you a gift card. There's nothing wrong with reaching out to them, confirming it was actually sent to you by them, right? Because you don't want to go clicking links that you weren't expecting or scanning QR codes you weren't expecting. And QR codes are going to be, you're going to be seeing them a lot more scam-wise this year. It's become more popular, these QR code scams. So watch out for them. You'll get the free gift card, might be one of them that says, scan the code for the gift card. But there's all different versions of the QR code. They might tell you want a free prize and scan this QR code, or there's a special offer, scan this QR code. So watch out for those QR codes still. A little different than a gift card, but it could fall under that if the activation. The activation might say scan a QR code. But scanning a QR code is like clicking a link, right? People don't realize that yet, but that's all it is. It's just another way to go to a link. Right? It's scanning a QR code. So by scanning a random QR code or trusting a QR code, it's the same thing as trusting an email link, right? It's the same thing as clicking on an email link, right? You don't want to just go clicking on links, right? You want to make sure from somebody you trust, you want to make sure you're expecting it, you want to make sure it's real. You don't want to just go clicking a link. And the same thing goes for these QR codes. All right, so that's the gift card scam to watch out for. Got a lot more scams. Let me bring up the other list here. Here's the other ones we'll go to. I usually split up between the scams, go on a different topic, then revisit some more common scams. But Just gonna go right into the second section of common scams here for you. And Katie, it sounds like you follow stuff pretty good. I mean, those scam baiter guys are really good. They're fun to watch. I don't mess with the scammers personally. Let's try to spread awareness about them. Ideally, I want people to recognize scams before they're even interacting with the scammer. Like ideally, that's the goal. I want them to recognize a scam as soon as possible, and not even like reply to these people, not even click on the links, not even call a number. I want them to be able to recognize these scams as soon as possible without interacting with the scammer at all, right? But those scam baiters are great because you learn about how the scam evolves, and it'll help you realize if you're still dealing with a scammer. They might not have realized that first. So those guys are great. But let's talk about some more of these other scams, right? These tech support scams. The scam baiters, a lot of times they'll go after these tech support scam people, which is great. So these tech support scams. This is when, so you're browsing the internet, minding your own business, you get a pop-up, right? And it says, warning, 5 viruses detected. Okay. And it has a number to call to help remove the viruses, right? And then big red letters, big scary letters, 5 viruses detected, a list of things that are infected, your system crashing, file deletion, theft of personal data, Wi-Fi loss, infections on your other devices, right? All this scary stuff because it wants to create a sense of urgency and scare the person into calling this number, right? So they call that number, though, they get connected to a scammer. Scammers get connected to their computer then, right? So this is one example of a fake pop-up. Right, here's another example of a fake pop-up. Right, I'm starting off with the generic ones. Right, so a lot of people might think, "Oh, I would never fall for this." Right, but you're just kind of like generic ones. Right, this one's your credit card details might be exposed, your email passwords, Facebook, private photos. Right, oh my God, let me call this number immediately. But you're gonna be connected to a scammer. You're dealing with people sitting in call centers. Right, they're sitting in call centers waiting for you to call so they can scam you. Another version. Warning: big red letters. Computer might be infected. Right? Remove viruses, call tech support now. Real virus alerts are not going to have a number for you to call. Okay, so that's one of the indicators that it's not real. Right? If it has a phone number to call, it's not a real virus alert. Unfortunately, a lot of older people are kind of falling for this. So this is something you do want to warn your parents, your grandparents, kind of like older folks about because they seem to be the most vulnerable to this one because they get scared. They see a scary pop-up like this and they don't know what to do, so they call the number. Next thing you know, it's scammers impersonating tech support and they're connecting to a computer. And the scammers that are running the scam, they're ruthless. Like once they're on your computer, once you let them on your computer, they're going to ask you to log into every single bank account. They're going to install stuff on the computer. It's not good. You do not want to give these people access to your computer, right? So these are some examples of some fake pop-ups they might get, but there's some more convincing ones, right? So these are just the generic ones, but here's some more convincing ones. This one impersonates McAfee antivirus, right? And you can see the browser in the background, right? And there's an address. So you can tell it's a web pop-up, right? But someone might not realize this. They have McAfee on their computer. They get an alert like this. It seems real, right? Call McAfee helpline. If you call that number, you're being connected to a scammer. So one for Norton, impersonates Norton and Symantec, right? All the scary stuff. Your hard drive might fail, right? Threats detected. Call support. You call this number, you're gonna get connected to a scammer. Windows Defender. It's a fake pop-up for Windows Defender, right? Same deal. Warning, your data has been compromised. Email credentials, banking passwords, Facebook login, right? Call this number for support. Call Windows support, but it's not. It's a scammer. And here's another version of a fake pop-up, another Windows Defender one. And one of the reasons that this scam is so successful is that it doesn't matter what type of device you're on. It doesn't matter if you're on a Windows device, a Mac device, you'd be on your Android phone, right? Your iPhone, and you'll still get one of these pop-ups, one of these fake pop-ups. And then you call the number, and the scammer's got you, right? So in this example, it's impersonating Safari, right? So even if you're on a Mac or Apple device, you're not safe. This one has the Safari logo, virus found, big red letters. Your Mac computer has 13 infections, right? Call this number. Please call tech support as soon as possible. It's all a scam. There's 2 more. We got Apple Care. Removal of 3 viruses. Right? Traces of phishing and spyware. Man, they want you to call this number. And they're impersonating Apple Care. You got the Apple logo there. Another one. It's Apple. Call it Apple Helpline, but it's not really Apple Helpline. It's a scammer. right? So you got to watch out for these tech support scams. Make sure your loved ones are aware of this, right? I always say that everybody should have their computer guy that they call, right? Everybody should know where if they need work done on their computer, maybe it's their local computer shop, maybe it's a family member, maybe it's somebody you work with, but everybody should have their local computer guy, right? So like if you get one of these pop-ups, you shouldn't call this number, right? You should have your own computer guy. If you're really concerned or want somebody, reach out to your own computer guy. Take a picture of it, the alert, and send a text message to your computer guy, right? See what he says. But 99% of the time, he's going to say that this is a fake alert, especially if it's got a phone number listed. If it's got a phone number, it's a fake alert. So you should never feel tempted to call these numbers. You should have your own computer guy. If you ever feel tempted, and that's who you reach out to. Right. So that's a tech support scam. Lots of people are falling victim to this scam. Again, older folks. So spread awareness about this. Be aware about this. Let people know you can't just go calling random phone numbers that pop up on your screen. So that's a tech support scam. Next up, we got the wrong number scams. And a lot of people, I know myself, I get tons of wrong number text messages. Right? And for a while, I wondered why do I get so many wrong number text messages? Like, what's going on here, right? Well, it's a scam. That's what's going on here. That's why people get so many wrong number text messages. There's wrong number scams, they're called. Right? And how these wrong number scams work is, let me bring up some of those examples for you. So how these wrong number scams work is you could just get a random text message, right? Super random. You can just say hi. Right? It's nothing from an unknown number. So just bear with me. I'm just bringing up the examples here. So these wrong number scams. Okay, got them. Look, so these wrong number scams, they can be started with any text message, right? Excuse me, is this Emma? Right? That's a wrong number. Hey, Anna, I'm Josie, right? Wrong number scam. Just sending a text that says hi. It's a wrong number scam, right? They can start these scams off with any type of text message. The point is they want you to reply back and say, sorry, wrong number, right? Which most good people, they feel they want to be nice. They want to let somebody know you got the wrong number, right? But the scammers take advantage of this, okay? And they send out these messages and they want you to reply back and say, sorry, wrong number, right? Because at the very least, they now know that they have an active number where a person reads it and replies, right? So at the very least, they now know to target your number with more scams, right? But these wrong numbers don't just stop with the initial message, right? So let me show you some more examples, right? So here's where these conversations end up going. Right, so a message comes in, right? Are you Lillian? No, I'm Lizzie. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I made a mistake between your number and Lillian's number. Hope I didn't disturb you. The person replies back, that's okay. It happens, right? Then the scammer replies back, thank you for understanding and patience. You're a kind person. I hope you have a good day too. I'm 36 years old. Would you mind telling me your age? Right? This is when the red flags need to start happening. Like you shouldn't reply at all to these people. Just if someone's got a wrong number, they'll figure it out, right? You don't even want to reply. But if you do find yourself in a conversation with somebody, right, this is where the conversation is going to start going. After they find out it's a wrong number, they don't stop talking, right? Now they want to befriend you and they want to find out about you. That's a red flag that you're dealing with a scammer, big time, right? So once they acknowledge that they have a wrong number, they're going to start asking you questions. What's your name? How old are you? What's your location? Right? Because they want to find out what scam to hit you with. Okay. So here's another screenshot. Exact same deal. And this is very common. You'll get a random message that says, let's have a cup of coffee. You're like, who is this? Right? You reply back, who is this? Person makes up some story. Oh, I had a wrong phone number. I'm sorry, Okay, that's fine. Have a great day. But then they try to continue the conversation. Where are you from? Right? They're going to try to find out where you're from. They're going to try to find out your age. They're going to try to find out your name. Right? And then once they have this information, they're going to try to determine the best scam to run on you. Here's an example. This is a message I received personally. Right? Hi, Byron. I'm Jane. Right? And they included a picture of an attractive woman. Right? Have you gotten the pictures I sent? Notice how this came in I didn't reply, right? Into a scam. 4 hours go by. They text message me again. Have you gotten the pictures I sent? Right? So they're trying to get a response here. They're trying to confirm that someone's on the other end and that I'm going to answer, right? And they include a good-looking girl to try to get a response, right? So they're trying to tempt responses out of people. What's funny about this too, I did a video about this on our YouTube channel. We have a video. I share a bunch of examples about these wrong number scams. And in the comments, a lot of people were leaving comments saying they got the exact same message with the exact same picture, right? So Jane's been cheating on me apparently. But yeah, wrong number scams, right? They'll include a picture sometimes just to try and get you to reply. And here's an example, right? So we actually got this message when I was putting the video together. I was like, I'm going to reply so I have some examples about what happens and what path these wrong scams go down, or these wrong number scams go down, right? And, send you a message, say, hi, you reply back, hi, who is this? They make up a story. I'm Karina, are you David? Met at a party. Any made up story could say anything, right? Oh, I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. Okay. Oh my gosh, I checked and found out and it's the wrong area code. Hope this doesn't bother you, right? Yeah, okay, that's, whatever, no problem, it happens. Okay. But they're going to keep the conversation going, right? So we reply back, no problem, it happens. They start replying, thank you very much. You're a very friendly and polite person. I hope we can be friends. Nice to meet you. My name is Karina, right? What's your name? This is when they start asking, what can I call you? What's your name? Trying to get information about you, right? So we would mess with them. We said Pat, because Pat could be a girl or a guy, right? So we said Pat just to mess with them, right? I reply back, I have a beautiful name, living in Los Angeles. Where do you live, right? So far they asked my name. Now they're trying to find out where I live. And at that point, we just stopped the conversation. We knew it was a scam from a start, but I wanted to have an example kind of to show you what these scammers do. So it's always a red flag. They try to continue a conversation. If this conversation had continued, they probably would try to pull us onto WhatsApp and to continue a conversation on WhatsApp. And eventually it would have led to a romance scam or an investment scam, right? So, but the wrong number scam is how they find new victims. It's a way that they reach out to people and try to pull new victims in, right? So that's why it's good never to even respond to these types of text messages. Anybody just joining, give us a heart in the chat, give us a like, say hi, let us know what you want to talk about, what you hear. We're going late tonight. Usually we're wrapped up like 2 hours ago, but we just kept on going. Why not? A little treat for the West Coast here. If anybody's just joining, you sign up for email list. Visit scamaware101.com, click join mailing list. Make sure to watch out for the confirmation email. Sometimes it goes to the junk folder. And let me know you're still here and watching. It's okay. I'll talk to myself, though. It's all good. Fake order scams. So fake order scam. This one's extremely popular right now. It's targeting people by text message, by phone call, by email. Right? We're getting attacked from all directions. These fake order scams. But I have examples of all of them for you. So there we go. So let's start off with this text message, right? So you get a text message, and what it does, it says that there's been a purchase made under your account. And to dispute it, call this number, right? You call that number, you're going to connect to a scammer, right? That's the point of a fake order scam, right? They send you a text message, they call you on the phone, they send you an email, and they claim an order was placed under one of your accounts, and to call this number to dispute it. Or if they're calling on a phone, they'll say press 1 to dispute it, right? But if you call a number or you press 1 to dispute it, you're going to be connected to a scammer, right? And the scammer is going to eventually try to get on your computer and try to get access to your financial information. But this is what's known as a fake order scam. All right. They'll send you a text message about a fake order. They'll give you a call about a fake order, send an email about a fake order, right? So this is a text message version of the scam. But I also have 2 recordings, right? I have 2 recordings of a fake order phone call that I can play you here. And the thing about a fake order, the product could be anything. The product could be anything. The supposed vendor it happened at could be anything. The point is, they just want you to dispute it, right? So in the 2 examples I'm going to share with you right now, I have a recording of a phone call that claims you made a purchase of a MacBook under your Amazon account, right? And I have another recording that says you purchased a PlayStation right, from Walmart. All right, so let's take a listen to, let's go to MacBook Pro one first, right? So if you get any phone calls like this, do not press 1 to dispute, ignore it, right? So here's the MacBook Pro one first, they claim was from Amazon.
This call is to authorize the payment of $1,499 for the recent order of Apple MacBook Pro on your Amazon account. If you do not authorize this payment, please press 1 to speak to our customer support representative.
Right? So that was a recording. They're claiming that a MacBook Pro was purchased on your account for $1,400. It tells you to press 1 to speak to a rep. You press 1, you'll be connected to a scammer. The scammer's going to try to get on your computer, or at least try to get your billing information, your financial information, right? Credit card, bank accounts, things like that. Right? So that was an example of one call. And this other example here is the one from, they claim to be from Walmart, and that a PlayStation 5 was purchased. Right? And it's the same deal. So let me play that one for you right now.
We are trying to contact you concerning an unverified purchase of PlayStation 5 Special Edition bundled with Pulse 3D headset being ordered from your Walmart account for an amount of $859.50. If you did not authorize this transaction or wish to cancel, please press 1 or return our call on same number at your earliest convenience.
Right? So there's an example of a phone call. Well, 2 phone calls. That one claimed that it was a PlayStation 5, and press 1 to dispute. Press 1, you're going to connect to a scammer. All right. So we showed the text message version of this, still on my screen here. We played 2 phone call recordings of this fake order scam, right? Now, what about the email? So the email version of this scam, we actually have a news article to share with you about a victim. And I find this news article fascinating because it tells you a little bit about what's going on behind the scenes too with the scammers, right? So this 23-year-old woman reported losing $4,100 after falling victim to identity fraud scam in July, right? The scam began on July 17th with an email claiming she had purchased an iPhone, right? So there's the fake order, right? She got an email claiming she purchased an iPhone. The woman called the number provided in the email to dispute the purchase, right? So she called the fake number, right? Thinking she was disputing a real purchase. She gets connected to a scammer. Okay. Now here's the narrative that she got told, right? So she's talking to a scammer, and the scammer says that she had multiple open accounts in various states, and she was informed someone was using her identity, right? The scammers then connected the woman to another scammer posing as a CIA agent, right? And this is a very common narrative, right? They tell you that your account's been hacked, your funds aren't safe, and that's how they convince you to move the money. You know, they tell you someone's stolen your identity, someone's in your bank account. So you need to move that money to keep it safe, right? But where do you move the money? They have you move the money to them. You don't realize it, but they have you withdraw the money and you're sending it to scammers. So they connected to a CIA agent who instructed her to withdraw $3,600 from her bank account. The next day, she was directed to use the money to purchase Walmart gift cards and send photos and receipts. Right? So big red flags with gift cards, right? Additionally, a woman sent another $500 gift cards. So at the end of the day, when all is said and done, she lost $4,100 to this fake order scam, right? And it was all because an email claimed she purchased an iPhone. She called to dispute it, and the scammers did their thing and got $4,100 from her. So that's a fake order scam. They're extremely popular right now. Again, they're attacking us from all different directions: phone, text, emails. So you gotta watch out for those. Then we have the bank impersonation scams. So, yeah, when you do try to call back, sometimes they don't work. That's right, because they're using all stolen phone numbers, fake phone numbers, or showing fake phone numbers. So yeah, sometimes it doesn't work, right? But that's probably why a lot of these, when they call you, it actually says press 1, right? So they press 1, then it connects you to a scammer. But yeah, also, if you wait too, like if you wait a couple days, the number's not going to be good anymore either. I've done that before, where it's like a couple days later, I'm like, let me text back the scammer, see where it goes, as an example, and the number will be dead by then. So, but since we're talking about numbers, it's a good segue into this other scam, these bank impersonation scams. So something super important to be aware of and to make sure people are aware of is that scammers can make the caller ID show whatever number they want on the caller ID, right? So a scammer could be calling you to impersonate the bank, and the caller ID will actually show the bank's phone number, right? And people have this false sense of security. They'll see the phone number on the caller ID and they think, oh, okay, it's a bank's phone number, so it must be the bank, right? And they put down their guard and don't realize they're talking to a scammer. So if there's anything, any little tidbit of information people really need to be aware is that. I would say that out of all of them, that would probably prevent a lot of scams from happening if people realize that their caller ID can't be trusted. But in the case of these bank impersonation scams, I've been getting notified a lot, and I'm seeing a lot more headlines about this scam. Right? What they're doing is first they call you, and this is an actual story. This happened to a friend of mine a week ago. Right? She reached out to me, shared the whole story, does screenshot stuff like that with me. Right? But what happens is these scammers, they call your phone, right? And the caller ID will actually show the bank's phone number. Like it will be correct. It will match the bank's phone number. Right. If you don't answer the phone, then they're going to send you a text message and they're going to claim there's been activity on your account. And on my screen, you can see an example of the text message. A little hot in here. Right. Banks and government agencies. Yep, exactly. Yep. And I've seen different banks being impersonated too. I've seen the Wells Fargo being phone number being used. I've seen TD Bank being used. Like they make the phone number show up like it's actually like the bank, right? And it's a false sense of security that people have, and they need to realize that that phone number could be spoofed. But anyway, so what happened to my friend, right? So she gets this call, she doesn't answer, right? But she did check, it does show the bank's phone number. Okay. Right after the call came in, she got a text message, right? And this is an actual screenshot of the text message here, right? And it's telling her to verify activity on her card. And we've all received text messages like this. Maybe you're traveling, you use your card out of state, so you get the fraud warning, the confirm the activity, right? Well, the scammers are using that fraud warning to trick you, right? So this is the fraud warning that they sent her after she didn't answer the phone, right? And they're impersonating TD Bank, right? And we actually reached out to the bank. She reached out to the bank and confirmed that this was fake. And the bank actually gave us some useful information, right? So there's a couple ways you could recognize that this is a fake text message. Okay. First way is that there's no mention of an account, right? If this had been a real text message from your bank, it would have had something indicating the account, like the last 4 digits, for example. There would be something indicating which account the activity was on, right? So that's red flag number one. If it doesn't indicate what accounts this is a reference to, that's an indicator that's a scam text, right? The other indicator was a phone number up top. It's a real phone number. If this had been from the bank, it would have been one of those short codes, right? You know how you get a text message sometimes? It'll be like a 5-digit, 6-digit code, right? Not a real phone number. That's what you would receive from the bank. It wouldn't be from a real phone number. It would be from one of those short codes, right? So the bank also warned us about that, saying it would have been, wouldn't have come from a real phone number like this. All right. And then John mentioned earlier, I don't know if he's still with us or not, but John mentioned earlier the capital N and the not here. That's also a little indicator too that the grammar's off, the capitalization's off. Little things like that are tips as well. But the two big tips were there was no account referenced and it came from a real phone number. It didn't come from one of those short codes that would have been from the bank. So those are two big indicators that this was from the scammer as well. So that's the type of scam it's got. First, they're calling your number first, showing the bank's phone number on your caller ID, right? And then part two is they send you this text message, right? Again, it's happening a lot. They're impersonating all different banks. So watch out for these. John was on the phone with the bank. That's what was going on. His account got hacked. So there's an example of the bank impersonation scams. These are extremely popular right now. And Katie, as I'm sure you're aware from watching these scam baiters, a lot of times the narrative, it turns into, oh, your identity's been stolen, right? Somebody has access to your bank account and you need to transfer the funds. And that seems to be the common narrative that they go into, right? They'll get onto the person's computer. They'll have them start opening their online banking websites, right? And they'll just start having them transfer. Oh, he's in this account too. Transfer the money here. Oh, he's in this account too. Withdraw the money and buy gift cards, right? It doesn't stop. Like they clear out each account. They're ruthless. So that's the bank impersonation scam. Extremely popular right now. Watch out for it. Grandparent scam. So let's do this grandparent scam. It'll be the last scam example. Then maybe we'll talk about red flags if still got people watching here. All right, so grandparent scam, right? So this scam, I hate these guys, these scammers that do these grandparent scams. It's terrible. They call up older people and tell them that their kids are in jail and they got to pay bail and get them out. And it's just a terrible, terrible thing to do. Right. So the scammer calls up someone and it claims that their son or daughter is in jail. Right. They'll tell them your son or daughter is embarrassed. Don't tell anybody. Right. So it's trying to keep the grandparent quiet and not mentioning it to anybody. Right. And then they'll tell them that they need to pay money to get their kid out of jail. It's a terrible, terrible scam. Right. And there was this group out of Dominican Republic running it. I don't know if they're still running it or not. They did get busted, but we have an article about that too. But you might have actually seen this one before, Katie, but we have an awesome recording that one of the scam baiters got. He actually hacked into one of these scammers' web cameras. Actually watched them during the one of these grandparent scams. So I'm gonna actually play that video for you now. And it's actually someone in the Dominican Republic that's doing one of these scams. So let me bring that up.
Oh,
Mom, I had a car accident.
huh?
I had a car accident, Mom.
Is this Linda?
It's me, Linda.
Where are you?
I got a car accident.
What happened?
I'm gonna put the officer on. I got arrested.
You got arrested?
Hi, ma'am.
Yes,
Hi, are you Linda's mom?
yes.
What I'm gonna need you to do is grab a pen and paper and write down Linda's case number, ma'am. I need you to hurry up, please, ma'am.
Case number?
It's the number 2.
2?
Letter B as in boy. Can you read that back to me?
2B.
Now, I'm gonna read what's going on, ma'am, okay?
Okay.
Linda was involved in a car accident. That was stated in the police report. She admitted that was her fault while she was driving. She was using her phone. That's what caused the accident, ma'am, okay?
Oh, man.
The woman that was driving the other vehicle was 7 months pregnant. We had to rush her into the nearby hospital. She might lose her baby.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, we actually confiscated her cell phone for legal evidence, so she cannot receive or cannot make calls. This is going to be her only last call. Are you with me, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Now, she actually wrote a note down here saying that she didn't want anyone to know about this. Let's honor her wish for right now because it's too much for her right now. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
What I'm going to need you to do, ma'am, is stay by the phone and wait for the lawyer to call, okay?
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, ma'am.
All right, bye.
Yep, exactly, Katie. Yeah, we were mentioning that earlier when I first showed that video. You want to create like a passphrase or code. Actually share with your family members, let them know it's real or not. It's crazy that's come to that too. Like, it really is crazy that it's come to that. But I love that video though because it exposes a lot, right? So like, first of all, here's that one guy. He's impersonating the daughter and he's impersonating the cop. Okay, he uses some voice changing software when he's impersonating the daughter, trying to sound more feminine on the phone, right? When he switches to the cop, he starts playing the police chatter, from the police scanners in the background, making it sound like you're talking to a cop. So the police scanners going in the background, right? He tells her that her daughter's phone has been confiscated, right? So you don't bother trying to call her. So there's all these little red flags and little things that they're doing, right? That would indicate it's a scam. And I love that video because it gives you a peek about what's actually happening behind the scenes there. And that was one of the scammers in Dominican Republic. And what's interesting is we have this news article here, and it's from New Jersey, and it actually says federal court indicted a bunch of scammers, for this grandparent scam, from the Dominican Republic. There's actually a total of 11 Dominican nationals, right? But there also explains, let's see. So, according to the indictment, right, they ran this scam against hundreds of seniors across the United States, including New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. And the guy they arrested actually ran a network of call centers in the Dominican Republic, right? So these people are in call centers. It's not like you're dealing with one scammer. There's teams, there's people in call centers, they're sitting there waiting and calling people all day long. And there's multiple people, multiple scammers, right? They have the openers, and that's who we just watched in that video was the opener, right? He calls up, does the whole narrative. Oh, your kid's been arrested in an accident, right? And he tells her, all right, we're gonna give you a call back from the courts, right? And the closers reach out, impersonating the courts. They'll take the victim for they'll take the victim for bail money. Then they'll take the victim for legal fees. Then they'll take the victim for court fees. And they'll just keep on taking as much as they can. They'll just hand it off to another scammer and impersonate the next one in line. All right. So a bunch of these scammers were arrested. They're from the Dominican Republic. There are like 11 of them. I don't know if that was a scammer or not. I hope it was because it's a terrible person to be doing things like that. But that's a grandparent scam. It's definitely important to let your loved ones know about that. And there's different versions of this one. I mean, they'll say that there's been a warrant issued, and if they make a payment, the warrant will go away, right? They'll say someone missed jury duty, right? And that there's going to be a warrant issued if you don't pay the fine. So it's different versions. But the grandparent one is, they're actually claiming somebody's in jail and trying to get money from that way. And and those scammers, these ones are ruthless too. They'll take everything. I've heard some terrible stories about older victims losing their entire savings and retirement money all because of these scammers. So it's heartbreaking. So that's a grandparent scam. Definitely got to watch out for that. How we doing? Anybody else watching? Give me click the heart, say hi in the chat, say what's up. I don't know if I should keep going here. We can talk about some red flags. Talk about some red flags next. Anybody new watching? Visit scamware101.com. Join our email list. Let's go to scamware101.com. Click join mailing list. Pop in your name and email address. Won't spam you too much, I promise. Just let you know when we post new videos. Remind you when we're doing some live streams. Give you some awareness tips. All good stuff. So it's time for the email list here. Just look for a confirmation email. Some people report it goes to the junk folder. So check the junk folder. Well, let's talk about red flags. Let me go get my red flag slides up. We'll go through red flags and then we'll wrap up the live stream after we get through red flags. Let's get my red flag slides. Bear with me one sec. All right. Everybody watching, give us a heart, give us a like, say hi in the chat. I'm interested to see if anybody more people from the West Coast join. Now it's late. We're usually not on this late, so it's pretty cool seeing Katie from Oregon in here, and curious if anybody else from West Coast might be joining. If you haven't yet, give us a couple likes and hearts and all that stuff in the chat. Maybe get some more people joining. All right. Red flags. Cool. John, thank you as always for attending. Appreciate it. You're the man. Oh, nice. I'll have to check that one out. Make a note of this. Cool. I'll have to check out that script. Because that's a great point that you bring up, right? These scripts, they're following scripts. They're literally, it's almost like the sales team. I compared them earlier. They're like the sales team from hell, right? They're sitting in a call center, they're making calls, they're receiving calls, and they're reading these scripts, right? And they will lie, cheat, steal. Like there's no limits on what they'll do, right? And these scripts, it'll tell them how to deal with objections. Like if someone says no, or something, the scripts will actually tell them how to respond and how to answer. So it's like an evil sales team. It's like an evil sales team. And I feel bad for these victims. Like you mentioned romance scams, and some people aren't so nice to the victims. Oh, how could they ever fall for that? But you know, I commend the victims for coming forward and sharing their stories. I mentioned it earlier where I was saying that I consider it very brave of these victims to come forward and share their stories, right? Because they're embarrassed. They don't want to admit that they got scammed, but coming forward and sharing their stories, they're helping others. They're making others aware of these red flags, right? These red flags we're about to go over right now, right? So I appreciate all these victims that come forward. I definitely feel sorry that they went through that, and but it's good of them to come forward and warn other people. Look, because these scammers are getting lots of people. If it wasn't profitable, if they weren't making money, they wouldn't be doing this, right? So they're scamming lots of people. So let's talk about red flag number one. By the way, these are all from my red flag video. Last week we posted a video about 5 red flags that indicate you're talking to a scammer, right? So we got red flag number one. They try to direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue conversation, right? So scammers love using third-party chat apps to talk to their victims, right? First of all, it's easier to communicate with victims that are outside in other countries, right? It's much easier to use something like Telegram or WhatsApp to communicate than it is to send text messages to people outside the country, right? And then it offers more anonymity to the scammer to hide behind, right? It's harder to get them kicked off, canceled, and tracked down when they're hiding behind some of these chat apps like Telegram or WhatsApp, right? So it's always a major red flag. If you find yourself in a conversation with a stranger and they're trying to direct you to Telegram or WhatsApp, right? That's a red flag. You're talking to a scammer. Some common scams that do this, right at the top of the list, romance scams, right? You got the fake dating profiles that lure in new victims. And then once they start talking to each other, they'll direct the victim to continue talking on WhatsApp, right? And that's so they can build a friendship with these romance scam victims, right? They direct them over to WhatsApp, and now they can share videos and they can share pictures and they can build up more trust and relationship with this person on the chat app. A lot easier than they could have on a text message, Wrong number scams. We talked about wrong number scams a little bit ago. They start with a text message probing for victims, right? Hi, oh, I have a wrong number, right? And they continue a conversation. But eventually, they're going to direct that conversation to WhatsApp. They don't want to keep on talking on text. Eventually, they're going to direct that person to WhatsApp. And they'll proceed which whatever victim they wanted to, or whichever scam they wanted to proceed with. They get him on WhatsApp, and then they decide, all right, get him with a romance scam, get him with an investment scam, a pig butcher scam, which route are we going to take? But they try to direct them to WhatsApp, it's always a red flag. Same thing with investment scams, right? They'll try to direct the victim to Telegram or WhatsApp group to pump up an investment, right? And a lot of times there'll be bots in the Telegram. It's bots, it's fake. Going back to the AI they mentioned, right? So it'll make it seem like there's interest in this investment, right? But they're actually bots and then scams in a Telegram group. So red flag. They send you a Telegram or WhatsApp, it's a red flag. It's red flag number one. All right, so now we got red flag number two. Payment and gift cards, prepaid cards, or cryptocurrency. It's directing it to Bitcoin ATM, red flags, red flag galore, right? So scammers love being paid with gift cards, prepaid cards, or cryptocurrency. It's easier to move, right? And you can transfer funds quickly. Okay. And it's harder for victims to recover the money after it's sent, right? So you buy a bunch of gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, and you send it to a scammer, good luck getting that money back because it's going to be gone for good. So red flag, cryptocurrency, prepaid gift cards, prepaid debit cards, red flags, right? And We see this in a lot of scams, but just some examples, right? The IRS and Social Security scams. They're calling you up. They're impersonating the IRS. They're impersonating Social Security, right? And they're asking you for payment in gift cards or cryptocurrency. Now, a real government agency does not accept gift cards and cryptocurrency as payment, right? So that's a huge red flag, right? Anybody tells you to pay them in that way, you got to stop and rethink what's going on there, right? Romance scams, right? The scammers, they'll request gift cards and cryptocurrency from the people that they're scamming, right? You know, they'll scam an emotionally attached victim, and they're thinking, "Oh, I'm just giving gift cards to my girlfriend across the country," right? But they're not real. So it takes advantage of them. As for gift cards, cryptocurrency, bank impersonation scams, right? We just talked about this, how they convince victims to withdraw their money to keep it safe, but then they tell them to purchase gift cards and provide them, right? So that's the big red flag. Gift cards, cryptocurrency, anybody sending it to Bitcoin ATM, right? Should definitely be setting off red flags. Good. And there's so many stories, right? We hear stories about these victims and these red flags, like they pop up left and right. If they were just aware of one of those red flags, it would have prevented all the headache and trouble they had to deal with. All right, so that's red flag number 2, right? The cryptocurrency and gift cards, Bitcoin ATMs. Red flag number 3. I haven't talked about this one too much, but definitely red flag, right? They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone by text message. Okay. There's no reason to provide a code that was sent to your phone to somebody, right? If somebody's asking you to provide a code that they sent to your phone, it's a red flag, and it's an indicator that you're talking to a scammer, right? So why would they want a code that was sent to your phone, right? Well, they could be trying to open an account with your phone number attached to it, right? And they need you to give them that code that was sent there to verify the account, right? So then they might be trying to log in to one of your accounts, right? And you need to give them the code so they can verify and log into one of your accounts, right? So they're trying to break into one of your accounts. You give them the code, you're giving them access, right? They might be trying to reset your password to gain access to your account. You reply back with that code, you just give them permission to reset your password, essentially give them access to the account, right? So anybody's trying to get a code from you that was sent to your phone, it's an indicator that it's a red flag. That is a scammer, right? Some specific scams that this gets used in, right? Account login attempts. Okay, they're trying to log into your account, like we said. And if you provide them the code, you just give them access to your account. Right? The password reset request, like we just said, you apply the code to them, give them access to the account. Right? But the other thing is, there's something known as a Google Voice scam, right? And what the scammers are doing is they're creating Google Voice accounts, right? And they want to link it to somebody else's phone number. So if you provide the code to them, you're authorizing them to link your phone number to this Google Voice account, right? And once they have these Google Voice accounts linked to other people's phone numbers, they're going to be calling other victims. They're going to be calling victims and scamming them from that Google Voice account. It's going to show your phone number, right? So that's a big scam. And this scam, where they're sending you codes, a lot of times it's on websites like Craigslist websites or Facebook Marketplace, right? You're selling an item or buying an item, right? The person on the other end, the narrative they'll feed you is they'll say, "Oh, I just want to confirm that your phone number is real," right? I've been scammed before. I want to confirm that your phone number is real, so I'm going to send you a code. Let you know what that code is, right? Meanwhile, they're creating a Google voicemail account, or they're trying to log into one of your accounts, or they're trying to reset your password, right? So if you reply back with that code, you authorize and give them the ability to do whatever they wanted. All right, so watch out for that scam, especially on marketplace websites, Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. That's where this one seems to pop up the most, right? Never provide a code that was sent to your phone to somebody that's asking for it. No reason to ever have to do that. So that's red flag number 3. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone by text message. Give me a thumbs up or a heart, 100%. Let me know you're still here. Anybody else join us? Say hi in the chat. Let us know what you want to talk about. We're going to be wrapping up soon, but I'll keep going if we get more people in here. Why not? Red flag number 4. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Right? And we mentioned this one a little bit earlier too. As part of a tech support scam, right? They trick you into calling a tech support number, then they ask to connect your PC. Look, you let somebody onto your PC, you're getting the keys to the house. You know what I mean? They get onto your PC, they're gonna extract your passwords that you have stored, right? They're gonna encrypt your files or take your personal files and blackmail you You know, they have access to all your pictures and everything, right? They're gonna attempt to access your bank account websites while you're on there, right? They're gonna steal your cookies and just try to bypass the MFA logins, right? But they're gonna ask you to open up your bank accounts. That's the whole part of the whole narrative, right? Where they say, "Oh, your identity's been stolen. We need you to open up your bank account websites so we can check for suspicious activity." So here you are, you let the scammer on your computer, you're opening all your bank account websites for them, and they're, "Oh, yeah, that got hacked, send us the money. Oh, that got hacked, send the money too." Right? So do not let these people on your computer. You have no idea what they're going to install on your computer. Once they're on your computer, they can install a virus that gives them access whenever they want, right? So do not let these scammers on your computer. It's a red flag if they want to access your computer. And that's even if you're the one that called them, right? If you're the one that called them access your computer is still a red flag, right? Because you might be falling for one of those virus pop-ups we went over earlier, right? So some scams that they use this tactic in to connect to your computer, right? The tech support scam that I mentioned earlier, right? They impersonate tech support to assist with a virus to gain access to your PC, right? The fake order scams, right? We mentioned a fake order scam earlier, right? So you get a message about a fake order, right? Call this number to dispute it. You call the number, right? The scammer impersonates customer support and then offers to connect your computer to assist with that order, right? So it's a red flag. They're trying to connect your computer, red flag. Right? And then you got the fake fraudulent activity. This is like the bank impersonation, right? They reach out to you, they tell you somebody's got access to your bank accounts, right? And then they offer to connect your PC to check for suspicious activity, right? But it's really a scammer. And once they're on your PC, nothing good's gonna come from that, right? So these are 3 specific scams where they will try to connect to your computer. There's a lot more, but it's always a red flag if somebody's trying to connect to your computer. I mean, you shouldn't let anybody connect to your computers. Like, you should only have your trusted computer guys, right? And your trusted support people that are going to connect to the computer. Don't let some stranger that you just called on some random number connect. So that's red flag number 4. They ask to connect your PC to investigate or assist with an issue. Right, and then our final red flag. Red flag number 5. They request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. All right. So that's a red flag, right? Scammers don't want you to talk to other people, right? They don't want you to explain what's going on to your friends and family, right? Because the more people you talk to, the more likely you're going to be told that it's a scam, right? So scammers want you to keep it confidential. They don't want you talking to anybody. A lot of times they try to keep you on the phone. They don't even want you to get off the phone because they don't want to give you an opportunity to even call somebody else, right? So they're going to ask you to keep things confidential. We just saw that in the grandparent scam, right? Oh, your daughter's embarrassed, so she asked you not to tell anybody, right? That's the red flag. They're trying to get you to keep it confidential and not talk to anybody. Some examples of specific scams that this happens in, right? The grandparent scam. The investment scams, right? They might tell you it's an inside tip not to share it with anybody. This price is just for you. Don't tell anyone, right? You have the inheritance scams. Okay, they mail letters impersonating law offices, right, regarding an inheritance, and a letter will request confidentiality. That's a red flag, scam, right? And then there's a fake fraudulent activity, right, where they impersonate an agency investigating fraud. So what they'll do is they'll connect your computer and they'll be telling you this whole narrative: your identity's been stolen, right? We're investigating reports of this, right? And what they'll do is they'll tell you they're investigating the bank, right? So what they'll do is they'll tell you when you go to the bank to withdraw the money, right? You need to withdraw your money to protect your money. They'll tell you, but don't tell the bank teller why you're withdrawing money, right? Because there's an investigation and you might interfere with the investigation. They can't find out that we're investigating identity theft. They might be in on it. So don't tell the bank teller that we advised you to withdraw the money, right? So they're asking for confidentiality. They're asking you to keep it secret. They do not want you communicating and sharing the situation with people, right? Because there's a chance that you'll be warned and realize it's a scam. Right, so that's red flag number 5. They request confidentiality. Right, so watch out for that. Be aware of that. All right. So that's 5 common red flags. We did a video about this too. It's on our YouTube channel, so check it out if you want. So it's 5 common red flags. I think, unless we got some more people hopping into the chat, looks like we're dwindling down a little bit here, so it's probably time to get this wrapped up. But Katie, I'm sorry I missed most of the beginning. We spent about an hour going over like headlines, warnings from local sheriff's departments and things like that. So the headlines is part of my favorite part of the live stream that we do. But thank you for attending though. And anybody else that's still here attending, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, so let's start getting this wrapped up. Anybody still watching? If you haven't joined the email list, please take a minute. Join our email list. It's free. Scamaware101.com. Join mailing list. All right, just watch out for the confirmation email that comes to you. Sometimes it goes to the junk folder, so just watch out for the confirmation email. You got to click that link to activate it. But definitely check out our website. Join the email list if you haven't yet. Haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, please subscribe to our channel. It really helps spread awareness and get our videos out there more. The algorithm likes it when we have more subscribers. So, and we're also on YouTube, Facebook, Blue Sky, Threads, X, Instagram. We have them all linked on our website, scamware101.com, right? So please, if you want to follow us on any of those, we have the links all on our website here, scamware101.com. And the username for all our profiles is scamware101, right? So on YouTube, scamware101, Facebook, scamware101. We're all scamware101. So if you see any that aren't scamware101, they're fake. They're scammers, right? So we're on all these social media sites, scamaware101. But again, on our website itself, you could go there. We have the links still. Upcoming events over here, have them listed. We're also building out the scam knowledge base as well. So we got about 10 scams listed in there so far, but we're going to start including more examples in here. We have about 60 scams ready to go that we got to get posted up here. So we're going to be building out this knowledge base, and it should be good pretty soon. So keep an eye on our knowledge base. And that's about it. Any support we could get, we appreciate it, right? I started Scamware 101 a few months ago. Again, been doing this for 25 years, but started Scamware 101 a couple months ago, and we don't have anything set up, no revenue coming in or anything, but so we appreciate any support we get as far as just liking, sharing our content, email subscribers, things like that. We'll be offering sponsorship soon. We'll try to get some sponsors for this live stream and try to get some revenue coming in, which would be nice. But our goal is to spread awareness, though, and right now we're just kind of doing that. And I think that's about it. So I'll hang out for a couple more minutes. If anybody has any last comments to make, any requests to make. Hang out for 2 more minutes. That means we'll be streaming for 5.5 hours. Nice. New record there. If you missed it before, we have the tools and resources section of our site. Lots of good stuff over here. All right, so scamware101.com. Click on tools and resources. Do some data breach lookups. See what information is being sold about you. A bunch of good stuff on our tools and resources page. All right, getting out of here 1 more minute. It's until we hit 5:30 on the dot. Thanks again to everybody who joined and watching. We do this every week, every Thursday, 5:45 p.m. I'll give you our YouTube channel. We have a live stream schedule posted there. Also on our Facebook page under events, we have our live stream schedule posted there. Definitely subscribe, follow. Appreciate it. And, join the email list. We send out reminders too. About an hour before live stream, we send out an email reminder. So email list is the way to go. If you haven't signed up yet, definitely appreciate it. Unsubscribe at any time if you don't like it, but we're good. Try not to spam it too much. All right. That's it. Just at 5.5 hours. Could get this wrapped up. Thank you again for everybody who attended. Appreciate you all participating in the chat. Katie, it was nice meeting you. Hope to see you again soon. Go check out the Oregon coast for me. I miss it. Gotta get out there soon. All right, everybody. Have a great night. Thank you again for attending. And see y'all next week. Until then, stay safe.